Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to Countdown to Christmas. And we're sure happy you're here. And guys, we have got a fantastic show for you all the way through till Friday. And so I'm super excited for y'all to be here. And we've got so many great specials going on. I'm telling you, we have thousands and thousands of products that are on sale. Now, if you don't see the product on the show this week, that doesn't mean that it's not on sale. There's thousands of products on our website that are part of our Countdown to Christmas sale. So you can go on there and check it out.
Echo going on here.
You got an echo? That means another mic is on.
Nope, there's no mics on.
All right, so y'all tell me there's a bad echo. Hello.
Say something.
All right, so Kyle's working on the problem. Still an echo?
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess we're not ready for Countdown to Christmas. All right, give us 5 minutes to fix this. We'll be right back.
Say something.
Hello.
Hello. Can you guys hear us out there?
Testing. All right, do we still have an echo out there?
We're waiting for him to chat. Still echo. Change microphone. Don't do anything. Testing. You're good. Yeah. Hello. Can you guys hear us out there? Hello. This one works better. Just turn yours off and use that one moving forward. That we were like, no, just.
No, dude, the thing's wrong.
Hello.
Testing, 1, 2. Can y'all hear me now out there?
That's good. Let's wait for some checks. All right. Here we go. Sounds better. Yes. All right.
Okay, I think we may have our problem fixed. We seemed like we had a bad microphone pack, and we got that replaced, and we're ready to go. So, hey guys, we're ready for Countdown to Christmas. So I'm gonna bring my co-host in. She is a 3-time Emmy award-winning TV host. She has done morning shows in Chicago on the radio. She has done so many things. She's a brother ambassador. She does, oh my gosh, creative living. There's so many things that she has done. And guess what? She's also done all of our live shows with me as a co-host. So y'all welcome Jane Klaus to the show.
Oh, hello, Blaine. Good morning, everybody. It's so great to see you. Happy countdown to Christmas.
Well, thank you. And your outfit looks wonderful. It looks awesome.
Thank you so much. This is a last minute little make your own Christmas. It's actually a dress. You can't see it. But it's a dress that I made just for you. And there's a tutorial on how to make this dress on my website, Jane Klaus, S for extra special.com. JaneKlaus.com. Seriously, if you go there and scroll down to make this, it's right there. And you can make it. I want someone to look at it and make it today. It's super easy. It's just jersey knit and it's a serger and a couple embellishments and you're good to go.
Well, hey, our belts, we got same kind of belt on.
I know it. My belt's connected to my dress. Everything's connected. Just one easy dress. Is yours connected? Awesome. Wait, stand up again. Oh, yeah. Yours is connected. Oh, it's great. Hey, Blaine, you know what? Do you know why today is super special?
Yes, it's countdown to Christmas.
Well, it's countdown to Christmas, and it means it's all about shopping for the favorite people in your life, and your favorite person in your life should be yourself. Number one, 40% of Americans wait until December to start their shopping, and I think today is the day.
Well, you know what? I heard a statistic about that very thing, that a lot of people wait till the last minute to buy their Christmas gifts.
That's right. They do wait till the last minute. So that's why we're doing Countdown to Christmas starting today. So you could buy your Christmas gifts. And again, you know what I say, buy two, you're going to lose one. Even if it's a Airflow 3000, you might misplace it or you need one upstairs. It doesn't matter. Buy two, you'll lose one, or buy one for you and one for somebody else, or two for you and one for somebody else. And today's the day we do that because you're giving us such great deals, Blaine.
Well, you know, and you're right, Jane. It's if you're, you know, a lot of people wait till the last minute. So instead of waiting till the last minute, buy it this week. That way you have time to get it shipped. And that way we can get it shipped to you. And but all this week, if you get your orders in this week, you will get it. We'll get it out, get it shipped to you. And you know, providing we don't run out of things. You know, this time of year you run out of stuff, but you know, every single day we have products coming in. And you know, we're going to try to show y'all a little video today of the call center and the warehouse and all that stuff. We're going to try to show a little bit of that so y'all can see it. We'll pull up the cameras and show you. But it's a busy time of year all the way around, even the people who are doing the Christmas shopping. Because I know if you got a lot of people to buy for, you know, me and Michelle, we buy for a lot, you know, of our family.
Yeah.
And her family is absolutely huge. I think we figured out we've got like 22 nieces and nephews on her side of the famly.
Can you buy for every single one of them?
Well, she buys for all the great nieces and nephews.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
It's still a ton of people.
That's a lot of gifts. I love buying presents for people.
She buys them all and wraps them all, and then we ship them up there in a big box.
Oh my gosh, I love it so much. It's so great at this time of year, December, from today till Christmas, at the end of the year. I don't even know what my pocketbook looks like. I just spend whatever and over that, and then more than that, because at this, like, I just want to give gifts. I love it.
Yeah, that's the way Michelle is. She loves to give presents to them, and so it's a fun time of year for her. And most people really enjoy Christmas for that reason. And you know, the gift is, you know, about giving. And
right.
So, but you know what? This week is all about treating yourself, and hopefully to a new machine or something you've been thinking about, because the pricing is going to be perfect for you to do that. And so we're super excited about that. And Jane, I want you to tell me a little bit about your tradition, Christmas traditions you have. Do you have anything that y'all do everybody gets together and wears the ugly socks or things like that?
You know, it's funny. You would think in my family, I would make everyone wear an ugly Christmas sweater. I would make everyone drink out of a cocoa mug. I would make everybody be, doing a craft. We're all doing a craft. So traditionally, Christmas Eve, I'm half Greek. So Christmas Eve is always the Greek side of the family. And we do a huge Greek spread. And I've grown, I aged into making all the food, but I love it so much. So that's a tradition we always have. We always have Greek on Christmas Eve. But I will say, prior to the actual Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, my husband Kurt and I try to do a little Christmas cheer. I live in Chicago, so we will find like the Chris Kindle Market, or we'll go see Buddy the Elf, or we'll just do a little holiday cheer, just the two of us, and just get ourselves really in the Christmas spirit, because it is so much fun and it's so beautiful with all the lights. So those are my traditions, I would say. I think I might make everyone start wearing an ugly Christmas sweater, Blaine, and I'm going to tell them it's your fault for that. What are yours?
Well, we're going to have to wear an ugly Christmas sweater this week sometime then, right?
Yeah, for sure. I can change into 4 a day. I'm obsessed with ugly Christmas sweaters.
Well, hey, I want to know what everybody's out there. Y'all put in the chat right now what traditions you have with your family. It may be watching the Christmas Story. It may be watching, Buddy the Elf.
White Christmas.
Yeah, it just.
I love that.
What do y'all do? Y'all just sit around and listen to Christmas music. What do you do?
Some people hide that pickle ornament in their tree. Do you do that?
Pickle ornament.
I do it.
What's a pickle ornament?
Come on, Blaine.
I mean, it's like a pickle.
Yeah, it looks like a pickle.
Everyone's talking about it.
You're supposed to hide it. You're supposed to. It's a pickle ornament. You guys, let's get Blaine a pickle ornament. Let's all.
So it looks like a pickle. You're telling me.
Yeah, I'll show it to you. I'll go get mine and show it to you.
Well, okay. Somebody explain the purpose of that. What's the purpose of the pickle?
Well, you hide it in your tree, and the person that finds it, do they get good luck or do they get an extra present? And it comes from a certain.
You're asking me. I don't even know.
No, I'm asking everybody. I just know that we do it. I think it's a certain. Like it's a certain tradition in another country, and then you hide it in the tree, but somebody who finds it gets, luck for the year, or they get an extra present, something like that. But I hide the pickle. I know where it's at.
Jill Sweet says, Blaine, you don't know the pickle? Well,
German.
I know sweet pickle. That was Jill Sweet. I know sweet pickles, Jill, but I don't know the pickle put in the tree. I've never heard of that before.
Okay.
Really.
It's a German tradition, Anita says. Okay. That's right.
Man, I thought I knew a lot of stuff about Christmas, but I didn't know that one.
You don't know that?
No, I've never heard of it before.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to run up and get my pickle right now.
I believe you, Jane. I believe you. You got a pickle.
I want you to, not just a can of pickles or pickle fabric that we make aprons out of. I made a really cute pickle apron this summer, but I'm going to get my pickle during a break.
So is it made?
Now I'm going to show it to you. Oh, Michelle's not heard of it either. That's why you don't know about it, Blaine.
Michelle. Oh yeah, she said I have never heard. See, I'm not alone.
No, you're not.
Michelle, we got to get us a pickle to hang in the tree. I tell you what, one thing about Michelle, she can decorate a Christmas tree now. I probably have to bring a picture this week of our tree.
Please do.
It's incredible.
And I bet you Michelle is amazing at wrapping gifts as well.
She is. That's what's so crazy. She's like it. She used to do it for free. She would go to these places that do Christmas wrapping just because she loves wrapping Christmas presents. So, so she's really good at wrapping the presents. And see, we have a deal. She does all the inside stuff, and I do all the outside stuff.
Well, that's fine. That's kind of the deal in my house as well. Although I really long for, a hot cocoa with a little bit of peppermint schnapps, Christmas music playing, and us putting the decorations on the tree. It never ends up like that. It's like, I'm going here. I got to do this. I'm like, all right, I'll put the tree together.
All right. So Rhonda says it's a German tradition. One that finds it first gets to pick who gets the first gift. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. I guess because it's green in the tree, it's harder to find. Okay.
You got to bury it in the tree, Blaine. That you got to get it in there.
I've heard of Elf on the Shelf.
I do Elf on the Shelf.
Okay.
Oh.
So I've heard of it, but what's the purpose of Elf on the Shelf? The same thing? Okay.
And then the person sees it, and he's supposed to be watching you and recording how you are. That's the point.
Oh, okay. All right.
Is that Kyle?
Yeah, Kyle's telling me about it.
He's
Since
up
he's
on
got
the traditions.
Claire, his little girl,
Take
he
me
does
off the
Elf
screen.
on the Shelf
Put
with Claire.
Kyle on the screen. Go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead. Get in there. I'm gone.
Oh, that's funny. Well, I want to know out there, how many of y'all decorate your house outside with lights and things? Put us in the comments right now if you decorate the outside of your house. And then Put a number 1 if you do that. Put a number 1 if y'all decorate the outside of your house. Put a number 2 if you decorate, you put a tree up on the inside only, and do a 3 if you do both. If you really go all out. I got to tell you something. When we lived in Baton Rouge, Michelle's old neighbor, when her house she had before while we were dating, their last name's the Grahams, and they were what's the guy from Vacation? Chevy Chase's character. What's that? Clark Griswold.
Clark Griswold.
They are the Griswolds of Christmas. There's no telling how many lighted fixtures they have in their yard. I mean, I'm telling you, the Baton Rouge airport tells the airplanes to line up on their house because it's so bright. It is incredible.
How long does it take them to put it up?
Inside the house, they had over 1,000 nutcrackers.
Oh, wow. That's so cool. I love it so much.
So it looks like the kids go down there. They're in Wonderland, Christmas Wonderland.
How
long?
So
how many numbers are coming in?
A lot.
A lot of 3s. So that means everybody's doing both. They do outside and inside.
Yeah, I mean, so in our neighborhood, you got to keep up with the neighbors. One side of the street, everybody had their lights up. I'm like, Kurt, we got to get our lights up now. And I did it when it was like 60 degrees outside. And then the other side of the street had no lights up because it was before Thanksgiving and they were all doing Thanksgiving festivities. So now after Thanksgiving, all the streets are lighting up. But it's so pretty to me. And because we have such a short time between December 1st and Christmas, I'm like, get it all up now so we can enjoy it. I got to enjoy it because I love the sparkles. I love it so much. I'd be one of those people that leave it up till Valentine's Day. I'm not, but I could.
Well, I don't know if I'm telling something I'm not supposed to, but Michelle starts listening to Christmas music in October. She loves Christmas.
That's okay. And
walk in and it's 80 degrees in California when we got Christmas music on.
And Blaine, because you're in California, do you just go get some white sand and just like put it outside to pretend like it's snow?
Yeah, it's we don't get snow, that's for sure here at all.
You gotta have your sand. It could be a beach sand.
We've got a mountain that we can see from our house, and it snows up there, a couple times a year, and we get snow-covered mountains we can see. So we can go outside and see it if we want to.
Yeah, no snow here yet in Chicago, just very frosty grounds and a lot of frozen, like we have a little bird bath. That water is now frozen.
Well, you sent me a screenshot yesterday it said 18.
Yeah, I sure did.
And I sent you a screenshot back. It said 72.
Hold on. Let's just let everybody in on this little peek behind the curtain here. Because when sometimes Blaine and I have to talk about the show, and we'll talk on the phone or we'll text each other. So instead of he's not writing me about whatever the next product is or something, he's like, have to do it. 72 degrees here in California. So that's fine. I sent him back that it's 27 in Chicago. The low is 17. We're good. Everything's fine. We're used to it. We got it.
Well, it was snowing in Nashville yesterday.
I know.
So, and then I think St. Louis was getting snow flurries.
And we talked to Florida yesterday. I believe I'm trying to think. Was it Kathy? And she said it was 27 degrees in Florida.
In the Panhandle of Florida, it was 27.
Yeah, that's okay.
Crazy.
It's what happens. It's winter time.
I know it's not supposed to be that cold.
It's okay. We're all
right. Well, tell us right now in the chat where you're at. If it's snowing right now, where you're at, let us know where you're at, where it's snowing at. We want to know. So Bernadette Evans said, I'm getting snow right now. Bernadette, where are you at? I forgot.
18 in Wisconsin.
Well, yeah, I thought Bernadette was in California.
There's my girl, Diane.
Let us know where you're living now.
Diane in Chicago, no snow here yet. I'm just going to do the broadcast at Diane's house.
Kentucky has snow flurries today. That's Dorothy Belcher. Paula Becker. Indiana has snow too.
She's in Michigan.
Lewiston, Michigan. I bet Angela Wolf's getting some snow right now.
She's in St. Joe's, Michigan.
Yeah, St. Joseph.
Maybe some lake effect snow because they're right there.
Snowing. How
snowed last night.
Now, but it snowed last night. Okay.
Flurries in Cincinnati, Ohio. Yeah.
Snow in St. Louis. Yep. Jennifer, we saw that.
I heard that it just stopped snowing in Buffalo, New York. I heard that it literally was snowing for 72 hours, maybe
See,
longer.
I grew up just south of St. Louis, down in under the Boot Hill, Missouri, right in the northeast corner of Arkansas. So I was real close to St. Louis. So a lot of times when St. Louis would get snow, we would get snow. But they didn't get snow in Arkansas yet.
I'm good with no snow.
Anita said, I got a tidbit of snow over the night at Western North Carolina. Oh my gosh, I hope everything's going okay in North Carolina. Man, they're still messed up over there. Yeah.
Diane Williams.
Northern Michigan.
Diane Williams says no snow in Downers Grove, and she is literally down the street from me. So she is telling you the truth. And I'm going to invite Diane to come over and join us on the broadcast because she's right next to me.
Invite her over and make her a snow dress.
Okay. How about I invite her over and she could play in the craft cellar and make her dress while we have the show today. Diane, what are you doing today?
All right. So you know what, Jane? We're about 8 minutes from kicking off the first demonstration it's 8:30 Pacific time, 10:30 Central. We got a great presentation coming up, and with one of the most popular machines that Brother has ever made.
You got that right.
And we're super excited to have that on today. But before we get there, I think we ought to kick the day off right and let's give some stuff away.
Let's do it. What do you guys think? A giveaway? Yeah, countdown to Christmas.
Santa Blaine's in town.
Santa Blaine's arrived. There's no, you don't need a pickle. You don't need a elf on the shelf for this one. You just need to be here and start chatting away.
You just need to chat right now. Yeah. Put something in the chat. I'll tell you what, we're going to ask them to put something in the chat this time.
Okay.
So the word is going to be snow, SNOW.
We'll send pictures of snow to you too, Blaine.
We're going to talk about snow. Everybody type it in snow right now in the chat if you want a chance to win. And you know what we're going to do, guys? We're skipping all the smaller prizes. We're going right to the big stuff. I want to give away 4 Brother P-Touch machines first thing this morning.
4 Brother P-Touch machines. Right.
And all you had to do is type the word snow.
Oh boy. Keep writing. Keep going. Come on. Michelle writes woohoo. Your wife, that is. She's like, I can't be writing snow. Okay.
I wouldn't mind having I love it when it snows. I just don't want to live where it snows. And I don't want to be in it very long. You
can just rent the snow. Right, Blaine? You just jump on a plane, go somewhere snowy.
That's true.
And they get right back to no snow. Like, enjoy the snow for the little bit of time you want it, and then you're done. Which January 1st, January 6th, January 8th, like January 30th, I am all about no snow because it's not festive anymore. It's just dirty.
All right. So everybody type the word snow in if you want a chance to win. We're going to give 4 of the Brother P-Touch printers away.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
So, Andrew, are you ready over there?
You bet I am.
All right, Andrew, spin that wheel. Let's get us a winner.
Make sure if you won, you remember that you won because I know it gets exciting.
Rose, Donette. Rose is watching from Facebook today, so congratulations, Rose. Rose, to claim that prize, you need to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and you have 30 days to claim that prize. And as soon as we get your information, we'll get your P-Touch along with a bunch of cartridges, tape cartridges. I don't even know how many there are, Jane, but there's probably 6, 7, or 8 of them that we're going to throw in the box with it. And so you keep you loaded up with some printing tape for a while. All right, so Rose is our first winner.
Good job, Rose.
Andrew, spin that wheel.
It's very exciting. Oh.
Lori Scott.
Hey, Lori Scott.
All right,
joining us.
Jane, tell her how to claim that prize.
Lori's hanging with us on YouTube today. Hey, Lori, thanks for watching us. You need to go to smplive.tv. Scroll all the way to the bottom. It'll say, did you win a prize? You're going to say, yeah. You fill it all out. Make sure you give us all your information. Tell us what you won. And then Blaine and the crew will get that out to you ASAP. Your P-Touch printer. What do you call it? P-Touch? P-Touch. We'll get that out to you. You can start organizing right away and getting all labeled, and you can label everybody in your life. It'll be so great. You have 30 days to receive your prize, Lori.
Okay, we're going to give our third one away. Andrew, spin that wheel.
Everyone right now is just thinking, how would I use that P-Touch? I think I know. Oh!
Lady Fair is our winner watching today from YouTube. So Jane, tell Lady Fair how to get that prize.
Lady Fair, my fellow Illinoisan watching us on YouTube. I just saw her right where she was living right now. Go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page, fill out all of your information. Make sure you tell us you won that P-Touch Embellish Elite, and Blaine and the team will get that out to you ASAP. Lady Fair, I know you hang with us. You get 30 days to redeem that prize. And then we want to see how many things you label.
All right. We're going to give our fourth one away right now, Jane. All right. Andrew, spin that wheel.
Go, Andrew. My high school was Andrew High School. So whenever I say, go, Andrew, it's like I'm cheerleading back in my high school days.
Camille Sexton, watching from Facebook. So, Camille, to claim that prize, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit, and you have 30 days to claim that prize. As soon as we get the information, we'll get you a P-Touch with some tape cartridges sent right out to you. It's that simple, Jane. It's easy to win.
Just that easy. Make sure you go to the website, fill out all the information. Don't wait. Do not delay, because you will forget, because you're going to be busy watching and shopping. And Blaine, I do need to tell you, because people were asking, we do have an education session today happening at noon Pacific, 2 o'clock Central Time. And we are going to be doing last minute Christmas gifts with Emily Thompson.
Reen Wilcoxson.
It's Reen. Sorry, I'm looking at
Reen today.
Yeah, Reen today. Oh, we love Reen. Okay, Reen, last minute Christmas gifts.
Yeah, so it's going to be great.
Yeah.
Got great educators all week. It's going to be fantastic. So we got them coming up. And then also, I've got to put a plug in, Jane. Takeover Tuesday is back, everybody. If you haven't seen our Takeover Tuesday show, there's the stars of the show right there. You got Jane Klaus herself. You have Becky Thompson with Power Tools with Thread, Carly Bell, and Joanne Banco. How could it get any better than that, Jane? All
Really?
y'all.
Really?
And y'all alternate Tuesdays. So every Tuesday they're going to be on. One of them will be doing the show, and it is awesome. We've already had some. We've got one round already done, and it's been really popular. Everybody's loving it. So y'all make sure y'all tune in on Tuesday. It's at 10 a.m. Pacific time, noon Central.
This is what I'm going to show you how to make my next Takeover Tuesday.
Oh, cool.
This is a cuff bracelet. You can make one for yourself or for all of your friends.
And then
that's a little sneak peek.
Plug our own show every Thursday. Everybody come and join our show on Thursday live with me. And we're always going to have a guest on here doing demonstrations. We got specials on machines, and it's always going to be a fun time as well. A lot of giveaways, and that's every Thursday, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central. Make sure y'all tune in.
So much.
If you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like our page. If you hasn't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe right now.
Right now.
And it helps us out, and it enables us to keep giving a lot of prizes away.
I'm pointing to a subscription box. I don't know where it's at. I'm just making that up. I see everybody else.
Hey, Jane.
Yes,
it
let's
is
go.
time to start the show.
Let's do it.
I'm going to let you go, do your thing, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Okay, everybody, let's kick it off. Countdown to Christmas. This is our first session of the day, and our first guest became fascinated with machine embroidery in the 1990s. It was love at first sight, she says. Coleen Swettman loves every aspect of embroidery, from digitizing to seeing the design stitched out on the finished item. She started with the earliest version of embroidery software and is now having a blast with all of the innovations and advanced features that are available today. Coleen is a national brother educator, and it is always a great pleasure to have her on the show. Please give a countdown to Christmas welcome to Coleen Swettman. Hey, Coleen.
Good morning.
How are
It's
you?
nice and cool here for me.
Where are you at?
Well, I'm in Washington State, and I took the dog out this morning, and I noticed that the grass was crunching under my feet.
Oh,
So when
boy.
I came back in, and the temperature is 35, but it feels like 24.
Those feels like temps are always, that's a doozy. They're like, it feels like 25 out, but it's really 60. You're like, okay, well, turn the air conditioning off. You know, it's fine. Like,
Yeah, really.
so
So
Coleen,
we have a really fun machine today. We have the Persona, the PRS 100. And one of the things that people, you know, you were talking about those last minute Christmas gifts.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is the kid for you.
oh, I love it.
Because, oh, she's a sweetheart. First of all, I'm going to show you some things that she can do really quickly. She comes with nice hoops, and I call her a she because she's so perfect.
That's fine.
But she's lightweight enough.
Well,
Yeah,
Coleen,
aren't you?
I'm going to let you take it away so you can show us all about the PRS 100 because she is a beauty and you don't need to see me. You need to see you and she.
Okay. Well, she is gorgeous, and here she is, just happy and sweet. She weighs a little less than 70 pounds, so she's small enough that you can actually take her places and move her. And I actually see her oftentimes appearing at craft shows. A couple of my really close friends do a lot of craft embroidery, and then they take this guy with them to the shows so they can personalize with a name or a number on a shirt or a vest or a hat, whatever. Hat. Yes, I did say hat. There is a hat driver that you can get for her. So she comes not with the hat driver, but you can certainly get that. And I'll show you what hoop she comes with. She comes with 8x8, which is a really nice size. And I'm going to step over here and show you the 8x8. Now the 4x4, I can't show you very well because, let's see, I have to move her forward so you can see her better. I can't show you the 4x4 because I have her loaded. Well, I can. Here's my 4x4, and she's ready to do a backpack because I'm going to do the pocket on a backpack because, you know, you don't want to get all the way through the backpack because that will ruin its waterproofing. But if you just put a little something on the pocket to identify it, that keeps it from getting misplaced or lost at school. So you know how things can often get misplaced or they don't know where it is, and then somebody will be walking by. My son did this. He was walking by the lost and found, and someone else saw his coat, but it had an initial on it, and they grabbed it and brought it back to the classroom. So these kinds of things really help identify it. And then the set of hoops that I really, really love, because these are super special, are the, excuse me, the small set of hoops. And I have the 4 of them laid out here. All 4 of these come with it. And what I love about these guys is you can see, this is one of my favorite, whoops, I moved it, sorry. This is one of my favorite gifts for a toddler when you're getting to the point where you want them to bathe themselves or to help, or at least not to gripe when you do it. These little wash mitts are so fun and so cute. And I have a million small things that you can do, but then you also do have the large 8x8 and that 4x4. So you have pretty much everything that you would need. There are many, many more hoops available, many more, but these are included with it. So let's go to the machine and talk about it just a little bit. You get, and I'm going to try to not be in the way here. There we go. So you get the machine head, you get the A arm, which is the one that holds the 2 bigger hoops. You get the E arm, which is the one that holds the little hoops. You get the 8x8 and the 4x4. You have on-screen tutorials. So sometimes we just don't really know how to do this. And yes, it comes with a manual. You may not get a printed manual, but you can, of course, download it to your phone. I like that actually better for my phone or my tablet because I never carry a manual with me, but I always have my phone or my tablet with me. So it's to find. But let me just show you a few things over here on the on-screen tutorial. You can go here, and this is the help me. So how do I do basic operation? How do I do maintenance? All this stuff is right here for you, and you can just touch the category that you want and go through it and get help. I love, love, love that feature. Clock, which I don't have on. These are my setting pages. So I can set my hoop so that I can see different things. Now, in this case, I have mine set up for just a wide opening. But look, I can put grid on there. So if I'm doing a recipe or multiple lines or curves or anything like that, I can see exactly how those are, I think 3/8 of an inch apart. So they're very close together. Then you have the square, and then you just have the big square. So you have all kinds of things here. You can have inches or millimeters. Most of us, of course, live with the inches. We have a basting distance. So sometimes you're going to do a bunch of little things, patches, and you want them to be basted into place so they don't move. So that's really convenient. Here you have an embroidery background color, because sometimes the fabric in your hoop may not be easy to see what you're doing. So you can change that background color. Thumbnail size, how big do you want the picture to be? Your bobbin winding, this has its own bobbin winder, which is right here on the top left side of the machine. So you can wind a bobbin. It's a separate motor, so you can wind. And so I believe you do have a machine speaker volume. You have how long before it's going to turn off. Now, I set mine for quite a while because I didn't want it to turn off in the middle of my display. But if you're the one who forgets to turn your machine off, you can just set it for an hour or two. And then when you leave or get distracted, it will turn itself off. The opening screen I have on. And of course, I have mine in English because that's the only language I can speak and understand. Light, the screen display brightness, so I can make it be lighter or darker depending on the light in the room. It has this wonderful, and I'm just going to put it down here on a piece of paper. I don't know that you can see that, but it has an LED pointer. It is a bright, oh, you can't see it because of the lighting in this room. It is a bright red drop light. So you know where your embroidery is going to be positioned, and you can choose which position, top, middle, bottom, left, right, on your design, and it will go to that position, which is really cool. And then this will tell me my newest update version, because there are updates for the machine, and you want to make sure you're at the most current place that you can be. So ease of use, the great drop light, the lightweight, the additional hoops. There are many, many more hoops available. And I don't know that I talked about it, but did I mention that you can do hats? I threw the hats to the side so they were out of the way. Where did I put them? Well, they're here somewhere. Let me find them. The hats, I had hats out. There they are. They fell on the floor. So you do have, I'm going to come back over here by the machine. You do have a hat hoop that you can buy for this. It is not included, but you can, up higher, you can embroider on caps. And caps are really, really, really fun. Oh, I can't do them both. This is my left hand, and it doesn't always go where I tell it to go. There we go. There we go. So the fun thing is you can do so much with this, and it's a very, very economically priced machine for the first free arm in the marketplace. It does beautiful work. It has all the design categories that we talked about, 13 regular alphabets. So I'm just going to clear this guy for a second. So I'm going to just buzz through here real quickly. There's a bunch of designs in this one. And, you know, they're all, these are more frames or fancy designs. So a lot of people like these for real decorative. You can use this on the bottom, and then you can put another one on top. And if you heard that, my cameraman, but he's okay. He's still upright. So we're in good position here. So there's all kinds of fun things that you can do with these. Now we're going to go, whoops, that's the same category. We're going to go to these. Now these I love, 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 because what they are is quilt blocks. And they're going to fill, it says 7.63, so it's not quite an 8-inch square, but they're wonderful for quilting. And as you can see, there's just a whole bunch of them. That happens to be one of my personal favorites, but there's a bunch of those. And then if that wasn't enough, I'm going to go through here. You get to sashing. So, you know, when you're always wondering, oh, what am I going to do with the sashing, or what am I going to do with the edge of the quilt to make it look nice? Well, there's your answer. It's right there. Those are the skinny ones that you can do. And then you have some other ones. So this really, really has a lot packed into it. Now, can I add additional? Oh, here's one of my personal favorites. Can I add additional designs? Well, of course I can add additional designs. It has a USB port right here on the side. I have a stick in mine right now. And it also does have a direct connect. If you have our software on your computer, you would be able to use the direct connect. But of course, most people now just use a simple USB stick. Let's see. 10 shapes with different outlines. I haven't gotten there yet. So these are always a big favorite because they're the big letters. And I have to pull it up for you to see what I mean when I say big letter. That's 5.9 inches tall. That is a big letter. So these are beautiful for the people who love the monograms. And you have, of course, have the whole alphabet in here. And then let's go back to this. So this one is another one of my favorites. Again, it's about 5.5 inches tall. These make beautiful, beautiful monograms for a jacket or a blanket, something that you want to have very or pillow, whatever, something to have a very prominent display. I love these guys. Now this one is just a hair smaller. It's a little under 5 inches. And do you notice that it's just 2 colors? Well, guess what? I'm clever enough to not stitch that first color, the background color, and I can just have that letter there. So I love, love, love the capabilities here. Beautiful, beautifully digitized letters. This guy is a trick, so I'm going to come back to him. This guy is applique letters. So the fun thing about this is it's a 3-step letter. It's going to give you the 3 steps, the positioning, the placement to where to put it, the positioning, and then the applique. So you can get these, and you can see that's 4.8. So it's a big letter. Again, very quick and easy. The kids are going to camp. You've got something that you can do real quick and simple. And then the Greek alphabet, for those that are interested in the Greek alphabet, there's all of the letters in the Greek alphabet. And I'm going to go back to this guy, and I'm going to touch the letter B, because he's a little smaller. He's the one that's a little smaller than some of the others. And so I just wanted you to see he's a little over 2 inches tall. And I just, as luck would have it, I have him, let me find him, because I have him all stitched out for you to see. There he is. Now, I did him, where? Right there.
Yeah, lift it up.
Oh, there he is. Oh, I can't hold him straight because that's me. But isn't that beautiful? This is the letter B. So he's about 2.5 inches tall, I think. So just really gorgeous. And then I did the embellishment with a different color so that you could see that was an embellishment, but you could do the whole thing in the same color. Love this one. It's one of my personal favorites. It's not too big. It's just the right size. And I'm going to go ahead and put this down and show you a few other things that this guy can do, because, whoop, there we go. Now this guy, I've hooped the pocket, so that's kind of cool. I can just go right inside the pocket, and I'll put him on the machine so you can see that. And I can embroider on the pocket without embroidering through the entire design. And I will put him over here so I can put him on in just a minute. But I wanted to show you some of the small things that we can do, because people don't realize, there we go. This is a little tiny camera bag. Now that was back in the days before everybody in the world had their camera was on their phone, but the camera bag is still handy for all kinds of little tools. And you can just go right inside that pocket and embroider it. Oops, I'm directionally challenged. And then it's yours. So when it's laying out at a show, or you're traveling, or you're on the airplane or whatever, it's easy to see. This is another one of the 8" by 8" blocks. And it's one that I just love. And it's fun. And I have several of these that I've done. They're going into a quilt soon. Baby onesies, always a challenge to do those small items. This is one of my favorite gifts to give to a toddler kid, mom with a toddler kid or a young kid, because these are hand puppets that you can wash. Whoops, I keep shifting. That you can wash and they can use in the bathtub. So it's just really fun. You're teaching them to wash themselves, and they've got this really fun little puppet that they can play with. This one is for the big people to play with. So this is a hot mitt. And my family takes a trip together with the whole group every year. And it's nice to have my own hot mitt, so I know it's not one that belongs to the place where we're staying that gets disappeared. This is actually mine. So it's fun to do. It's easy to do with that little free arm. And then this is another favorite, because people always tell me you can't do leather. So of course, if you tell me that, you know I'm going to have to go do a piece of leather, don't you? So this is a leather handbag. It's really a cute one. I was able to go right in through the zipper pocket, so I didn't lose my nice pocket on the front, and I can put my initials on it so it doesn't get misplaced at a show. So these kinds of things are misplaced anywhere, heaven's sakes, even in your car. But what's fun about this is that you have the ability to turn all these things into very, very personal, easy gifts because of this very small little free arm right here on this machine. You're able to put things right over it. So I am in love with this guy. Here we go. Here's the little free arm right here. So you can see this is a very petite little area to get over, and you can do sleeves, you can do those purses, you can do almost anything with this. I do a lot of those little zipper bags that you buy at the store, the fabric store. Those are wonderful, wonderful gifts. And I did some for my girlfriends last year for Christmas, and they were like, oh my gosh, this is so handy, because it doesn't get confused with what the kids have going or what else. It's got your stuff in it. So those make wonderful last minute Christmas gifts. Just saying, you can get those little bags at any fabric store already made or craft store, and then put a name or initial, a design on it so that they know that it's theirs. Very quick and easy. I talked real briefly about the hats. That hat hoop is not included, but it is a wonderful accessory to be able to use. And I think I showed these before, but I'm standing in a better place so you can see them better now. So there's the hats. Again, this is one of those tools that keep your hat separated from someone else's tool. It just makes such a big difference when you can put that little bit of embroidery on it. It can be a name, it can be initial, it can be a duck, it can be anything that you want. It can be your kid's favorite animal. But what it does is it allows people to really, really tune in on the things that they can do and that they can keep and not get lost. Can you tell that for many years I was an elementary school teacher, and we were always finding things in the lost and found for this kid or that kid. And it was just so nice to have these available. I had done a little thing on my son's jacket, and somebody was walking by and saw it and grabbed it and took it back to the classroom because they knew it was his. So those are the things that I think are really, really beneficial with this. Can it quilt? Yes, of course it can quilt. It can embroider anything. It is an embroidery only. It is a standalone. It can do any of the small things. It has the large hoops. It has the smaller hoop. 8x8 is a nice size hoop. This one I held up a little bit earlier. I went just inside. I'm going to turn it upside down now so you can see. I went just inside that pocket. So that was how easy that is. And then I just slide this underneath. So I'm actually sewing, the bag is hanging down. I'm just sewing or embroidering on the pocket itself. And the rest of this is all hanging out of the way. It won't get any embroidery on it. And then I'm going to come back here. I really like this one because it's only about 2 1/4. It's a real petite little one. And this is a child's backpack. So that makes it easy. Now I'm going to touch set. And I can change the size slightly. It does not change the stitch count, but I can change it slightly. I can rotate it. But one of the things that I want to go here to embroider, I don't know if you can see inside my hoop, but inside my hoop, yes, you can see it. There's a little tiny red drop light right here. And that drop light makes it so easy for me to see my positioning. And my positioning is just a little bit off. I had marked this with white wash away chalk, rub away chalk. So it's easy for me to see. And all I have to do is just touch the arrow button and it will move. So I need to move it over to the center line and I'm taking little jumps. Notice that I could go slow, medium, or fast. Well, I definitely don't need to go fast. There's lots of things right here on the machine. You can turn your jump trimming off and on. You can use your pointer, which I'm doing right now. You can do a trial run. But I'm going to just move this over, and I've got it moved over that way. Now I need to move it up to the cross line. And I'm doing little jumps. If I was way off, I would do bigger jumps. There we are. Now my dot is exactly at the point of my cross here. So that is the middle of my design. And now all I have to do is touch that. Did I show them how to pick up that design? I didn't. Let's just go out of this. So we had all these beautiful designs right here. And this one happens to be this guy. And I'm going to choose the little letter B. And there he is. I'm going to set him. And I'm going to, now I have sizing. I told you I can change him. I can rotate him. If you didn't hoop quite right, because that happens, you can rotate and you will get it right. You can change the colors. You can add multiples. Now, what I'll do a lot of times with this guy is it shows a bunch of little squares. That means I can crowd as many of those into a hoop at one time as I want. And a lot of times I'll do patches and I can do multiple patches just by touching that icon. This one would flip it backwards, which I don't want to do here because it's a letter. But if it was a flower or a duck, and I wanted it to swim the other way, I could certainly do that. That would adjust my density. And I'm going to let this go ahead and I'm going to touch embroidery. And now you see my drop light come in. Now, because I went out of that, my drop light is a hair off. So again, I'm just going to walk it right over here and I let it go bigger jumps this time. There we go. And it is ready to start. Now, I have mine set up with the silver thread. You see 4 spools of thread here. It actually only uses 1 spool of thread at a time. As I mentioned earlier, it does have its own bobbin winder right here, so it can wind a bobbin if you want it to be the same color. And then all we have to do is just touch lock and go. I'm going to put it into memory first. That way I know I don't lose track of it. So there's memory on the machine, memory on the USB stick, or memory back to my computer. And I'm just going to go to memory on the machine. Oh, I've got too much used in there, so I will just put it into memory on the stick. So see what happens if you put too much stuff in its little brain. So now I'm going to go lock and go. And you will see it do its tack down. So it's securing it before it begins to stitch. And I have it at a high speed because I'm confident and comfortable with what it's doing. But it is a variable speed, so you can slow it down if you needed to. You can come in here and change the speed at any time. Right here, you can just go down. You can go all the way down to 400 stitches per minute if you're nervous or uncomfortable or just not sure of how it's going to turn out. And you can go all the way up to 1,000 stitches per minute. And it doesn't change the quality at all. It just changes your comfort zone. So I am going to, can you hear me over the machine? I'm going to pause this. Well, I'll let it finish that one because it's going to do that. It's going to do a tie off and then it's going to go. Okay, I'm just gonna pause it. All I have to do is touch the screen. So you know that if you're the nervous type and you're worried about what's going to happen if the kid comes in the room or something, the dog, the cat, I have a cat that sneaks in, you just touch the screen and the machine stops instantly and it will stay exactly where it is. And then remember where it was if you need to start it again later. But this is one of my favorite machines. It's very easy to use. It's portable. It has a lot of features. And I told you about the ability to add the cap in if you wanted to do the cap. Again, it comes with the 8x8, the 4x4, and then all these wonderful small frames that are ideal for all the little things in your life, all the Christmas presents that you need to get done. Just think of how quickly you can do a Christmas present when you have this guy. And your learning curve is pretty easy because there's directions right on the screen to walk you through what you need to know how to do. I think good time to get them from Chris for your Christmas shopping. So let's see. Let's hand this back off to Jane, because I'm sure she may have some questions or comments.
Well, everyone's just saying they love the machine. Really quick question I just saw fly by was about changing the bobbin and changing the thread. And I know the bobbin is an easy drop-in because it's vertical.
Correct. So the changing of the thread is silly easy. The bobbin is a vertical and it's right here. You're just going to take it out. My cameraman ordered me to back up. And then you're just going to, it goes straight in and you latch it. Just make sure it latched into place and that's it.
So easy.
For the bobbin.
You get nervous with that.
No. No. First of all, it has on-screen tutorial with words so you can follow it. So there's no expectation that you would know how to do this. Brother puts everything in there. And secondly, the threading is very, very easy. I'm actually lazy, but I prefer the word efficient. So what I will do is I will just take the next color, and here you can see I've got the color cut in. All I do is I'll cut the thread right here, and I'll take this green color and come down through this hole and tie a little tiny itty bitty square knot and just pull it right straight through.
So easy. Ease of use. And you made mention of that, Coleen. I love the demo because you're a teacher and we love that you do that with the gentle nature and encouragement of a teacher. So we always appreciate it. The Persona PRS 100. It's a great machine and it should be on everybody's wish list for this holiday season.
Absolutely. Can't live without it.
Oh, Coleen, you are the best. It's always so good to see you. Thank you so much.
Good to see you too. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. All right, everybody, let's talk about it. It's the Brother Persona PRS 100. You see it right there. It's a single needle embroidery machine. It's a free arm embroidery to reach all those areas that you want to get to, like sleeves and bags. And it's got a really small footprint. Just about 18 inches wide. You've got that 7-inch LCD display, so you can watch those on-screen tutorials that Coleen was just talking about. You can edit your designs on that beautiful screen. You're getting these compact mini frames that Coleen showed. You've got 445 total built-in designs. She went through the fonts. She showed you those decorative frames and the alphabet designs. There's 6 of them there. And again, that bobbin changes quick and easy with the side bobbin winder. And again, the easy color change. You see your Christmas pricing. That is a really great price. $44.99.99. But call for more information. 800-401-8151. You're also with a machine purchase getting the free Durkee 4-piece easy frame set. And that's a value of just 5 cents under $250. So you're getting that all when you buy the Persona PRS 100 single needle free arm embroidery machine. Carolyn says, this is on my list. Yes. Do you need a bigger craft room? I don't know. Put it anywhere in the house. I think you can find some space. This is great. Put it on your list. Buy 2. That's a great price. Blaine, thank you, Santa Blaine, for making that price happen for us. Again, remember, if you want more info, 800-401-8151.
All right. Well, thanks, Jane. We're going to go to our next one. And there's the pickle.
We'll talk about this later.
All right. Well, we'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Okay.
All right, guys. Next up, we're going to continue on with Countdown to Christmas. We have Handi, Quilter coming in the house. And I tell you what, we have got two fantastic educators today. We have Kim Sandberg. Now, Kim, she's a full-time education manager at Handi Quilter, and her passion for teaching and quilting allowed her and her team to offer the best education in industry. Her full-time job, along with 2 kids, a dog, and a husband, keeps her very busy outside the quilting studio. And her partner today is Kristina Whitney. And Kristina was selected to be a member of the Handi Quilter Quilt Your Desire Inspiration Squad back in 2017 and has been featured in magazines, show programs, and on the Handi Quilter truck. If y'all have never seen that truck, it's pretty cool. Kristina is also a member of many local quilt guilds, enjoys continually learning and improving her skills. And as y'all know, many years ago, probably 2 years ago, the SMP Nation gave them the name of the Foxy Moxie Dancers. So y'all welcome to the show, Kim and Kristina.
Hey, Blaine.
How are y'all doing?
Good. Haven't heard that one in a while.
Yep.
Well, you know what? That was, if y'all remember, I guess it's probably 2, maybe 3 years ago. Handi Quilter came out with the first Moxie, the Moxie 15. Y'all introduced it on Quilt Fest, and you did the little dance of the stitch regulation. Remember, like precision mode and all that. And everybody in the chat said the Foxy Moxie Dancers, and it just stuck.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it was last year. I even wore my sweater that was all sequins with a fox on it. This is Mary Foxmas. Maybe I'll see if I can find that one for tomorrow.
Well, thank you all for coming today. And I know that we're going to talk about the Amara 20, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. Well, I'm going to let y'all take it away, and I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes. We'll tell them how they can get the special today.
Okay, that sounds great. Thanks, Blaine. We're here today to talk to you guys about the Amara 20, as Blaine said, and this is a fabulous machine. We quilt on this machine like all the time, don't we?
Yeah, I'd say this is probably one of the most popular machines that we have.
Absolutely, hands down. We have an entire studio here with 20 machines, 20 of these machines set up, and they're the ones that we teach on. And as Blaine said earlier, we have the truck that travels around the country and goes to shows and does events at local retailers. That has a classroom of 12 machines on it. Plus, we have our vans that go everywhere too. So the Amara 20, super popular because it is a great machine with a lot of features that quilters really love, right?
It's a workhorse with all the fun stuff.
I love that. That's a great way of putting it. It really is. So let's talk about some of the features of the Amara 20. So, and we've got one here. I can slide it over a little bit. We can take a closer look at this machine. We're going to slide this over and we'll switch camera angles here so you guys can take a look. This is the Amara 20. Fabulous machine. Of course, the 20 inches refers to the 20 inches of throat space here. Let's talk about some of our favorite features of this machine. So Kristina, you go first.
Okay, well, a lot of my favorite features we're actually going to be playing with because we have a little bit more time today than we did yesterday. So we're going to do some stitching. And hopefully we'll stitch out some of the designs that were requested yesterday. But I have to say probably one of my favorite ones is the lighting.
Oh, yeah.
And we currently have the lighting turned off, but I'm going to go ahead and turn that back on. It has some issues with the cameras. So we've got the lighting through the throat space here. Kim's going to Vanna White that there.
You can see how my hand looks like it has a heavenly glow. And this is why we keep the lights turned off while we're filming, because they are so bright that they actually interfere with the filming. But one of the cool things is it's actually adjustable. So Kristina's going to do some adjusting here.
So Kim's
so you can see the difference so that you can actually see my hand come into focus there. You can see the project here.
So I've actually turned off that entire light in the throat space.
In the throat space here. And then there's also a light here directly at the needle. So depending on the type of quilting you're doing and whether you need a shadow cast or you just want really bright overall lighting, you have that ability to adjust it. Kristina's having a little too much fun.
Yeah, Kristina's playing with the lights. Okay, I'm going to turn the lights back off. I'm going to control myself.
Very nice.
There we go. Okay. So yeah, the lighting is fabulous. And I love that you can adjust it depending on what you're doing.
Yeah.
Or even just turn it off if you don't want the lighting.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
yeah, what's one of your favorite features?
I absolutely love that this is plug and play ready for Pro Stitcher Premium. So we do have Pro Stitcher Premium set up on this machine. We're going to be doing free motion quilting today though. And the how easy it is to install and add the computerized quilting to it if you want to. I actually helped a friend set up her Amara 24 last week, and let me tell you something, setting up the Pro Stitcher was definitely the easiest part. The frame took us a little bit more time. There's a few more screws and nuts and bolts involved, but getting the Pro Stitcher added to the machine is super, super easy.
Yeah. And I like to mention all the time when I'm talking to people is that they feel like they have to buy both together at the same time. You can buy the machine and then later on when maybe you have the finances for it or you're ready to do the computerized, you can add the Pro Stitcher. And
not a problem.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine to do that.
Yep. Plug and play ready at any time whenever you're ready for it.
Yeah. You did mention the Amara 24.
Yes.
So I know that we are talking about the Amara 20 during this time slot, but the Amara 24 is another machine in the Amara family that we will not be showing. It's the exact same as this machine. It's just got 4 more inches of throat space.
Yeah.
So that's actually what machine both of us quilt on at home.
Yeah. So if you want the bigger option after seeing all the amazing stuff we show us today, that option is available.
Yep.
Definitely.
Okay.
So let's start playing with the machine here. Enough talking.
Okay.
So let's take a look here at our project we're doing this week. So this is something we always have a little bit of fun with. So we'll take a look down here at the fabric. And so Kristina has a thing that she does every year at Christmas. She makes different quilts with Christmas trees on them. And this year, this is your Christmas tree quilt, right?
It is. We'll see how it turns out. It might or might not be the one for this year. It might end up in the dog beds or something. No, just kidding.
No, it should be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So every year I do a different Christmas tree. And this one, it's kind of almost like graffiti quilting, but it's similar to, we just got done teaching a Dream Big class and putting different designs in each petal of the Dream Big panel. I'm going to do that same concept here with this Christmas tree. So in this section right here, I've already marked a grid using a stencil. It's a 1/2-inch grid.
Okay.
And I'm going to do some clamshells in here.
Okay.
But I want to show another great thing about this machine is that I can change the foot really quickly.
Oh, I love that.
So it comes with this closed-toed foot as well as an open-toed foot. And there's other feet that you can purchase to go with it. And one of them is my favorite. Well, one of my many favorites.
Yes.
But this is the micro foot.
Love the micro foot because it gives you complete visibility of the needle, right?
Well, you don't have a ring going around the needle. So I'm just going to pop that on real quick and tighten it down. And I can see my needle now.
Yep.
So I love using this anytime I'm doing micro quilting, anytime I'm doing like dot to dot quilting. I'm going to hand that to you if you don't mind.
Fine detail work, right? That's what it's great for.
Okay. Another feature that I absolutely love about this machine is the adjustable handlebars. So I've got 2 little, what do we want to call them?
They're
knobs?
toggle switches, toggle knobs. Yeah.
Little doohickeys. So I'm just going to loosen that and then I can lower or raise the handle down.
Nice.
I'm going to tighten that up. And then I've got another one here that I'll loosen. And this one allows me to telescope or I can turn it in.
I love it.
So I'm going to turn that in. And you'll notice that I could do one handlebar and not the other, or I can do both.
Okay. So
I'm going to put this one down.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do a little adjustment that I don't normally do. So normally I would stitch with both of these down, but apparently my hand is going to be blocking your view.
Yeah.
So we're going to be
having
lots of fun.
One up, one down.
So when my design is really crazy, I'm just going to blame it on the fact that I'm like going one-handed here. That'll be my excuse.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've already marked my grid and I've even drawn some of these little clamshells that I'm going to be doing because when I get down in this funky space, I have no idea where I'm going.
Right. And that way you're basically building the foundation for that pattern because you do have to be consistent so that a pattern emerges.
Okay. If my hand gets in the way, I can't see anything, so you guys will just have to yell at me.
I'll keep an eye on it here.
Okay. I'm just gonna go down, come up.
So Kristina's stitching those
Whoa,
clamshells.
and we're going wobbly. And let's travel up here. And I haven't marked this side, so let me just pause the machine for a second and make sure that I am on the right clamshell.
That's right. And you're just using a water-soluble marker, right?
Yes, yep. Just my favorite thing in life.
Yep.
Always test ahead on your fabric.
Mm-hmm. And Kristina, I noticed you started at the bottom with this design and you're working your way up. Is there any particular reason why you're doing that?
I personally just find it easier to be able to come down and try to tap the top of the previous one that I stitched.
Mm-hmm.
Some people go the other direction, starting at the top and working their way down.
Mm-hmm.
It's just whatever preference you have. Okay.
These clamshells look great.
Okay, this one's going to come up this way. So you have to think ahead where you're going.
Right. Plan that path.
Yep.
You don't want to break your thread.
Okay, we're going to just do one little section right there. And then I'm just going to travel back up to my next row, which is going to have to come down and touch that guy. Over. I'm just going to add that one. And I'm going to call that good right there. What do you think?
I like that. I think it looks great. I love that we've got that fun design in there. And all you need to do is spritz that with some water and that grit will go away and your clamshells will look perfect.
People want to know how you did the quote yarn.
Oh, okay. So people are asking how Kristina did the outline on this tree, aka the yarn here. So that is called couching. And we do that with a couching foot. It actually allows you to run the hole through a yarn, run the yarn through a hole. It is one of those days. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
The yarn through a hole in the center of the foot and stitch it down. Kristina's grabbing one right now. We can show you guys. It's pretty cool though. It allows you to do that.
Sorry.
So there we go. So you can see how there's a hole right there in the center and it just stitches this yarn down. It's a technique called couching. It's really fun to do with a long arm, isn't it, Kristina?
Yeah. And the couching foot, it's a set of 3. So you just pick whichever size goes with the size of yarn you're using. And some yarns don't work very well for couching. So you get to play around. This bottom section here, this is not yarn. This is chenille-it from, it's the website's fauxchenille.com. And I haven't really fuzzied it up too much. And I've got to figure out what I'm going to put in the middle of that one too.
I think you should fill it in, just fill it in with more of this stuff, maybe.
Ooh, yeah, and just make it really fuzzy.
Yeah.
My hand is really close there.
All right. So what are you going to quilt in the next block here? Do we want to go? I know yesterday we had some requests for a design that people always want to see.
Yes.
Do you want to show us how to quilt pebbles? I think that this is one of those designs that is always so intriguing when people get into long arming. They want to know how to quilt pebbles.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to quilt pebbles left-handed with one hand. Normally the camera's on the other side, so I'm at least doing right-handed, one-handed. So we'll see how this goes.
Kristina, you are a professional. You can do this. I know you can.
I'm not a magician, though. So before we actually start stitching this, though, I do want to ask our viewers if there are certain designs that they would like to see that if we have time today we can do, or we can do it in future SMPs that we're going to be doing, because we'll be on the Moxie XL tomorrow. We'll be on a stationary machine on Thursday. And then you're going to be doing some Pro Stitcher on Friday.
Yes, I will be. So we're going to have, and we want to fill in all these different spots on this tree with different designs. So we'd love to have some input.
Yep. Because sometimes that's the hardest thing is coming up with designs.
Oh, totally agree on that one.
Okay, I'm going to introduce something else on the machine since we're here. You might not be able to see the screen. I don't think we've got it hooked up. But with our machines, you have different stitch regulations. So I'm just going to peek around
There you
here. Maybe I can't see anything.
If you go right there, yep, there you go.
Am I good?
They can see
Okay.
it. Yes.
We're having too much fun today.
We are.
With all of our machines, we have the ability to sit down or stand up. So you'll notice I'm sitting down when I'm doing this micro quilting. We also have the ability to change the stitch regulation.
Yes.
So the machines have a manual mode, which I'm going to show you here in just a second. And that's where the needle's just going to keep on cycling at a consistent speed, no matter how fast I'm physically moving the machine.
Right.
There's also the regulated, which I had just shown you, where the machine is going to change the speed that it's stitching depending on how fast you're moving the machine, so that you get that consistent stitch length.
Exactly.
So manual mode I usually use for just really tiny stuff.
Okay.
Regulated I use for the majority of the stuff. Okay. So, okay. And then within regulated, precision curios, we'll get into that another day.
I know.
Okay. So I have no idea what I've got my settings at. Let's go to manual and we'll call that good and see how we do here.
So you're at 800.
I can't do it left-handed.
Yes, you can, Christina. I
Okay.
have.
Is my hand blocking the view too much?
Nope, you're good.
La la la. You got to sing to
making-
yourself. Sing me a Christmas song, Kim.
No. But
Oh, come on.
So one
Whoa,
of the
that
things,
was a crazy pebble.
one of the things to remember when you're making pebbles is thinking about pebbles in nature. Pebbles in nature are not perfectly round. These are not pearls. Pearls, often when you talk about quilting designs, pearls is more of a super consistent circle. Pebbles, not so much, right, Christina?
Correct. And here's another tip when you are stitching stuff like this. If you use a blending thread, you're not going to notice any of your wobbles. And if you have somebody that's standing next to you while you're quilting, if you have them not push on the frame, that is helpful as well.
Thanks for the hint, Christina. Sorry, I am totally leaning on the frame here. I am like intently watching.
Like
Christina.
every time you touch that
I know I'm so
frame, I go
sorry.
off.
I'm so
That's
sorry.
my excuse between that and going left-handed.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Oh, you're doing great though. You really are.
Okay.
I love that you've got all different sizes in there. You just travel around that circle and then you come back around it. You do a little bit of a stitch over and you exit when you're ready to. So it's kind of like driving around a roundabout.
Yep, that's the analogy I usually use.
Just go through and do this. Pebbles are a little mesmerizing, and I love Christina always has nice sound effects when she quilts.
Okay, what's a Christmas song?
I really don't sing.
Oh, I heard somebody singing "We Wish You a Merry Christmas."
Brienne's singing for us.
Because Kim, you know that I'm not allowed to pick the Christmas song because
Yes,
I do inappropriate Christmas songs.
She does.
Okay, now you'll notice that I'm going to get myself stuck down here in the corner.
Okay.
Watch, I'm just going to travel back over those existing circles to get back out.
Nice. I love that.
And I'm changing the size. And I'm wondering if anybody is listening to this beautiful hum of the machine. Doesn't that sound fantastic?
It's my favorite part of stitching in manual. It's just listening to that nice hum of the machine. Because it's nice and consistent because it maintains that same speed all the time.
I'm just for kicks and giggles. I'm going to put it in regulated mode so you can see the difference. So as I slow down, the machine's going to slow down. Let's throw a little guy in there. Let's throw a little one there.
It's a different experience.
Yep. So I personally like the manual just for doing stuff like this. So do you want me to go ahead and fill this all in, or should we?
You want a feather.
A feather?
Somebody wants a feather.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, they wanted you to bring out. Why don't you fill it in? Go ahead and fill it in because it'll only take you another minute.
I'll fill in the pebbles. We'll go
I've got
fast speed.
Plus, we gotta finish this baby so that you have your Christmas tree for this year to hang up on the wall. Your new one, right?
Yep.
start watching and I get mesmerized.
It's like watching the campfire.
Yes, it is. Sparkle and pop.
So Kim, you just said the word sparkle, and that brought back a memory to me, or not really a memory, but a thought.
Okay.
Why don't you talk, because I am having a hard time talking and stitching, talk about the education and some of the opportunities that are coming up.
Okay, so the thing that Handi Quilter is really known for, other than building the best long arm in the industry, it is our education. Every machine comes with education. And on top of that education that comes with your machine, we offer a lot of other fabulous education events throughout the year. The biggest of which is our academy. It's a big conference that we do every year up here in Salt Lake City, Utah. We rent out an entire conference center, take it over, and we set up a bunch of machines and we have classes, and it's absolutely fabulous. And we have a pre-registration open for that right now. We're selling tickets. It's not a pick your track yet time, pick what classes you want to take, but you're reserving your spot. So if you're interested in that, you can definitely go to handiquilter.com and check that out. There's lots of great information there available. But yeah, we have so many fabulous education events that happen all over. This year, our academy is going to focus specifically on post-stitcher, because we've just had such a demand for post-stitcher education. It seems to be that that's where people really want to increase their long arming knowledge. So yeah, join us this year for Academy in June.
And we always give Blaine a hard time because he hasn't had us out there. You've been out there once.
Well, we've tried. We've tried. It seems like every time we find out that the truck is supposed to be heading down to beautiful San Diego in like, let's see. Usually you guys do a truck event sometime in the spring.
Yeah.
When the weather's quite dreary here. We just haven't been available. Maybe we'll have to see if we can, because it would certainly be fun to go down. I have went down and taught, and it was a fabulous experience. I mean, such a great store to teach at.
Yep. Okay, let's finish talking about the Amara 20.
Let's do
some other fun features. One thing that I hear a lot from people is that they have to use a certain kind of thread.
So not true. So you can use any thread you want to on these machines, as long as
it's a high quality quilting thread.
Exactly.
Yeah. So like those embroidery threads that you're using, those will work on here. There's many, many brands that are available. It's just, that thread, you saw how fast that needle was going up and down. That thread's going through a lot of time. So it does need to be a high quality.
Yep.
So
luckily though, in high quality quilting threads, there are so many different options available. There's everything from shiny threads like embroidery threads to good quality cottons, polyesters. There's even great metallic threads. Monopoly, which is a clear thread. Actually, this quilt here that's behind us is quilted with monopoly, and it's fabulous because you can do an all over edge to edge design with that, and it just blends with everything, and it just leaves behind a fun texture or design on the quilt without calling attention to the thread. So there's a lot of fun threads you can use. As a matter of fact, I never realized how much fun threads were until I started long arm quilting, and then it was like, wow, because in most normal sewing, unless you're doing embroidery, you don't see the thread.
Yeah.
It's hidden in the seams.
Most people have a fabric addiction. I have a thread addiction.
Oh, I have an entire like full on wheels toolbox full of thread. I have so much thread.
Yeah, so these machines, they run beautifully. It is a learning curve, learning how to tension properly. But we've got lots and lots of videos. So you mentioned some of the education, but we also have videos that are available online for free that we put out. We put out a video every week. So if you don't get sick of us today, you can go watch some of those videos.
And where can people find those videos?
Those are on YouTube on the Handi Quilter channel.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. And we actually have one that will be going live in about an hour and a half.
Yep. Today.
So.
All right, let's just do final recap on, let's each talk about one more favorite feature of what comes with the Amara 20.
Well, we haven't mentioned that it comes with a frame.
Yeah, exactly. It does come with a frame. Frame is included.
Yeah. So that price that you get, that includes the frame, the leaders, fun stuff. You can add on things like, let's let's talk about the frame for a second since we started there. So the Amara 20 comes on the Studio 3 frame, and you can get it in a 10-foot or a 12-foot. If you need to make it smaller, you can do some little configuring with it and use certain sections. But yeah, it's a great frame. When you order your machine, you'll have everything that you need to get going. But you can add on other things. We mentioned the feet that you can use. There's a variety of feet. Each, the husband that has all of the tools because they have to have the right tool for the job. Yeah, we have to have the right tool for the job.
Exactly.
So ruler work, we'll do a little bit of ruler work tomorrow, but you can add on the ruler base, the Surefoot, and do ruler work. So that's another fun thing that you can do with this Amara 20. You can also add the quilt from the back kit, which is handlebars that are attached to the back, and you can do pantographs using like paper pantographs on the back table to follow the path. So if you have a hard time coming up with the ideas and figuring out where you need to be moving, my arms are like going crazy today. That's a great option as well.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, that quilt from the back. I know a lot of people who start off quilting pantographs, and as they learn those designs and get really comfortable with them, they transition to quilting at the front of the machine. So it's kind of like quilting with training wheels, just to get you started. So it's like using a stencil. So pretty easy.
Yep, maybe we'll even do a stencil one of these days. I'll do a stencil in here for something.
That's a great idea. We can do a stencil. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's the Amara 20 in a nutshell. So do we have any questions?
Any other questions? We're looking at Brianne. Doesn't have any? All right. Well, Blaine, do you want everybody how they can take advantage and get one of these shipped to them?
Well, Christina, that was a great job.
There she goes.
She was all with her hands
name, right?
Well, hey, you're so excited. That's what it is. This, talking about this Amara 20. Well, thank y'all so much. Kim, Christina, great job. Thank y'all for being on the show again. Hey, and I'm going to get with y'all to find out when you're available. So when we get the truck out here, y'all can come out and teach classes and be in San Diego.
Yes, we would love to. We would love to.
I would love to have y'all out here. It'd be awesome. So thank y'all so much. We'll see y'all again real soon, okay?
See ya.
All right. So we're going to tell everybody how y'all can get this. This is the Amara 20. And guys, just like Kim and Christina said, it comes with the frame. And I think we're giving you a choice of a 10-foot or 12-foot frame on this. Again, $99.95 is the Christmas pricing. You have to call us for more information. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Give us a call. We do have some special financing available for you as well. We're going to ship this absolutely free to you as well. And it's 800-401-8151. And again, if you want a great quilting machine, long arm at 20-inch, this is a perfect opportunity to get it. And one thing about this one too, not only can you can do free motion long arm on this, but like they were talking about earlier, if it's in your budget now to go ahead and do robotics, if you've been wanting to do robotics on it, you could do it now. But you can also wait and put that on at any time. It doesn't matter how long you wait. You can come back and put robotics on there, and it's very easy to put on there, and we can actually walk you through that process to help you do it. But again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We can answer all your questions you have for the long arms. We sell more long arm quilting machines than any dealer in the country, and our people are experts on them. So promise you this, they will help you out. So make sure you get on that phone and give us a call. All right, we're going to continue on. Let's bring my co-host back in. Jane Klaus.
Hey, Blaine. I was doing the dance too, but I was just doing a different one.
Well, Christina, she's the one that kind of became the Foxy Moxie dancers. It got her name because they were doing the talking about the precision mode, and it was pretty interesting. And the way she explained it was fantastic. And they got that name; it's just stuck with them. So we called them the Foxy Moxie dancers from then on.
It's been years. It's been years, and I love it. And the name sticks. So watch what you do on the show, friends.
That's right. And but hey, show's going great so far. The phones are lighting up. So just want to remind everybody, have some patience on the phones today. If you see a product you want, get on there and call. Now, one thing I don't want you to do, I don't want you to sit on hold for 30 minutes. If you can't
Thank you.
get through on the phones, if you call and it puts you on hold, let's just say you stay on hold for 5 or 10 minutes and you doesn't answer, hang up, call back, or Kyle is going to put the Google Sheets link in the chat. You can click that link. It opens the Google Sheets page up. You fill out your name, your phone number, what you're inquiring about. It updates real time in the call center. And Jane, all they got to do as soon as they get off the phone is call the customer back and you'll get through. So that's the easiest way to do it, I think.
Making it easy for us to spend money, Blaine. Thank you. I'm sorry, making it easy for us to get all the things that we want on our wish list.
There we go. That's even better. All right. Well, hey, I'm going to step out of here for 30 minutes and we'll let you take it away. We'll see you in a little bit.
Sounds good. Thank you, Blaine. Okay, everybody, let's keep this day one of Countdown to Christmas on the tracks. Our next guest was with us yesterday for Cyber Monday, and she showed us the most amazing RNK Floriani bundle that you are going to love. It is a must-have. Jennifer Gigas. She has been sewing for over 25 years. She's a total pro, and guess what? Like so many of you, she is primarily a self-taught sewing and embroidery enthusiast, and there are very few types of sewing that Jennifer doesn't like, and we like Jennifer. So welcome back to the show, Jennifer Gigas. Hi, Jennifer.
Hey, how are you today?
I'm so good today. I'm happy to have you back on the show. I'm real excited about this Floriani bundle.
Well, I'm excited. We have a little bit more time today. And so I was just listening in as I was waiting for my opportunity to the Handi Quilter presentation. And I can't say enough about that machine, and a number of the things that I'm going to show you actually would work really well when they take advantage of that Amara. And in fact, the quilt behind me was quilted on a Handi quilter with a combination of robotics and ruler work and freehand driven. So, you know, it's a great piece.
Well, look at that, how everything seamlessly ties together on SMP Live Countdown to Christmas. Now, I'm going to just one quick warning. Make sure that stabilizer doesn't go flying across.
I know, right? I tried to pull it a little bit closer today. I even have a stopwatch set. So I know where
if it does, I'm right here. If it does, I'm right here to catch it. Okay?
Perfect.
I got you, Jennifer. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Okay.
All right, sounds good. So welcome to all of you this afternoon or this morning, depending on which coast you happen to be on. I am very excited to be able to share with you a number of items that are a few of my 12 favorite things. And it was a little difficult to narrow it down. Whenever we have new products come in, I always say that that's my new favorite or that's my new favorite. So these are my 12 favorite gifts to yourself for your holiday stitching or gifts for someone else. I do know that Blaine and Jane have been doing some amazing specials for you through this holiday week. So it's probably even an opportunity and the best opportunity to take advantage of a bundle for you and a bundle for all of your gift giving needs. So let's jump in and take a look at the items. Now, yesterday, if you were with us, I kind of threw the stabilizer on the floor. So we're going to talk about it first, and then we'll toss it with some intention. So the items that are in our 12 Days of Holiday bundle cover both quilting and embroidery. Those are truly my two first go-to types of sewing and embellishment. So I wanted to be sure that there was something for the quilter and the embroiderer and a lot of crossover. So the first thing in our product bundle, if you have a new quilter, a new stitcher on your gift list, this is a great place for them to get started. It's not so overwhelming, but it's products that they will need. Power mesh stabilizer or no-show mesh stabilizer is a great one for so many different types of fabrics, from your very lightweights like your linens and your quilt weight cottons that a lot of us are using, up to something that's a little heavier like a denim. This particular stabilizer is also fusible. So if you have ever hooped an item, sometimes the fabric and the stabilizer and the hoop, and you've got all those layers and they're wanting to shift and wiggle around. So by fusing your stabilizer to your fabric, it's one less piece to have to be fussing with as you are getting everything in the hoop. I also like this particular stabilizer for my applique projects when I'm doing traditional quilting style applique. So you can use it like a little facing and stitch around the edge of your applique shapes, turn them right side out through the back of the stabilizer, and it gives you a nice, crisp, clean edge. Just for you, Jane, I'm going to throw it on the floor. So what else is in our grouping or in our bundle? Thread. You can never have enough thread in your stash when it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you're looking around for just the right shade of purple, whether it is to quilt your quilt, for decorative stitching, if you do crazy patch, for decorative stitches on a hemline as opposed to a traditional hem if you're doing children's wear, or as it was intended for hooped machine embroidery. So there is a 10 set trending colors collection that's included in the packaging. So this is a nice one as well if you are the proud owner of a multi-needle machine. If I'm doing things for the holidays, I'll go ahead and thread up my 10 needle machine with the 10 colors in the palette so that I can stitch through all of those holiday projects very quickly and very easily. Now 10 is great, but 35 would be even better. So in addition to the holiday trending colors set that's included in your gift bundle, there's another sampler baggie with 25 additional Floriani thread colors to get you started and get you on your way. Now, with all of those threads that you have and your stabilizer and you're ready to get going on holiday projects, just like jewelry, fabulous things come in small packages. So in this particular package is the Floriani 20th Anniversary Design Collective. And so in here are 20 different design collections, some of which have never been available strictly for sale. They've been available at special events or sometimes as part of a bundle or a special program. And so all of those are available. We are celebrating our 20th year of bringing beautiful embroidery to the world. And so as part of that 20th anniversary celebration, we have the commemorative design collection. So it's $1,400 of embroidery designs on a beautiful blue USB stick. So this is part of your holiday bundle. And along the lines of, those beautiful things coming in small packages. For those of you that are newer to machine embroidery or newer to working with embroidery software, or maybe you've had an embroidery machine for a while and you'd love to be able to teach your embroidery machine some new tricks. This is the Floriani Rainbow Customizing Program, and it is part of your bundle. And what I love about this, first and foremost, is it's a great way to play with color. And so when you open up designs in your Floriani Rainbow software, you can, with one click, take a design that is a single color design. Let's see, this will make it a little easier, I think, for you. A single color design, and it puts in multiple color stops. So all of a sudden you have something that goes from, very beautiful and very simple to something that has a lot of visual interest. And all of those color stops are put in there for you automatically. Okay, so here's another example. Another trick to this particular product is, let's say we have a design that has 4 or 5 colors in it. And, it can be tedious to go through our rack of thread or go through the wall of thread and try to find a color arrangement that we like. Generally you're doing it one color at a time. But with the color play feature that's included in your Rainbow software, it will automatically run through different variations for you so that you can choose from random and miscellaneous color combos. You can lighten them up, darken them up. You can go by color theme, and all of the thread color conversion will be taken care of for you. So that's kind of a nice feature to have included. I love that it also works with lettering, not just embroidery designs. So when we're wanting to randomize those colors or apply the rainbow color hues to the design, it can be applied to the design, it can be applied to lettering. And so all of a sudden you have something that has kind of an ombre effect to it. Now, oftentimes, at least it's been my experience, people start on an embroidery journey or they continue on an embroidery journey because they want to personalize things. They want to add text, they want to add monograms. And so within your Rainbow software, there are some brand new fonts that have been added to this program. There are 12 script style fonts. And here are just a few of them stitched out. It's always kind of nice to see how they look when they stitch. Now here they've been sewn out in one color, but remember that we could randomize that color or add that rainbow component and create something that has a whole different look and feel to our embroidered lettering. There's also what I call fancy fonts. There are 2, 4, 6 new fancy fonts. Don't quote me on that one. Somewhere in that general neighborhood though. And so you can see one of them here. I love fonts that have a lot of visual interest and they look like art or they look like embroidery in and of themselves. And so this particular font that we're looking at here, each letter is different. And so if you put these together, you get a very graphic type of a stitch out, or there's something where you can use one of the larger fancy pants fonts or letters and then use it in conjunction with your script. So think about like old timey ransom note looking artwork. These are absolutely stunning for that. And because they were created in the native format of the Rainbow software, you can adjust the size. You can make them very large, you can make them very small, and they will maintain their integrity. And so here's another look or another one of the fonts that's included in the Rainbow software. Now here they're just stitched out in different colorways, so you can see kind of the look and feel change that happens. I think that for those of you who are a little bit more experienced embroiderers, this area looks like a nice place to trap some mylar or some heat set vinyls up underneath there to add even just like one more touch. And here are 3 more embroidered fonts that are part of your Rainbow customizing software. This one gives you that look and feel of like a Letterman style alphabet. These are appliques, so you could create them freestanding. Then we have the beautiful cosmic alphabet, which was used on the pillow that you see here. So just something very simple, right, with your included threads and stabilizer, and then one of the fonts from your Rainbow software, you can create holiday projects quickly and easily. All right, what else is included in our bundle? So we talked about the threads, we talked about the stabilizer. Okay, everyone needs, this is almost like a little stocking stuffer kind of thing, embroidery perfection tape. I use this for almost every project in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes I'm using it in the way that it was intended to hold my applique fabric, for example, to the base fabric when I'm doing trim in the hoop applique. Sometimes I use it when I am quilting in order to mark lines if I'm channel quilting so that I know where I am and I don't have to mark the fabric itself and then worry about how I'm going to get the fabric, the markings packed out of the fabric at the end of the project. So it's sort of a works for everything. I have even been known to make notes on it and tape it to parts of my project. If I'm laying out a quilt, for example, and I need to know what's row 1, what's row 2, what's row 3, as I'm picking up the pieces to take them to the machine, I'll make a little note right on my embroidery perfection tape, stick it to my row of fabrics, and then peel it back off easily at the end. So it is one of those, everybody's got to have it. Okay, moving along our grouping of products. This is the Floriani Stitching and Embroidery Toolkit. And I think they might be a little easier to see the tools if we have them sitting here on the white fabric. So in this case, so reusable zipper case, so it is convenient to keep all of your tools in one spot. They don't go wandering around your sewing space. Easy to take with you if you were going to a sewing or embroidery workshop. So a pair of tweezers and that beautiful metallic finish, absolutely beautiful, very fine tip. So if you are working with an overlock or a serger, if you need to pull a little bit of a jump thread up out of the way so you can trim it, these are going to be perfect for that. The little curved style scissor, this will fit down nicely into your embroidery hoop. for any fine trimming that you need. These are just an amazing little fine point trimmer. I keep these handy by. I am one of those crazy people that does handwork in addition to machine work. And so in the evenings when I'm stitching, I love to have these guys handy to clip little thread tails. I also hand bind my quilts, I know. And so I love to keep them in close by for that and for trimming threads at the sewing machine. The little micro applique scissors. So they've got our little duckbill here to protect our fabric that's on the bottom as we're going around and trimming. Perhaps if you're doing embroidered applique, trim as you go in the hoop. These are going to be fantastic for that. And then last but not least are the little Floriani snips. They pack a powerful punch. They've got a little curve so you can get down into the hoop easily. And they have a nice sharp trim all the way to the end of the point with those. So those are also included in those 12. See, it was a general 12 items. So I considered this one item and not 5 different items. So you're really getting a huge bonus in our bundle of my favorites. Okay, speaking of cutting tools that everyone needs to have on hand, the 28 millimeter Quilter Select rotary cutter is part of your holiday bundle. If you've not worked with this style of rotary cutter before, the first thing you're going to notice when you pick it up is it has a little bit of weight to it. And so I consider that to be sort of a hallmark of a quality tool or a quality instrument, that it has some heft when we pick it up. But the reason for it is that when I'm cutting my fabric, it's going to pull my arm down into, or help to weight down into the appropriate positioning for cutting my fabrics. I don't want my arm up here. I need it to stay down here. And the weight is also going to help do the job of the rotary cutter, which is to cut through our fabrics. So this is a nice size to keep handy by. I'm one to just grab my stabilizer and use my rotary cutter to cut as I'm getting ready to hoop additional pieces of fabric as I'm working through my embroidery projects. The other thing that this is really nice for is, see, losing all our props here. When we embroider, there are 2 schools of thought for embroidery. There's the school of thought where we're just going to fly by the seat of our pants, and we're pretty sure that the fabric that we have and the colors we've chosen and the stabilizer that we're using are all going to work well together. And so those embroiderers just start embroidering, and sometimes they're successful, and sometimes they wish they belonged to the camp that pre-tests their designs. And so those that test will test their fabric and their stabilizer and their design choice to make sure that everything works together well. And when we end up with embroidery designs that are successful, we're going to want to use them for something. So we have a relatively new to the Quilter Select line. These are the Square It rulers, and there are 2 of them, and both are included in your holiday bundle. One has an internal measurement of 5.5 inches square and an external of 7.5. The other has an internal measurement of 6.5 and an external of 8.5. Why do we need rulers with holes in the middle? Well, if I want to position my design and I want to fussy cut the design, I can see right away where it is in relation to the ruler and to the opening. The ruler also measures, it's a centering ruler on the inside. So it measures from 0 out, and on the outside, it measures the traditional left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 numerical order. The inside of the Square It ruler has notches so that as you're cutting, that ruler is going to come just past the corner, the absolute corner, so that you get a nice crisp cut. So it's great for trimming down those embroidery designs that were successful that you want to use for something else. And by the way, on all of the Quilter Select rulers, the back side of the ruler has a coating that covers the entire surface of that ruler. So when you position it on your fabric, it is not going anywhere, okay? And especially when we're working with something like this that's open, we really want it to stay put. And when we're fussy cutting, we really want it to stay put. We don't have a spare embroidered design sitting around for us to make a mistake and go back and stitch again. If you are a quilter, in addition to being an embroiderer, you can also use these rulers. They're very effective for more traditional fussy cutting type projects. And the other thing that makes it nice to have that opening is that as you place a ruler, a traditional ruler that's filled in across the bottom, over something like applique or embroidery, or if you do wool applique, there can be a little bit of bulk in that center area. And although the rulers are going to stay still because of the traditional rulers, because they do have that coating on the back, if there's bulk up underneath in the center, they could wobble just a little bit. And so it's not quite as comfortable as using the square rulers that have that opening in the center. So both sizes of square ruler and your 28 millimeter rotary cutter are included in your bundle. Now, you want a safe place to cut your fabrics and to use your rotary cutter and your square rulers. So one of my, they're all my favorite, but one of my additional favorite items is the cut and press board. So on one side, it's a cutting mat, right? Hence the name, cut and press. It's a 14-inch square. So for those of you who quilt, you know that 14 is going to be a good size for squaring up most of the quilt blocks that you may be working on. And it also has the angles that are most frequently used. It's marked from left to right and right to left. The bottom side of the board, or the reverse side of the board, is a wool mat. Now, before we talk about the real reason for the wool, I also love that that wool slides nicely around on my standard mat. I have not found a rotary mat or a rotating mat that I love. I feel very comfortable having this on my cutting surface and then just turning that wool around on my larger Quilter Select mat. The intended purpose for this wool is to be a good press surface. And so whether we're pressing something that has seams that you want to be sure to set appropriately, if it's a quilt block with a lot of bulk and you really want to make sure you get a good set to those seams, the wool is amazing for that. But also when I'm embroidering, I do like to do a final press with my embroidery right side down into the wool, embroider it heavily, so that I get a nice fine finish. It eliminates any possible wrinkles or puckering that I had, and the embroidery is safe down in the wool itself. So let's see, have we covered everything? Oh, one last item that is included with your bundle, because we know you will be using your rotary cutter a lot, and there is nothing worse than working on a project at 2 o'clock in the morning and realizing that it is finally time to change your rotary cutter blade. So there is also a spare 28 millimeter rotary cutter replacement. Oh, there's actually three 28 millimeter rotary cutter replacement blades to go along with your new 28 millimeter rotary cutter. Shoo! So I believe that that is everything. And we are going to pop back on over to Jane so that she can either A, tell me if there were any questions because I cannot see the screen from here, or B, let us all know where we can secure these kits.
Well, what a great presentation, Jennifer. And thank you for tossing the mesh stabilizer just for me.
My pleasure. I don't know what trick we'll have tomorrow. We'll have to come up with
I mean, you'll figure something out that will make me laugh behind the scenes, and it's going to be great. As I'm just reading through the comments, everybody's just loving. They love the toolkit. They love the dual-sided ironing and cutting mat. I mean, so many great things, so many amazing things.
Something I neglected
to
tell our group about the cut and press. You know, I did share my dirty little secret that I do hand sew. This is a great size to sit on your lap when you are sewing in the evening, right? So for those people who are doing English paper piecing or wool hand embroidery, this guy's great.
Yeah. And I like the idea because a lot of times, you know, you're working on a project and you're working on various projects all day and you're like, all right, I just need a change of scenery.
Exactly.
So you move it, you're on the couch, you're in the chair, you put that on your lap, you're still good to go.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. I like that too. But the other thing, I don't know, I feel like as I get a little older, I'm not sewing at 2 a.m. anymore. I can't do it. Like I used to. I got to start to finish, but now are you up this late sewing 2 a.m?
No, really, that was a joke. I go to bed actually pretty early because I am up at 4 a.m.
Good for you for getting up at 4 a.m. Yeah, everybody's just loving everything. Great information. So let me tell everybody how to get it. I'm going to kind of recap everything you said. This is the 12 days of holiday bundle. You are Jennifer Gigas, and we appreciate you. And I will see you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right, cool. Thanks, Jen. Okay, everybody. Well, you saw it right there. What a great presentation. 30 minutes nonstop, all of the things in this bundle. So let's get to it. If we can do that, that's the 12 days of holiday bundle. And you see it right there. Are you kidding me on that price? $299.99. Call for more information. Go on the website to place your order. That is amazing. $299.99 for everything that you see there. You're getting the 10 color thread set. You see it there. The additional 25 spools of thread, the stabilizer that Jen likes to, for some reason, throw on the floor for all of us. You're getting the embroidery perfection tape, the Floriani anniversary design collective. That's 20 designs in this collection. And by the way, that's a $1,400 value on its own. You're getting the rainbow software. You're getting the Quilter Select 28 millimeter rotary cutter, that cut and press board that she showed us again. And of course, that sewing toolkit that you all loved so much. So this is a great, great, great RNK holiday bundle. I almost feel like this is worth getting two, because if you have gifts to give to friends, you can separate and give individual things to other people. So this might be one of those things that you break apart and don't give the whole gift, or give the whole gift. I don't know. But $299.99 is great. Call for more information. 800-401-8151. Jana, my mom would love it too. Great price on that. So much in that bundle. It really is cool. We'll see Jennifer tomorrow with more. I'm going to bring it back to Blaine. And Blaine, that bundle, like for the price, is really fantastic.
It really is. That's a great Christmas gift for somebody too, at that price and what all you're getting in it. Fantastic deal.
And I said separate it too. And just like if you're doing little gifts for people in maybe it's a sewing club that you're in, you can separate that out. You're going to spend that money anyway, you know?
Well, hey, we got an SMP news alert, Jane.
Yeah.
SMP news alert to everybody out there.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Unbelievable price on something right now. And I only have one. Only one.
Okay. How did this happen?
Is there a way we can show this? You want me to just read it?
Everybody, hold your horses. This is breaking news right here.
I don't know if we can show this on the. They're trying to scramble right now to show this.
So during this presentation, you got the breaking news.
I got the breaking news.
Gosh, this is great.
Okay. I only have one of these.
Oh my gosh.
This is for all you quilters out there.
What is it?
I'm going to give you the opportunity of something that's half price, 50% off. Look right there. Okay. Y'all see that? This is the Handi Quilter Forte. This is a 24-inch long arm quilting machine. It comes with a 12-foot frame.
Wow. Also
comes with the Pro Stitcher Robotics. And it is $15,995. We only have one left. That is half price.
What?
Half price on this for a 24-inch long arm Handi quilter machine on a 12-inch frame with robotics. This is a once in a lifetime price. If you are interested in this, we only have one of them. Get on the phone and call them right now and get this, because it will sell today. This is going to go today. And I can't believe it. Our price is this low, but this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to get the king of the king quilting machines for half price, Jane.
And with robotics?
With robotics.
That's amazing. I mean, people are going bananas on the chat.
Yeah, the Pro Stitcher by itself, Jane, is $12,000.
Oh wow.
$11,999. So think about that. We're selling the whole thing for $15,999. One left. That's it.
So if this has been on your list and you're listening right now, and all of a sudden you just heard that the Pro Stitcher Lite is what you want, is that right?
No, not the Pro Stitcher Lite.
Right.
This is the full version Pro
Oh,
Stitcher.
right. Sorry. Say it again.
On the Forte 24-inch Handi quilter machine with a 12-foot frame, and you're getting all the goodies that come with it, the leaders, all that stuff that comes with it. One left, and when it's gone, it's gone. $15,995 is half off. That's breaking news. This is a countdown to Christmas special, Santa Blaine special. You better get on it right now. Give them a call, 800-401-8151. And when it's gone, Jane.
Oh, Santa Blaine, you and your breaking news. We love this. This is so cool. Everybody wants to know who buys it. They want to know the person that's going to buy it, and they want to see a picture and get an interview with them. So we'll have.
Well, they got it. It's going to be exciting to see who gets it, because that is incredible. And if you got the room to put a 12-foot frame, you need to jump on this right now.
That's
and
awesome.
You know what? You could even cut the frame down and make it smaller. You don't have to have 12 foot if you don't have the room. But give them a call right now. They can work with you on that, on the frame size. But great special.
It's so cool. Tammy's treasures that I bet you will be gone by the end of the next segment. So
somebody's on the phone right now. I'm guarantee it.
I like it.
Half price. That's a $30,000 setup.
That's rare. So it is very breaking news.
Yeah, it's extremely rare.
I know it.
And we have one of those available, and that's it. And never get them again.
Wow. That's it.
That is true, because it is discontinued.
Yeah, it's a discontinued model. They've come out with a different model, so you'll never have a brand new Forte again.
Yeah, just get rid of the furniture in your living room. You'll be fine.
That's right. That is right. Well, hey, Jane, we're going to continue on, and I'll see you back here in a little bit.
Sounds good.
All right. Okay, everybody, we had to have the breaking news, but hey, we're going to bring Baby Lock in the house, and we're going to talk all about the Allegro again. And we have our good friend Linda Bratten coming back in. Now, Linda, she started she has been a quilting and sewing teacher in the Columbia, Missouri area since 2008, if I remember correctly. She has been recently self-published in a series of workbooks to enhance her free motion machine quilting classes, and created several patterns and machine embroidery designs. Linda's quilts are not like your grandmother's. She loves to mix different mediums and techniques to create unique, one-of-a-kind fiber arts. And best of all, she loves to share her knowledge that she has with all the people around. And I tell you what, we absolutely love when Linda comes on our show. She is a talent. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Linda Bratten.
Hey, Blaine, you're making me blush. You shouldn't do that.
Well, you know what? I don't know if that was enough accolades, because everybody we have on the show this week is just incredible. And we're so fortunate to be able to get all you good educators on here and share your knowledge to all the SMP Nation. And so, you know what? Thank you so much for doing this with us. We sure do appreciate it, and we always love having you on.
Well, it's easy when you find products that you absolutely love. It's easy to share that knowledge and that love, and I can't help it. I think everybody should have a great machine to work on. That's my goal, is to make sure that everybody has the right machine for themselves.
Well, speaking of the right machine, I tell you what, this machine, ever since it came out, has been a huge seller. And there's a reason for it. Everybody loves this. So I'm going to let you tell them how and why. And I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
All right. Will do. Okay. So you are looking at the Baby Lock Allegro. It is part of our Genuine Collection machine. And the first thing you're going to notice about this machine is the space between the needle and the base of the machine. That is 12 inches. That is just phenomenal for the price point on this machine. You're also going to notice that it has a variety of stitches. In fact, you're going to get 56 utility stitches, 144 decorative stitches, 11 one-step buttonholes. And I always like to bring that out, because if you are a stitcher from long ago, that one-step buttonhole has changed the game. It has made it easy. It has made it convenient. I no longer dread putting buttonholes on my project. And you're also going to get two alphabets so that you can label your projects. In fact, I worked for a dealer that had a great idea that she would, on the facing of dresses and items that she made, she put a special message to that person that was going to get it. That is a phenomenal way to add a special touch. Imagine your bride, your daughter-in-law, whatever, opening that dress for the first time and reading that special message. Oh my goodness, my tongue is tied. This machine also does 1,000 stitches per minute, which is great when you're in that piecing mode or trying to get your project completed in a short amount of time. The width, the footprint is a little over 25 inches with 9.5, just short of 9.5 front to back. It does have a nice flat surface to do the stitching on. Now, I do a lot of free motion quilting and a lot of template or ruler quilting on a tabletop machine, and that is definitely a step up. Now, you are going to get a knee lift. I can't use it today because, of course, all my cameras are in the way, but I did want to point that out because that is a huge feature to assist you in hands-free sewing. Now, I'm going to also just talk a little bit here about some of the accessories because I love it when I can open up a machine and start being creative at the drop of a hat. I don't know about you, but hey, the more that's included with my machine after I purchase it, the happier I am. So some of the accessories that we have that you're going to get are found here in the center. You're going to get some needles to get started. You're going to have 4 bobbins all together, and you're going to get a large spool pin cap and a small one. I have it on my spool up here. You're also going to get all the screwdrivers that you need to change your feet, to change your needle plate. And did I tell you it does have a straight stitch needle plate? So why would I want a straight stitch needle plate in my studio? Anytime you're going to be working with fine fabrics, this really, really, really helps you not to push all of that fabric down into the needle plate. So anytime I don't have to spend time dealing with machine issues, I'm a happy camper and can get a lot of stitching done. Now you're also going to get a seam ripper plus a brush to keep your area clean. You're going to get this buttonhole presser foot, and this is also phenomenal. Talk about a game changer. I mean, I'm a home economics teacher by trade, and I remember the day when you had to program in, measure in your button, do the 4 steps to make it complete. Now we put the button on and it automatically measures. So you're going to get consistent buttonhole sizes. Boy, phenomenal. And I love it because it also has the feed so that you could do corded buttonholes for those professional looks. Now you are going to get an overcast foot, and I love the overcast foot because it gives me options if I don't have a serger in my studio at this point. This is a great way to finish those edges so you don't have all that fraying, making your project last a bit longer. You also are going to get this lovely zipper foot. You can switch the side that you attach it to. This is not only just a zipper foot, but think of the trim that you can actually attach to your projects. This is a great foot. And what I like is you're going to notice that it's grooved on the back on either side so that the bolt can slip off to the left or to the right, and you get that contact with your feed dogs in the center. We also have our straight stitch presser foot, and hopefully you can see this, but this is one of those other hints if you're having trouble with your half square triangles or your lightweight fabrics. This is a great foot because on the tip of this sole, hopefully you can see it if I can hold it just right. I turned down some of my lighting so you could actually see the screen better, but there are tick marks that enable you to do like 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, and then 3/8 of an inch. So you can get in there and do that scant 1/4 of an inch with this straight stitch needle plate, and you're going to notice that lovely flat back, and that enables that project just to feed right through. It is phenomenal. Now, this happens to be a presser foot that I use all the time. And it's called that 1/4 of an inch or the patchwork presser foot. And what I like about it, first of all, again, it is straight stitch only. So you're going to have to use a center justified straight stitch, not a decorative, but you're going to have notches. The one in the middle tells you exactly where the lineup is or the alignment for the needle is. Then you have a 1/4 of an inch to the back and a 1/4 of an inch to the front. For those of you that like to stop a 1/4 of an inch away from something, or if you like to do set-in seams like your Lemoyne Stars, your Lone Star projects, this is a great foot because it does the measuring for you, and all you have to do is be aware of where you start and stop on this presser foot. Now on the other side, we have tick marks that are down to 1/8. Talk about phenomenal when you're getting those scant little areas, or if you're into doing top stitching, you know, lengthen your stitch length, and this becomes a smooth cookie in your sewing studio. We also have the blind hem foot. Love this because a lot of my friends are shorter than I am. I'm not a short person, but they do have to do a lot of hemming. This just makes that little task so much easier. And it's nice that it's included. Here again, we have that button sew on foot. And what I like about this is it's slightly rubberized, so those pierced buttons don't wiggle and move. Now, we have the button sew on actual stitch so that you can just hit that, unplug your foot control, and let the machine do the work using that on-off button. Boy, love it, love it, love it. You're also going to get our they call this the embroidery or the open-toed foot. Some people also refer to this as a candle wicking foot, but it's acrylic, so it's clear. You're going to get phenomenal visibility with it. Plus, you have this nice deep groove that allows for those thick or built-up stitches to feed right through. You're also going to get a free motion quilting foot that is also clear acrylic. I don't know about you, but I love visibility when I'm doing my free motion quilting, that has a couple of etch markings to assist you in doing a 1/4 of an inch echo all the way around your projects. And then you're going to get a spare spool pin. This is great because it goes right on top of our bobbin winder for when we use our twin needle feature. Now on the front, you're going to notice that you have your on-off button. Of course, it's red now because I have my foot control plugged in, but you could do hands-free sewing. This is really good, especially when your feet get tired. You can just let this work. I love using this feature when I'm doing my decorative stitches so I don't have a power surge, and I just let my only worry is just feeding that fabric through at an even spacing or an even area. You're also going to get your forward and backward reinforcement stitch. You're going to get your single in place reinforcement stitch. I love this because stitching in the same spot with a decorative stitch doesn't mess up the design. Love it, love it. You're going to get a needle up, needle down. Now, I like to use this when I'm doing free motion quilting because it helps me to hold my spot or my place. And then you're also can use it when you're doing your decorative stitches. So you can pivot, turn, those type of things for applique. We have a cutting button and you have a speed control. If you're a newbie sewer and this is your first machine, always start out on the slow. You can definitely just move it on over to that jackrabbit speed and increase. Now I'm going to zoom in just a bit on our control panel, and hopefully you'll be able to see all of this. So what you're seeing flashing here, because this is a computerized machine, it is telling me that my foot, my presser foot is in the up position. I love it. I love these, I want to call them dashboard warning lights, because they help me be a better stitcher and I can identify situations, issues right up front. You're going to also notice that it gives you a numerical identification of the motif that you're using and a little preview of it. It also did a little recommendation here of what presser foot to use. And over here, it tells me my foot control is plugged in. That's why I had the red light. You're going to notice that it's also telling me I have my needle in the down position, because that may make a big difference when I get stitching certain stitches. So my stitch width is increased or decreased here with my plus and minus underneath the symbol. And my stitch length here is also increased or decreased with the plus and minus arrows. Now we have our arrow forward and arrow backward. I said that wrong. And you have your move ahead forward. This actually moves it forward 1 stitch. This double arrow moves it forward 10 stitches. So you can actually go back and forth through the menu, increasing the number. Notice we're 11 here, we're 21, and I can take it back by 1. Now I'm at 19, or I can take it back by 10. So this helps you to move through the menus. Remember when we had that lid flipped up, there were, 144 decorative stitches. This is how you go through to select your decorative stitch. Now this button here is my needle up, needle down selection. And this, it looks almost like an infinity, is a continuous motif. Some of our motifs can sew as one motif only. Love doing that when I have the ability to specialize or enhance certain projects. Now this is our memory key. And so if you have certain stitches that you absolutely love in a certain way, that memory key, you can save it and have it be your go-to. Let's say you piece always at a certain setting, 2 millimeters per inch, whatever it is, you can save it. Now I'm going to just adjust my camera ever so slightly because I just noticed you can't see the bottom half, and hopefully that will show it. Oh, wrong one. Hang on. Let me back out just a bit. Maybe that'll do it. There we go. Want to make sure you see. Oop, too much. Backed out too much. Here we go. Apologize on that. Didn't mean to make you sick. But I wanted to show you I have that circle reinforcement. It's the same as what's on my machine. If I activate this, when I touch that button on my work, on the face of the machine, it will do 4 small stitches. And if I activate the scissors, it will trim. So that's a great way to do foundation paper piecing and just standard piecing where you always want to keep your threads trimmed. You can secure those set-in seams and then clip it right off. Then you're going to notice, once again, those are the 2 alphabets that you get. And we have a mirroring that you can do a vertical flip of those stitches. Why would I ever do a vertical flip? Well, let's say you want to use a buttonhole stitch to sew on your binding. It's a great way to secure it. We also have our twin needle feature. So when this is activated, first off, you're going to get a little symbol just like you do on all the other ones when we activate it. But this actually blocks out different stitches that don't work with those twin needles. So if it's going to go back and forth and be too large for the presser foot, it's not going to let you do it. It's the insurance policy this machine has. Then these last 4 buttons on the bottom are what I call bookmarks. I absolutely love these because it takes me, first of all, back to my utility stitches, which is my 1. And it'll take me over to, I have to hit the button correct. Oh, it's not letting me because I had the twin needles on. It'll take me back over about to motif number 62. And from there, I can go back by 10 or I can increase by 1. This next one, the heart, jumps to 157. So it's just helping you go through your library of stitches. And your last one takes you to your buttonhole stitches. Love this. Love this. So what I want to share with you, if you're a quilter, many people don't realize this, but the first stitch in our utility menu is our center justified. So that's going to work with our straight stitch, with our 1/4 inch presser foot. But if you go over 1 to 002, that is your left justified needle position. And this is absolutely phenomenal because when you touch the stitch width, as we increase this, the needle is actually moving to the left and to the right. So you can actually manually adjust a scant 1/4 inch using your standard presser foot. Super, super way to get this machine to do what you want it to do. So I'm going to switch again and we are going to zoom in here. If I can do this. Oh, I know I've taken you for a ride here, guys. I apologize on this. But I want to make sure that you can actually see what I'm doing. And I'm going to, if you watch my needle, I'm going to go back over to number 2, and I'm just going to use that so you can see that needle moving. So I can actually change where the position is. I'm going to take it back over to my center justified. I do have my standard presser foot on, but I'm going to change that to the open-toed foot. And the reason I'm going to change it is just for visibility. So hopefully you will be able to see what I'm what I'm doing today. I am using just standard piecing thread just to show you a couple of things about this presser foot. So this is me just stitching with the edge of the presser foot using my foot control here. Oop, there we go. And here again, I'm just going to go ahead and do the cut. And I would lift it. Now, if I had my knee lift on, I would have a wonderful hands-free sewing opportunity, but you can see it just gobbled this down. Now, I am on a fairly fast line of speed, but this is what makes it fun. So since this is center justified, I'm actually going to do a scant half square triangle by using the inside of that presser foot along my drawn line for my half square triangle. And here we have it. I don't know if you can see, I do have white thread and blue thread, but it just gobbles it right through. Love it. Now I'm going to adjust this ever so slightly. So I'm going to take you back over here. I am going to select a zigzag, which I like to use is my 06. Got to get there. And I'm going to take my stitch length down. I'm going to really go narrow because a lot of people, oop, there we go. I have to press a little harder than I thought. I'm going to take it to 0.4. Hopefully you can see that. And then I'm going to take you back over to the machine. And we're going to do just a little bit of machine applique because I love how this machine just does the work for me. So we're just going to use the standard width there. It's a 5.5 at this point. So I could take it even and make it narrow. I could make it wider, just a tad bit wider, but I love what it's doing here. And then if this was truly my project, I would pop it over. Oops, one more. There we go. I do a little reinforcement. Oh, sorry, my hand was in the way, guys. I apologize for that. Do a cut. And let me show you. Check it out. Isn't that phenomenal? Love it. Now, of course, one of my goals is to make sure everybody has the opportunity to use their decorative stitches because I just don't think we play with them enough. So I'm just going to arrow over. I want to get to 46, which is actually a buttonhole stitch. And you're going to notice that it's set up so that the bite goes to the left. And we're going to take you right back over to that machine so that you can see this. I love how this works because I don't think we ever practice doing our decorative stitches as a form of applique. But if you're using a fusible web, a lightweight fusible web, your applique can take all kinds of decorative stitches that make it really not only decorative, but truly functional. That's going to make it sturdy enough that you could launder it. And check out those. Aren't they just gorgeous? Love it. I think these are probably my two most favorite, but I don't limit myself to those at all. Of course not, because you can do so much more. Let me just share with you. This is actually just totally done with the machine embroidery thread and just using a straight zigzag, just going around doing a raw edge applique. Here's another sample. Kind of, it has more of that retro look for it as far as a hand applique, but I love how that is featured in there. But the one thing I absolutely want to share with you is you've got some phenomenal decorative stitches. These are all done on the Allegro. Notice here I just used that ladder stitch to couch down a piece of ribbon. I think this is absolutely phenomenal. We've got the feather stitch. We've got little birds over here. We've got flowers over here, maybe fans, some satiny stitches, some X's. Who couldn't be creative with this? In fact, one of the fun things that I like to do, and I've just started this project where I call it, what do I call it? What is it? Yes. pieces of the past. I am using all of my scraps and I'm just sewing them on straight, flipping them over, creating, let me back out just a bit so you can all see this a little bit better. Using all of this to create like crazy patches. Last night in my live group, I was actually doing this where I had a lot of square-ish type of scraps, and I was just creating improv blocks on my machine using all of these pieces and scraps from all of my past projects. So when I look at this, I was like, whoa, this is kind of fun. But here's the real kicker, guys. Come back in with those decorative stitches. Let me see if I can hold it close so you can see it. These are those fans that I did earlier. Isn't that phenomenal? Check out these cute little hearts. You can draw lines and make your own stripe fabric just using thread. This is that X's one that was on that one as a sample. You do want to use some sort of stabilizer on the back to support your stitches, because if you don't, you're going to get something called tunneling, and that's not fun. But you can take this in a variety of places. Oh my, here we go. Okay, so this is actually like a crazy patch quilt, but you can see different stitches. I've couched down ribbon over here. Notice some of our satiny stitches actually look like rickrack, and you can do a lot of 3D things. This is using a ruffling foot with it. It's more of a pleater, but they call it a ruffling foot. This is actually free motion on organza, just putting it on water soluble stabilizer and then just free motioning the actual butterfly in place. You can also just do small samples. And remember, what did we talk about here? Stitching down our buttons. Stack those buttons. Make it fun. Use the ribbon. Fold it to make leaves. This, again, is that ruffling foot. How about making your own little spider and your own spidery web right there using some of those fun decorative stitches? And hey, it's not just for quilters. This was a bag I did at Conquer Your Fabric Scrap Summit. And one of the things that you can do to save time if you have to do this to make great presents is choose a color of thread that goes with all of the fabrics so that you don't spend all your time changing threads back and forth, although it's really great. You can also make notebook covers, and I hope you notice this decorative stitches here, holding down ribbon. This is free motion in a hoop, a hand embroidery hoop, lots of little decorative stitches here, and of course decorating the back, but this is just a composition book cover that you can make on your Baby Lock Allegro. Well, I think I have probably shared everything. I have a few other things. I always encourage people, when you do your machine applique, look for ways that you can use it. You've got those grass stitches. Go ahead and use them for cat ears. Your satin stitches. Ooh, here's a fun one. This is done in the manner of Karen Linduska. I hope you can see how she used those pretty decorative threads. This is from her book, but just making trees. These are using metallic threads. So everything's available to you. You just have to be able to put your feet in the water and give it a try. All right. I bet Blaine can tell you how you can get the Baby Lock Allegro in your sewing studio.
Well, hey, Linda, I sure can. And I tell you what, do we not have a great Christmas special on this? It's going to blow everybody away. So I'm going to let them know how they can get this, and we'll see you a little later, okay?
All right. Thanks again, Blake.
Thank you. All right, everybody, this is the Baby Lock Allegro. Now, again, this is a great special we have for this right now. Not only are you going to get the machine with the purchase, but you're also going to get that free machine trolley. It's worth $220. Plus, you're getting that accessory bundle that includes the all the feet. So it's the foot kit. It has 12 presser foot in it, all for $12.99. And again, we have free shipping on this machine, and we do have some financing available for you if you need it. But this machine, again, let's just recap it, has that 12-inch workspace, huge workspace on there, 200 built-in stitches, has the built-in needle threader, the programmable needle up, needle down, has that LCD screen on it, straight stitch needle plate, and it just, the features just go on and on and on this. This has been a quilter's favorite. And I tell you what, if you want to get into quilting in a very inexpensive way, you could take this machine and add it to one of those frames like a Grace frame they have, that, you know, the Cutie, Breeze, all those type of frame, the hoop frame, all those things that just, you can put the machine, a domestic machine on it. And then it has a handlebar kit that comes with that on the carriage. And you can turn this into a quilting machine with that 12-inch throat space. So a great way to you know, get one of these and then add to it later. Great machine from Baby Lock. So get on that phone right now and give us a call, 800-401-8151. So let's bring Jane back in.
Hey, Blaine. Hey, everybody.
So Jane, great day going so far, and I haven't found out yet if the blowout special on the Handi quilter sold yet, but hopefully they'll let us know pretty quick. But I know you've got another demonstration coming up right now. Every 30 minutes we got stuff coming, and hey, we're fastly approaching the first educational session with Reen Wilcoxson, and everybody's looking forward to that. So I'm gonna let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Great, thanks, Blaine. Okay, we are going to be joined again by our friends from Grace. So let me introduce our presenters to you. It's Melinda Romero and Jana Mathews. Now, Melinda is the personal account executive for SMP at Grace, and she provides world-class customer service. She loves attending trade shows, and that's where she gets to connect with customers and educate the audience and hear about all the wonderful projects that you are working on. And she loves to help make dreams come true when you purchase a machine, a frame, or a combination of the two. In her time off, she volunteers with a local animal rescue and has a soft spot for the tiniest little kitties to find their forever home. Me too, Melinda. Jana Mathews is the assistant sales manager with the Grace Company. She joined the company a little over a year ago, and as an account executive, she's been promoted and has had the opportunity to work with customers and dealers across the country. She's excited to help the Grace Company grow. She comes from a long line of quilters in her family and has several unfinished objects she would love to get finished when she's not working. She's an avid baker and loves bringing in tasty treats to share. I wish I could have some of those treats right now. Say hello to Jana and Melinda. Hi, ladies.
Hi, Jane. Hey, Jane. How are you this morning?
I'm good. And Melinda, I promised you a better intro. I hope that served it right. That was yesterday.
It was awesome.
Thank you.
It was awesome.
Jana, did you make any treats today?
Not today, but recently I made a wacky cake that uses vinegar instead of eggs. So, you know, that was my latest foray into the baking world.
Did it taste good?
Yes, yes. And we did a lemon glaze on it. It was delicious.
I love a good lemon glaze. All right. You're going to talk today about the mini quilter and Cutie Breeze. Is that right?
We are. So we have lots to discuss. We only have the 30 minutes. So we'll holler back at you, Jane, when we're done to go over the awesome pricing for SMP. So
we'll see you at 2:30.
All right. Okay. So hi, everybody. I'm Melinda Romero with Grace Company.
And I'm Jana Mathews, and we're so glad you're joining us here on SMP's Countdown to Christmas. We're wearing our maroon shirts for Christmas, but we have some wonderful, wonderful deals for you to take advantage of for these sewing machine accessories.
Yes.
People call them frames, but we really talk about how they're an accessory to your quilting sewing machine.
Yes, and you know, it's kind of funny. So right as Linda was finishing the previous session, I was whispering to Jana, should we talk about how the Allegro would be perfect, you know, on either of these two frames as a domestic machine? And she's like, I don't know. And but there was Blaine. You know, he brought it right up, and he said, you know, if you want to use these machines for frame quilting, they fit perfect on the Cutie Breeze. You know, soon we have the little rubble, or not the little rubble, but the mini quilter coming out. And you know, he's absolutely right. You know, take a machine that you already have at home, as long as the feed dogs drop. Depending on which frame we're talking about, you know, there's kind of maximum throat lengths, but there's so many machines out there that will work perfectly on the frames we're talking about today.
Well, and I love what you said about that the Cutie and the mini quilter work so well with your domestics. And what we talked about, the mini quilter, it's still on a back or a pre-order status. So we haven't gotten them in yet. If you're wanting it by Christmas, we're probably past that point right now. So we're hoping they'll come in, but we can't guarantee anything. So just so that you have that expectation. However, we have plenty of Cutie Breezes. And if you're thinking, well, I want something by Christmas, which one do I pick? That might sway you a little bit for getting that Cutie Breeze. But we're gonna talk about the Cutie Breeze first.
Yes, yes.
Because we have that one already. We have it available to ship. So we're gonna go into a little bit about what that looks like. But first, we're just gonna back up a little bit to the side so you can see both of them side by side as we're going together, right?
Now, I know at my house, I don't have a ton of space.
Maybe if I didn't park my car in my garage.
Right? It's like, take all the stuff out of the shed, the lawnmower, all the gardening tools. I could probably make space there that would be comfortable for quilting. But other than that, I don't have a ton of space. I have taken the original Cutie and the Cutie Breeze, I've taken it home. I use it for projects because, one, super simple to use with the domestic machine that I've had for a few years. And then of course with the machine I've upgraded to. But again, it's not taking up a ton of space. I can still quilt any size project and I can, store it when I'm not using it. It's a win-win for me.
Now people ask all the time, how big is this? Can it extend farther? So the measurements for the size of the frame is 52 inches. So if you're thinking, okay, what kind of table do I need? What kind of space is that available? Is 52 inches. And then depth-wise, from this part to the end is 38 inches. So you're gonna see there's that availability. Now, different from the top part to the back is these two rails here, the front and back.
Oh.
Those are just 24 inches apart. So how deep your table has to be. So technically you can put it on a 2x4 table and it will be totally steady. Now you could say, well, 52 is bigger than 48. That's true, but your machine only comes with the carriage. It only comes this far. And then if we come on to Melinda's side, it only comes this far. You can see this little stopper right here by Melinda. Here. So those 2 inches on either, 2 inches on either side makes 4 inches total. So those kind of hang off the 4-foot table, and that makes it totally steady. Your machine and frame, it's set engineering wise so that all the weight is on the back rails, not coming forward. So you're not going to have any issues with it falling off or coming too far. Now, with anything else.
Key takeaway. You need a solid flat surface that's at least 4 feet wide and 2 feet deep. Right. So think about that in the back of your minds as we continue.
Right, and so unless you're being really crazy, right? Like if I'm just moving this around, it's gonna be just fine. However, if I pull on it, even with the machine on it, and I bring it forward, you can force it to come forward, but that's only if you're pulling excessively on it, right?
And think about it. How much do our domestic machines weigh? 20, 25, 30, 40
Maybe
pounds.
40 pounds, yeah.
Some machines could even be heavier. So to actually, do that, it's going to be quite difficult when your machine is on the frame.
Now I'm going to go around to the back so I can pull this frame off, or this top carriage. So people, you can use it with your domestic machine, and it has handlebars here. But if you have
that for you,
a unique machine, it can run on these bottom carriage. So you can go up to 19 inches of space. So that's the 16X or X Elite, the 19X or X Elite, right? This would just sit on here going back to side to side, and then the machine wheels will run it forward and back.
Yes, but again, if you don't have a unique machine,
or you're not ready for that yet,
right, not ready for it. Again, your domestic machines at home, whether it's a Brother, whether it's a Baby Lock, whether it's a Juki, are going to work phenomenally on the frame.
Yeah. One thing to think about when you're picking which domestic machine is how you're going to run the machine. So there are some machines that have a start-stop button. There's some machines that have a
built-in regulation.
Big built-in regulation. Our Sure Stitch Elite, as well as our speed control, you can use them on different machines. You can contact Sewing Machines Plus, or you can look on our website and see which ones are compatible. That just makes it so that you're not having to use your foot pedal the whole time. However, if you do need your foot pedal, there are some extensions for the majority of machines out there.
Not all.
Not all, because
but
there's some machines that have proprietary information, and our engineers just don't have that yet to get it together. But that's one thing to think about, is as you're moving your hands will move much faster than your feet. So if you're pushing with that foot pedal and you're keeping your normal speed of, this is how fast I can go as I'm feeding my fabric through, you're gonna find that you're gonna get big, long stitches. So you're gonna wanna give your foot pedal as much gas as your hands are gonna do. And again, it takes practice.
Right.
But as you get going
now,
along.
I will say, so you can set the Cutie Breeze. You can set the height of your table to quilt sitting or standing, whichever is comfortable for you. I do find if I'm using a foot pedal standing, it can be a little tricky. It can be a little tricky. So I suggest, whatever your quilting area is, try to find that perfect height of your table for you. One that you can, if you're using the foot pedal, you can easily reach that pedal. And again, whether you're sitting or standing, I invested at home in a little rolly chair. So not quite, the sewing chairs that we oftentimes see at shows. More kind of like the chair at your doctor's office. It has a cushion, has a little footrest around the ring area, but it's on wheels. And using that, yes, I can still keep pressing the pedal for my machine, but I can easily move back and forth as I'm quilting.
Now, some of you might have the original Cutie that had the handles down here, just like the mini quilter does down here at the bottom. And so we have questions I can see where, can you upgrade to this top carriage? And yes, you can. This is called the Chariot. It's also available with SMP. You can purchase that. But you can upgrade your original Cutie to this carriage, so that if you didn't like the under section, we did that because it kind of keeps your shoulders down. But a lot of people are like, I like my hands up here so that they're kind of feeling this whole motion. Right. So that's why we came out with this with the Breeze, so it has that option. Well, because of that though, we have this availability to put scissors, seam rippers. It has these little holes up here, and then right along here has this place to put the bobbins in. And if you have M-class bobbins, if you're using it with a little Rebel, you can pull that out, and then you can put your M-class in. So it has all these sections available to
just little storage
extra storage parts.
Yeah.
The other thing that the Cutie Breeze comes with that you can upgrade are these clips back here. Now, the original Cutie had the straps, and we had a lot of calls from customers and it happened in our showrooms and at shows where people sewed over those straps.
Not over them, like they would kind of come underneath your quilt. So you didn't even know about it until you were ready to advance your quilt, and you're like, what the heck?
It's kind of a bungee strap thing as you're going along. So these coils come on this clip, and they connect directly into your the back part. So then your fabric gets rolled up and it gets held right there. So these come in an upgrade kit. So if you like them better than the straps, you can purchase these. It's the 3 clips for the back with the 3 clamps that are available. So what you'll do is you'll take your sandwich, your quilt sandwich. Now, a really good way to do this, I love that I was shown this recently, is that you take your quilt sandwich, you have it on the floor, and then you take a pool noodle and roll it up. So then you have just the pool noodle as you come to the front, and you can easily connect it and clip it down where it's supposed to go.
Yes, yes. Now, I saw a comment, you would love to see how to load a quilt, which you did a perfect explanation of. But also, there's a comment, it seems like busy work clamping and unclamping the quilt. So I will say, as a newer quilter, and I'll say 3.5 years new, having used the Cutie Breeze at home, here at Grace Company, at shows, I appreciate anybody who can push quilts. I, on the other hand, am not a push quilter. It's horrendous. It's hard. It never turns out, how I want my quilting and
As you're
design
throwing
to
it
turn
over your
out.
shoulder and doing different
Right,
things.
and then my shoulders hurt. The back of my shoulders and my neck. Push quilting is not for me. So while I appreciate, any push quilter that's out there, for me personally, it's easier to shift and move the fabric on the frame. Yes, it's a little bit of work, but it's so much easier to shift it and hoop that fabric than it is to physically push that quilt through a machine.
Yeah, now with the Cutie, you're gonna have more space than with the mini quilter, but we're gonna just demonstrate it. So if I have my machine right here and my needle is coming right here in the middle, so here's my little center spot, right? So you can see it's about 6 inches left and right that the carriage, we'll put it on that side, can't get to the edge, right? How nice would it be if your needle could move back and forth along your machine?
Right.
So either whether you're using Unique machine or a domestic machine, it has about 6 inches on each side. So 6 plus 6 is 12, 52 minus 12 is 40 inches.
Yeah.
40
I'm like, wait a
inches.
minute, you're making me
that
math.
you can go left and right, and then the depth depends on the throat space of your machine. So you're going to lose about 2 to 2.5 inches here in the back for the machine, for the clips and the rail. And so whatever machine you have. So people will ask, can I use a 5-inch machine? You can, but once you lose that, you're pretty much doing a wavy line,
or a straight
and adjusting,
line.
or a straight line, or something like that. So we don't recommend anything less than an 8 because you're going to just be disappointed, and then you're going to want to upgrade. Which I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, but to get started, just so that you have some expectations.
Yes.
So it can go up to 19 inches. So our Unique 19 can fit on here, 16. Our previous 15s can fit on there, the little Rebel. And the nice thing about it is if you do have that sure stitch or speed control, those are both compatible. And then automation.
Yes.
So if you have our Unique machine or a little Rebel, you can automate the Cutie. So amazing, as small as it is, you can have automation on there as well.
Yes, and just going back to with all of our products, and we touched on this briefly yesterday, I love our products because we have products designed for all quilters. It doesn't matter where in your quilting journey you are. You could be at the very beginning of your quilting journey and maybe don't want to make a huge investment. You already have a sewing machine, so the Cutie Breeze would be something perfect for you. You may find yourself, I don't know, perhaps later in life and you're downsizing, so you're potentially losing a great big huge sewing area, and maybe where you're moving to, maybe you only have room for something like the Cutie.
So that's perfect segue into the mini quilter and why we came up with it, right? It's for all those people who are just dipping their toe in quilting, not sure if they want to start with a whole long arm system, that the Cutie is even more than they're ready for, right? And so that's why we came out with mini quilter, which, as we said previously, we're getting ready for pre-orders. Now you can see it's much smaller as we're looking at the two together. So Melinda, how wide is this one?
I almost said the little Rebel again. The Cutie Breeze, the Cutie Breeze,
Mini quilter.
looking at
the mini quilter.
Yes. The mini quilter. So looking at the frame, correct me if I'm wrong, I would guesstimate maybe about 2.5, maybe 3 feet wide.
Yeah, so it's 29.5, and then deep, we have 27 inches from here to here. But the rails, again, if I line this up with the Cutie Breeze, the rails are the same, the 2 feet, and then it's just 27 coming this way. Now, the reason that this is a little bit smaller, Ron, is the Unique machines do not fit on it except for the little Rebel. It's only available for domestics mostly because we wanted to make sure that those people who are dipping their toes in or have that little bit of space, that's what they're going to be able to do. The space, we were talking about the sewing space of the 40 inch. So on here, I've kind of turned these so you can see this markings.
These lines.
These markings are how far left and right you can quilt. So once you have it in there, these little lines will help you measure up where you're going to be quilting. Also, it has the small handles in the front. It didn't have an overhead. And the reason we did that is because it's designed to be just your domestics. And so having this here allows you to have that foot pedal information and just being able to move it around.
Yes. All right. Now, a lot of people may ask, are different accessories compatible with the mini quilter? So things like the speed control or our Sure Stitch Elite, even the Gracie laser. So Jana, what are we telling everybody about those types of products?
Yeah. So the speed control does work. It's the start and stop because you can attach it here to the edge of the handles and do a start and stop. This stitch regulator, however, is not compatible because that connects to the wheels here in the back and on the carriage, and this carriage is not compatible. So it doesn't have small. It's too small for that. Trying to save space and size and budget because we wanted to make sure it was really budget friendly. But the size of the carriage is the same. So if you have a 12-inch width machine, you can still fit it on there, but it has the same clamps. Let me put this off here as the Cutie. You can put them on and off depending on the size of your frame or your machine. The Gracie laser does work with it. When you're going to be using the laser, I'm going to come back around here. The handles don't come out. You just turn it around, put your machine facing that way, and then you can run it this way from behind to do pantograph work. So it still has that capability. Now, the other thing I wanted to show you is this is a plastic carriage, and see that honeycomb pattern? That makes it so strong, right? That pattern allows it to do those larger domestic machines that have like maybe a little bit of weight because they've got embroidery, they've got some computer components in there, and it makes it just a little bit heavier, but it's still going to be able to keep it on this carriage easier.
Yes. So I did see a comment from somebody. I was told the Jazz 2 would work with the frame. Does it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So remember, the Jazz 2, it has a 11 or 12 inch throat,
yeah.
12-inch throat. It'll sit perfectly on that carriage. So remember, the mini quilter will accommodate up to a 13-inch throat. So you're at that top end for what the frame can actually hold and be usable with.
Yeah, so the other thing I want to talk about is these mini quilter little straps here are just a little bit different. So you can see there's one here on the side, one on that side,
and they
one
rotate.
in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah, they can rotate around for what you're doing, so you can move them out of the way when you don't need it. But they come up here and they hold your fabric and clip here in the front. Same thing with this one in the back. I would bring it up and clip it in right there. Now when you're moving your mini quilter, just like with the Cutie, I want to show you something. I would unclip this clip and these clips and that side clip. So when I take them off, right, that's going to leave space for these other clips and the fabric to move down. Oh, sorry about that. Thanks, Melinda.
Yep.
So when I take them off and I pull the fabric, these clips slide with the fabric, and now I'm ready to clip here and here with the clips again, and then I'm able to start sewing. Now I can leave my fabric, my needle in my fabric so I know where I was clipping. I can go, I can take it out depending on where I'm going, but that gives you another section to work with.
Yes.
The mini quilter also comes with a pattern. It's the size of this open area, and you measure with your machine first. How much space do I have throat-wise? How much do I have space side to side? Then you cut out a hole in that paper and lay it down, and that gives you an idea of how much space you have. So you can start quilting first with that kind of training
Right.
before you go to the next step of just quilting by yourself.
Yes. You know, I have heard, you know, often on phone calls at a few of the end of year shows that we've gone to, and people are saying, why would I want the mini quilter? You know, why wouldn't I want, you know, a Cutie Breeze or a bigger frame? You know, and if you can kind of see that vision, the mini quilter, I would lean, you know, more towards it's going to appeal to people that are brand new into quilting at the price of $299. It's not a huge investment. You know, it gives people the opportunity to dip their feet in the world of quilting, you know, just to see, is this something I want to invest more time and more money into?
Yeah, and we have a lot of people who start to look at the mini quilter and then realize, you know what, this is something I'm passionate about. I do want to do more stuff with quilting, but I just don't have the space.
Right.
And that's why both of them together, you can also take the mini quilter places that you may not have thought about taking. Take it RVing, take it on your fifth wheel, take it to a guild meeting.
Guild meetings, retreats,
and there's,
possibly.
Exactly. And it has that ability to travel with you a little bit more than the Cutie. The Cutie is also portable, but it just takes up your whole back seat instead of just one of the seats, right?
Right.
So all the different things that you can do of where you're going. Now, like we said, the Cutie can take up to 19 inches. So that's our Unique machines, the Little Rebel, most domestics. The mini quilter can go up to 13 inches. So that's only the Little Rebel and the domestic machines.
Right.
This one you can automate with the Unique machines and do sure stitch. This one is only speed control. So you have to look at what's my budget, what's my ability.
What's my vision?
Yeah.
You know, what
Where
do
am I
I
going?
want
Yeah.
to accomplish with the tools that are available to me.
Exactly. And so we wanted to make it so that quilting can come to everybody. And so recently I had a woman who, she has a long arm and she bought a mini quilter for her granddaughter. She's like, it's a passion of mine. I want to share with her. I want to get to that level, but I know if I invested bigger, then she may get disinterested. But she's like, if we start out small, then she can play with mine and go the other direction.
And then she's going to want more.
Go to that next step. But but we have amazing deals on both of these. Melinda kind of talked a little bit about what the mini quilter pre-order price is. But let's go back to Jane so she can talk about all the amazing prices and how you can partner everything with it.
Yes.
I like it. I like it so much. I will tell everybody all about it. Melinda Romero, Jana Mathews from Grace Mini Quilter and Cutie Bees. Amazing presentation. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. And let me tell everybody how they can get their hands on this.
Thanks, Jane.
Thanks, Jane.
Bye. Next time I want treats, Jana. That's what I'd like. Okay, everybody. That was Melinda and Jana from Grace talking about the mini quilter and Cutie Breeze. So let me show you how you can get that on your list for the holiday season and today on the first day of Countdown to Christmas. Thank you. There's your Grace Mini Quilter tabletop fabric frame. Wow. Oh, wow. The Christmas pricing, $299.95. Call for more information. I believe they talked about that just a little bit, that Christmas pricing right there. 800-401-8151. That is so amazing. All the little tips and tricks they gave you on that presentation was fantastic. And then we've got the Grace Company Cutie Breeze tabletop fabric frame. Now there's your Christmas pricing, $549. But again, you're going to call for more information, 800-401-8151. Imagine everything you can create with these two items, the mini quilter and the Cutie Breeze. What do you think, Blaine?
Well, I think, Jane, that was a perfect combination with that Baby Lock Allegro that we showed right before that. I was talking about that. That would make, if somebody wanted to get into quilting, they could put that right on that frame.
I like it, Blaine. Everything works in sync right here on Countdown to Christmas.
All right, Jane, we're going to let you take an hour break, and we'll see you back here in an hour, and we're going to continue on. So we'll see you when you get back, okay?
Thanks, Blaine. Bye, guys.
All right, everybody, we're going to continue on. We got Janome in the house, and we have Kristina Dolinar. I'll get it right. Kristina Dolinar. and coming up next. And we're going to talk all about that 2000 CPX. Now, Kristina has been sewing since grade school when she begged her mother to teach her to sew. And instead of sharing a sewing machine with her, Mom, her first major purchase was a sewing machine with the money she earned after school job in the 8th grade. While her sewing career began with making garments, Kristina has added home deck and heirloom sewing, embroidery, and of course quilting to her skills. With the popularity of quilting these days, she can show you how easy it is to do free motion quilts and create patterns like feathers and success and ruler work. She is also a Janome national educator, and she's been on our show many times. So
Give her half a second.
okay, give her half a second.
She's there, but she's ready.
She's ready. So y'all make a big SMP welcome to Kristina Dolinar. Hey, Kristina.
Muted.
You're muted.
Not on stream.
Okay, thank you.
There we are.
Okay, hi Blaine, how are you today?
I am fantastic. How are you doing?
Excellent, happy to be here.
Good to see you again, and so happy you're here. And I know we're going to talk all about a great little surgery you got there, so I'm going to let you get going, and I'll come back in 30 minutes and tell them how they can get one today.
Perfect, thank you so much. Hi everybody. Today we are going to actually be talking not about a serger, but a Cover Pro machine. Now a serger is slightly different from a Cover Pro. A serger, you think of constructing your garment or your quilt, where it sews your seam, trims it, and finishes it all at the same time. What a Cover Pro does is actually do top stitching, if you think of it like that. So there's no blade, there's very little things to worry about when you're threading the loopers, and super simple. And even though traditionally you think of a Cover Pro for garment sewers, wait till you see what you can do with a Cover Pro, even though you might not be a garment maker. But many of us, of course, need to shorten things, and perfect way to do it and give it that professional look. So this is our Cover Pro 2000. You can see that there are actually 3 needles involved in this, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So 3 needles. You'll notice that there are 4 spools of thread. So 3 of those spools, of course, are going to the 3 needles. And that last spool, the 4th spool, is actually going to the looper. And there's very little threading down to do here, which makes having a separate cover stitch or a Cover Pro machine a beautiful accessory for your sewing. So easy to change your threads for whatever project you're working on. Now, first, let's talk about what the cover stitch is. And I almost said if you have clothes on, but you probably do. But if you have anything that might be a knit, a lot of times you will see what looks like 2 lines of thread and then all this other thread on the back side. That is done with a Cover Pro machine. These are your 2 needles on the top, and that looper is making all of this thread on the underside. There are 4 different forms of cover stitching that you can do. This is a wide cover stitch, meaning you're using 2 narrows that are far apart. This orange shirt, these rows of stitching are a little closer together. And those are being used, that's where you are using 2 needles that are close together and all that thread on the underneath side. So we are threaded up right now, and let's just do a little stitching so that you can see this. Just have a piece of fabric folded in half. Traditionally, we are sewing on 2 layers of fabric. And let's do some stitching. So here, oh, I'm sorry, there is a thread cutter on the side, my fault. Okay, here are 3 rows of stitching because we have 3 needles threaded with thread. And on the underside, the bottom side, there is all that stitching, all that thread. And that again is created by your looper. And super simple, easy to thread. So in the to thread, it's actually very simple. However, you also get an instruction manual, printed instruction manual with your Cover Pro 2000. So it shows you all of the accessories that come with your Cover Pro 2000, how to thread it, and all the different stitches that it can do. Some other accessories that come with your Cover Pro, we of course have a screwdriver, because there will be times when you do have to take your needle in and out. There's a pair of tweezers, and if you have a serger at home, you might say, oh yeah, I use my tweezers all the time for threading my serger. Actually, you can easily thread the loopers on your Cover Pro 2000 without tweezers. You also have some spool caps and some guides that actually fit into those larger cones of thread that you're using, so they don't, as I like to say, jiggle. And then some thread nets, a lint brush, of course, but also this invaluable tool, which is a needle threader. Okay, and it's super easy to use, where you put the thread in there and you slide it down, and as you slide it down and you find the hole, there's a little wire that pokes through the eye of the needle, and your thread goes through there, and it's effortless to thread your needle. On the other end, there's a little guide that actually helps you hold your needle in as you're inserting them and getting those screws in. So if we take a look at that cover stitch, and again, we just did that stitching, we said that there are 3 needles, and you can see those 3 needles clearly right there. Now, just as an FYI, needles on sergers are never at the same height. They are always offset. So don't try to make them even. And there are also, above the screws that are holding your needles in, there are little holes that allow you to see the butt end of your needle. And so you will know that your needle is all the way in. So once again, let's do a cover stitch, but let's use a piece of knit. Traditionally, we think of sergers and Cover Pros perfect for knits. And they certainly are, because they allow you to continue the stretch of your garment without the threads breaking. So here we're going to just fold this up to pretend a little hem. Again, we'll slide this under here and we'll stitch. And we'll just remove this from the stitching. Okay. And there's our 3 rows of stitching on our knit. And as we pull this, because this is the stretch that would go around our body, see how that thread is actually stretching along with your fabric, and it's not going to break. Your Cover Pro does have differential feet, just like your serger does. And differential feet's important if you have a very stretchy fabric that might give you a little wave or a little puckering or distortion if you're stitching. And the differential feet allows you to compensate for that and have it look as beautiful as when you got the fabric off of the bolt. Okay. So let's once again, just on a piece of cotton fabric, let's just do this 3-thread Cover Pro stitch for a second, because we're then going to remove some of the needles so we can see the other stitches. And I just have a thread caught in there, so it just kind of caught in on itself. Oh, I got a lot of thread caught in there. Okay, so there is that 3-thread stitch. And as we saw on those t-shirts, we had one t-shirt that had a wide cover stitch. And that was simply created by removing the center needle. And if you think about that, if you remove the center needle, of course, there's no stitching there, and your stitching will just be on the 2 farthest sides. Let's get rid of the left needle right now. Okay, so we're just going to cut this thread. Okay, it's always scary when we do that. However, it's super easy to rethread, because threading is simply that classic down, up, down. And we are now going to physically remove that needle. These are teeny tiny little set screws just above the needle. So it, of course, is the classic lefty-loosey to loosen that and remove the needle. But it's also important after you remove the needle to tighten it back up, so righty-tighty it. You know, don't have to use, I apologize, Blaine, man hands when you're tightening that, but you just want to make sure it's screwed back in there so it does not jiggle out as you're sewing. Don't you love that technical term? So now we just have needles in the center and on the right-hand side. And so now let's stitch and see what we get. And we'll, of course, remove this. And now see how we have a narrower seam. And this is like what you saw on the orange t-shirt, a 2-thread narrow. And we removed the left needle, but you certainly could have removed the right needle, okay? So if we're down to 2 needles, can we take ourselves down to 1 needle? And what do we get? And the answer is yes. You can go down to 1 needle, and then you'll be surprised at what you get. So we're just going to cut our, oh, I cut the wrong one, but that's all right. I cut the right needle. That's all right. We'll take the right needle out, because what we're going to do will still work. Okay, so we're down to 1 thread, 1 needle, and 1 looper. Took that out. And again, tighten that screw back up just so that it does not jiggle itself out. Okay. And so now we just have 1 thread going to 1 needle and 1 looper. Okay, now if we take a quick look at the looper area, look how clean this is. And many of you might have a serger at home, and there's a whole lot of pieces and parts down there that you have to thread and everything. This is absolutely easy to thread the looper of a Cover Pro. Your thread to the furthest right is what will go down into the belly of your Cover Pro. There are these 3 little guides right here that kind of look like 2 are down and 1 is up. But if you turn your hand wheel, look how they line up perfectly. And with just a straight shot, you can get all 3 of those guides at one time. Your looper, of course, is underneath this metal piece. And the dilemma, not now though, not with the Cover Pro 2000, the dilemma is, how do you get your thread over there? There is a little gray knob down here that when you pull that, it now exposes your looper so you can easily thread it. That was easy, wasn't it? Loopers, whether it's on your serger or on your Cover Pro, usually have way bigger holes or bigger eyes than our needles do, okay? And so some of those fun threads that you have seen and said, wow, I'd love to use those, but they do not fit any needle I have, you can easily use these in your loopers. And the accents and embellishment that you can get on your projects, wait till you see this. So 1 needle, 1 looper. What does this give us? Let's stitch. Oh, I forgot to use that thread cutter again. So here are the needle sides. which traditionally this is what we're seeing. But now on that single needle, you get a chain stitch. It's a beautiful way to embellish your fabrics. Any of this stitching can actually be used on the top side or the pretty side of your fabric as embellishment. But let's take a look at what you can do with this chain stitch. Absolutely fun. So you have some fabric that you want to quilt and you say, how should I do it? Look at this fabric. Isn't that beautiful? So here is just some simple fabric and just did the chain stitch all over it to quilt it. So just like a quilted piece of fabric that you might turn this into a tote bag or a little zipper bag. When you are stitching, you of course are going to stitch from the lining side. This is that straight stitch. So this would be your needle side. And that looper is creating this chain stitch effect. So great way to quilt your fabric, but think about it. Any fabric you have, so think of all your clothing, you can easily embellish it by just simply doing some stitching on your project. You can fuse down a piece of fabric onto maybe a jean jacket and then do some decorative stitching with your chain stitch all over it. Isn't that fun? And so let's just take a quick look at how we would do that. So on that piece, it was just randomly stitched in a little wave. And so here's a quilt sandwich that we have. So here's the top, the batting, and the backing. You would be stitching from the backing side. And you would just stick this, the whole project. Oh, I'm even going to move this over a little bit so you can see how much fabric we can, I'll use the term stuff, into this opening. Okay, so this is exactly how that piece of fabric was quilted. Just a little wavy, wavy stitch. Just drove it haphazardly. And right down that center there is that chain stitch that we used to quilt this fabric together. So you can use this all over your fabric. This actually would be beautiful with some of that gold metallic in there. And we have a sample to show you in a minute. So you actually could, since we stitched from the backing side of the project, you can actually draw any kind of design that you would like on here with your Choco liner or a friction pen and just draw whatever shape you would like. Oh, there's a little heart right there. And you could now stitch that. Again, from the backing side, you will have that straight line, and on the front, you will have your beautiful stitching. We put some of this gold metallic in the looper. And I do apologize. These are just quilted and just not trimmed up, not bound or anything like that. I apologize. I know you usually want to see something bound, but you know, when you're so excited about something, you just want to show it off. Is this not beautiful? So you might be able to just see some of this shiny decorative thread that's in there. On the wrong side is where that needle was. And just came in straight, started a circle, kind of like a spiral, and then stitched out and quilted this little table topper beautifully. Isn't that a lot of fun? Your Cover Pro 2000 has a free arm, so when you're wanting to work on pant legs and sleeves, you can easily access that. And again, the looper is just one looper. Very little down here for you to have to thread, and the easy access for that looper makes changing colors beautifully and simply makes threading your looper simply And remember, you can put all kinds of decorative threads in your loopers. And here are just a few other samples of some great decorative projects. This was just one of those buttons that you can cover and use that looper side of the Cover Pro 2000 to create this plaid effect. And then just there you can see how it was one of those coverable buttons turned into a little necklace. And once again, some other buttons that were coverable, again, using that, this was a 2-thread narrow to embellish some fabric, then turn it into those coverable buttons. And if you look closely, you'll be able to see some chain stitching going on, and then some other narrow cover stitch, all using some fun decorative threads in your loopers. So Cover Pros are not just for garment sewers. You can embellish fabric, embellish a quilt, and do a whole lot of embellishment on any of your projects with a Cover Pro 2000. So Blaine, any questions you have for me?
Hey, Christina, the only question they have is how can they get one?
Oh, you're the man. You're the Santa, I should say.
I tell you what, I'm here today. Santa Blaine's in town, and we're going to give them a lot of good deals this whole week.
Great.
Well, thank you, Christina, for coming on so much. Great job, and we'll see you again real soon, okay?
Thank you very much. See you soon.
All righty. Okay, everybody, this is the Janome CPX 2000 Cover Pro, and we're going to tell you all about how you can get this. And again, look at that price, everyone. What an incredible price. This is a limited price, by the way, too, just for the holidays. It's going to expire on December the 16th. So I just want to make sure y'all are all clear on that. December the 16th, this price goes away. But right now, it's $599 for this. And that is such a good price on that. And this thing is full of features. And, you're going to get some accessories you get with it. You get a couple of needle sets with it. You can, the screwdriver and all the typical things you get. But that price is incredible at $599. You can't beat that. So again, make sure if you are in the market for a Cover Pro, get one of these right now. $599. It's incredible. We do have some financing available if you need it. And naturally, we're going to ship this nationwide, absolutely free, right to your doorstep. 800-401-8151. And if you're on our website, you can also talk to the live chat agents that are on the website. If you pull up the product, a lot of times they're going to pop up on the sewmachinesplus.com website, and you can talk to them. They're out there answering. We have Linda, Eugenie, and Barbara are all monitoring the chat today. And then if you're on YouTube or Facebook, you can, I think Melinda is monitoring the chat, and Reen, and they're helping out with the chat on the social media platforms. So you can ask them questions as well. But again, get on there, make your order either on the website or call on the phones, and we have people to help you out in all aspects. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, but we got a little bit of time before our next one's ready to go. But, we were talking a little earlier about some of the Christmas stuff. You remember when we first started the show today, we were talking about Michelle, when I met her next door neighbors, the Grahams, weren't we, Andrew? We were talking about the Grahams and their crazy Christmas stuff. Well, guess what? I've got pictures. This is the front of their house right here. Y'all can see. Look at that. And go to that next picture, Andrew. That's from the street looking back. And then I think we got one more from the outside. Oh, if you look at that, that's all their 1,000 Nutcracker collection they have on the inside of their house. And, this is Michelle's Christmas tree, by the way, that she always does every year. She makes that tree. It's just beautiful how she decorates it. And what else we got? Oh, that's the other outside picture of the Graham's front yard. A little close up at their front yard in their house. They make people in that area actually make trips, and it's a dead end street. So they go down there and just to see this house. So it's pretty crazy. We got any other good stuff?
There's some videos to the call center.
We got the videos. Well, you can probably mute it, can't you? All right, so we're going to show y'all what's going on at S&P. Y'all wanted a behind-the-scenes look at over at our warehouse, our call center and stuff. So which one are you going to show first? The call center?
Let's do the call center.
All right, so we're going to show you the call center. They're all busy today, but they're going to jump up. I think they made a little video for you. So let's play that.
This is your fault because you were telling me.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, now. All right, and then we got a shot of the warehouse. 3, 2, 1, go. Have all the stuff piled up with the...
No, not that one.
Okay. So anyway, there was a little behind the scenes look at some of the stuff that's going on. We have another video I shot yesterday that has the FedEx driver pulled up, and it shows all the products we have sitting out on the dock ready to go. It was a bunch of products. So thank y'all very much for all your orders yesterday. It was a huge day for Cyber Monday, and we were out there. The warehouse guys they're working around the clock trying to get all your orders shipped, and working extremely hard. So, and the phones, they're busy on the phones too. They're all of our sales staffs on the phones, and the phones are ringing off the hook as well. So, well, anyway, our next, are we ready to go the next one?
I think Becky,
Becky's ready. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. We got King Quilter coming up next, and we've got Becky Thompson back in. She was here yesterday on Cyber Monday, but today she's got 30 minutes, so she can really get into this. But Becky, she is the innovative owner of the popular YouTube channel and blog called Power Tools with Threads. She's a seasoned quilter and machine embroiderer who loves exploring new techniques in the stitching industry. Her channel and blog are dedicated to inspiring fellow quilters and embroiderers to embrace new software and machine technology. And she is also one of the 4 stars that are on our new show, Takeover Tuesday at SMP every Tuesday. You see it right there. There's Becky right there next to Jane. So y'all make a big SMP welcome to Becky Thompson.
Well, hey, Blaine, I am digging that hat. That's pretty cool.
Don't you just love my whole Santa outfit?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know what?
Hey, and I even got the belt.
Oh, you're not filling it out enough. Maybe you need some homemade cooking, huh?
Well, hey, I'm filling it out too much, actually. I've been eating a lot of the Christmas cookies and all that fun stuff. So
that's good. That's good. Hey, everybody, if you are in the California area or you're looking for fun, come see me. I will be in the SMP booth at Road to California, right?
You are. That's going to be January the 21st through the 25th of 2025. We're going to start the new year off right. We've got Becky out there with us in the King Quilter booth, along with Belle Bruner and Aubrey Hartman. So we got the trio out there. We're going to have a good time, Becky. It's going to be so much fun. And we're going to have the biggest, baddest booth that anybody's ever seen.
Awesome. I can't wait to be awesome. That. That'll be my first time going the Road to California, and I'm really looking forward to it. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I see a lot of people in the chat who are in my Stitchuation room every Monday through Friday at 7 to 8 a.m. Central. We have a virtual stitching retreat live, and you can hang out with us. It's great to see everybody. They're all talking amongst each other, just like they do in the morning chat. So,
well, Becky, I give you a ton of credit for doing that, because I know how hard the live shows are to do, and you to do that as many times as you do that. Plus, you make videos for us that we put on the product channel. And I tell you, I know you're a busy lady, and I sure do appreciate it. And again, I'm going to let you get going on this, because I know there's a lot to talk about. You didn't get to talk a lot about it yesterday with 15 minutes, but today we got 30. So we're going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
All right, Blaine, thanks a lot. Okay. Hey, somebody get the hook and pull me out when it's time for me to go, okay? Because yesterday my timer did not go off. Well, as Blaine mentioned, I am Becky Thompson, and I own the YouTube channel Power Tools with Thread. And I don't work for Sewing Machines Plus. I don't work for anybody but myself. I am a military retiree and a federal civil servant retiree. And now I am a home stitching enthusiast just like you are. So I have a lot of people come to the channel to learn. The Air Force taught me how to be an instructor. And so I love to share my knowledge with you. My background is in garments. And then, you know, things change on the body and quilts always fit, right? So I love to do my quilting. So I am stitching on the King Quilter 2 Elite from Sewing Machines Plus. And I have to tell you, I have had my share of long arms. If you've followed my channel for a little while, this is my third. My first one was the old King Quilter, and I really enjoyed that. It had the Butler robotics system on it, and it was awesome. So right now I'm running Pro Stitcher on the King Quilter 2. If you are thinking about automation and budget may be an issue, the Butler is a great system and it will work on this one as well. So it's completely up to you what you want to do. Now, yesterday, I didn't turn the machine on except to get a little power going on it, because yesterday, with only 15 minutes, I just talked about the features of the machine. That's really all I had time for. But today, I was so excited for today to come because I want to get this thing off the long arm. This is a Moda panel, and it's Holly Jolly or something to that effect, right? One of those giant Moda panels. And I just did some simple quilting on it. I'm a real DIYer, and I love having this machine. It is at such a fantastic price point. It'll pay for itself, you guys. A couple of years will go by and you'll be like, why didn't I do this sooner, right? So you like my Christmas tree in the background? Well, thank you, Sewing Bev. Yeah, we made that on my channel earlier this year. So that was pretty cool. My husband and I, we don't have any kids at home anymore. So we just did a quilted Christmas tree. Makes it really easy to put it up and down. You know what I mean? And I quilted that on this machine right here. Also, earlier this year, finished the Woolly Wall Hanging by Corey Yoder. Who doesn't love that quilt? That was so much fun to put together with all of you. So there's my biggest cheerleader, Linda Brooks. She's like, Becky's awesome. Embarrass me, girl. Yeah. So we do have representation here, don't we? Oh, my girls are here. I love that. And my guys. So one of the things I always say I love about this particular machine, it has an 18-inch throat. So it's really easy for me to reach back there and get it. One of the things I really did not care for with a larger machine, look how this thing just glides all over. It's like butter, you guys. I love it. One of the things that I didn't care for with a much larger machine was I couldn't reach, and I was always running around behind the machine, and that's annoying. I don't want to do that. So another thing is this frame right here that fits on this machine. So my friend Quilting with Harriet, she's a former Pro Stitcher educator. Harriet told me, because again, I'm not a pro, I'm like you guys, whatever throat space your machine has, so this is an 18, you want to subtract 6 to figure out how large a quilt pattern you would use. So look how much of this quilt I have done. And you would subtract 6 because as this rolls up, you're going to get up to 3 inches in bulk on that takes up the throat space. And down here on the lower end, as it's when you're just starting out, you can have up to 3 inches in bulk on this rail as well. And so what you've got left on this 18 is a 12-inch area to stitch in. Well, that's really plenty. It really is. And you will find most of the time that you're going to be stitching like 10-inch blocks, 8-inch blocks, 6-inch blocks. So 12 is more than enough. You can even quilt for other people using this because it'll do up to a 12-inch. You know, it'll do a little bit larger, but you just want to be careful in case you have a ginormous quilt. If you don't have a great big quilt, you can go even a little bit bigger, right? Okay, so right now I have just turned it on, and we'll quickly go over what's on the screen right here. Okay, I went over this yesterday, but let's get in and take a look at it. This is the screen that comes on the King Quilter 2. You do not have to have automation on this. You can just put this thing on and let it go, and you can free motion all you want. You can go into precision stitch mode to do ruler work. You've got a manual stitch mode, which when you go slower, you get teeny tiny stitches. When you go faster, you get longer stitches, something like that. I always get that backwards, so I never use that. You have a basting stitch mode where you can do stitches 4 inches apart, 2, 1, or ½ inch. I usually use the ½ inch or the 1 when I baste, or the 2. And then you have the idle and cruise mode. And the idle and cruise mode keeps the needle going up and down as the machine comes to a stop, and allows it to do beautiful points. And I'll show you that here in a little bit. I'm going to keep that on. Now, this isn't really going to be a lesson in Pro Stitcher. I'm just going to kind of take you through my process and show you what I do to, you know, get this thing off the long arm. It's been on here way too long. Now, this happens to everybody, okay? You're working on a quilt, everything's great, and then life happens, right? People come over, the phone rings, what's for dinner? My show's on, you know, it got late, and we don't finish the quilt that day. So what I want to do is show you how to get started again the next day, all right? So right now it has got the clamps on it on both sides. This is just where I left it, all right? Now I have already basted this panel to the backing, all right? I've already done that. Now I did that because the batting that I have is very shifty, and I did not want that batting creating a problem up inside this thing. So one of the cool things you can do when you are trying to figure out, well, how far back do I move it? How do I know where it needs to go? So a lot of times, if you've ever played with a long arm, so you will, they'll tell you, put the needle at the very bottom stitch of the row, and then drop your needle and roll it backwards. Well, that works sometimes. And then sometimes it'll be stitching along on that next row, and it'll bang into the rail. And you'll think, well, why did that happen? So the trick to getting it right on this particular machine, let me unclamp these. Very easy to do. These clamps are awesome. And they hold great. No need for any other kind of fancy clamps or anything like that. But I want to show you what I'm going to do here. Let me get you in so you can see the stitching. Okay. Let's get in and see the stitching. All right. So you guys can kind of see where the stitching is. The lowest point is actually like right here. I did these clams. I used 2 separate patterns. I used half a clam with a circle and half a clam with a star over here on this one. So normally you would drop your needle right there at the bottom of the clam and then roll it back. Well, that can be a problem if you have a pattern that is nested. You're very thoughtful about saying how pretty my quilt is. This is just a panel. I didn't piece it. I didn't do a thing to it. I just threw it on there because I'm lazy, which is why I use automation. So, hey, there's my girl, Bonnie. Good to see you, Bonnie. Great. Glad you're here. So let's go ahead and get Pro Stitcher turned on. And you just hold the button down there and you get a little blue light and it says, I'm here, and it's going to come on. So thank you, Bernadette. You guys are very sweet. So, yeah. So one of the things I do on my channel is I do a lot of education, and I'll just take you guys through what I'm doing. So this morning we had a lesson on cutting quilt squares, quilt blocks, cutting pieces to put together. And that can be kind of intimidating for people. So you never know what you're going to get. Like I say, I'm like a box of chocolates, right? From Forrest Gump. You never know what you're going to get. So I'm going to let this fire up. I got to show you guys too. You see this? Look at the lights above my long arm. These are the luminesce lights. I got these at Sewing Machines Plus when I got my very first King Quilter. And I love it. And they fit perfectly over the 10-foot frame. Also, if you don't have that kind of space, the King Quilter 16 will work with the frame that goes 5 and 8 feet. So this one will go 10 to 12 feet. So depending on the space you have, that'll determine, you know, which one you would get. All right. So it thinks we're ready to go here. I'm going to bring you in a little bit and let you see my screen. Okay. Yes, it's very versatile. That's right. All right. Let's take a look here at my screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'll get you down a little bit. Okay, that's a pretty good shot. So again, this isn't going to be a lesson in Pro Stitcher. I'm just going to take you through my process. I need to open up that pattern again. So I'm going to go to Workspace because I saved the workspace and I called it Christmas Clams. And I'm going to tap that. And there it is. That's such a pretty pattern. And my friend Harriet taught me how to use 2 patterns. These are both hers. Okay. So check this out. I have half a clam with a circle and half a clam with a star. Circle, star, circle, star. And I thought that that reminded me of the decorations they hang over the streets in little towns. You know, that is always so cute. And I thought it would be perfect for this. So what I want to do, so it has a single start all the way up here. Let me get you in again so you can see. Now, I want to let you know, so the pink line around this, see the pink line at the top? That is an area. And that is just a visual marker for you as the user. The computer does not care about that one bit. All that the computer cares about is stitching on the black lines. And so I'm going to move my needle so that it is at the very bottom of the first circle on the row on the quilt. And I have moved you guys. There we go. So on the screen, it looks like it's somewhere in between the star and whatnot there. It doesn't matter. Okay. So in reality, if I point you down, let's see if we can get there. You're at the very bottom of the first circle, and I'm going to just touch the needle down button. All right. So that tells me the head is in the right spot. All right. Now what I want to do, it does not matter what row I go on, so long as it's not the top row that only has the half bit right there, because I'm going to crop off whatever I don't need on the screen once I get down to the bottom of the quilt. But what I want to do is put my glasses on so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. That always helps, right? Oh, the worse it gets. And I am just going to use this little stylus here. It says Power Tools with Thread. How nice is that? So I'm just going to grab this pattern and I'm going to grab it and I'm going to move it so that it sits right on the bottom of the circle right there. I want that to be a little bit bigger. I'm going to tap zoom. Let me zoom you back a little bit so you can watch. Okay. I'm on zoom. I'm going to take my thing and I'm going to zoom in right there. All right. Now I'm going to go back to select. And when I'm on select, now I can move the pattern. So it is dead center. I find a stylus to be just a little bit more accurate than my big old fat finger. And that looks great. So I'm going to tap the home button and go back to home. All right. So now what I have done is I have put the needle into the quilt and I have placed the pattern exactly where the needle is in the pattern. And so the pattern and the needle now are absolutely together. So, all righty, let's see. I want to see if I'm missing anything. Okay. All right. So now that this is ready to go, I can move my quilt. So I want to show you something very cool. Now that I've got the pattern where it is, I'm going to switch cameras here. Okay. Let me pop this. Okay. Let me turn this just a little bit so you guys can see the back of the machine. So I'd like you to kind of keep an eye. Let's see. I'm going to open up the ratchets, and I'd like you to keep an eye on the back wheel of the machine, okay, and see that wheel. Let me see. I'll get it to where I want, and I want to explain something. Okay, right there. Let me ratchet that down and ratchet this. Okay. So if I can, I don't know if I can zoom in with this one or not. Let's see here. Nope, the other way. I don't know how my lighting is, but I want to show you. This is a really good way to determine how far back to move the head of your machine. So the wheel is not touching. I'm going to walk around here and try to navigate all these cords. On this wheel right here is about 1/2 inch away from the back of the frame that's right here. So if this wheel smacks into this back here, then you're going to have the throat of the machine, the head of the machine hit this as well. So that's just kind of a cool little thing that I have figured out, is to not move this back. I can actually move it back another 1/2 inch right here, but I don't want to do that. So I'm just having enough room there. All righty. So let's put you back over here. Okay, good. I hope that makes sense there. Okay. Let me back you out here. So now I can probably go ahead and just get started again. And again, now if you look, all right. Now look at the pattern. Now the pattern's off. All right. But what I did was I used that lower circle to tell me how far back I could move the machine. Now I want to put the pattern so it knows where to start exactly again. So I'm still on select. I'm just going to grab it. And I'm going to move it up. Let me see. I'll go to zoom and go to select. And then I'll move it up again right there. Okay, that's pretty close. Let me go to zoom. Make it bigger. Go back to select. And put it right where I want it to be. I always seem to have the trouble that when I pull my finger away, the pattern jumps. So that's why I use the stylus. So now I am right back on the bottom of that circle. And it's ready to start and ready to go again. So let me go back to home. Okay. And up here, you can see the start is right up there. So I'm going to go into the Pro Stitcher tab. Now I use my finger. And I want new start end. Okay, because I'm telling it I want you to start somewhere else. And let me raise my needle because I definitely want that up. This machine will move by itself. You want to pay attention to that. And then over here, let me back you out so you can see. Okay. So let's see. Do video instructions accompany this machine? So Sandra, that's one of the things I love about this machine. And the there are a ton of videos of how to work this on YouTube. So it's free and you can watch it as much as you want for as long as you want. So I want to start the jump. I want to start at the next green dot. So I'm going to move the machine down to this green dot right there. Let me make sure you can still see that. This is hard to do when I don't have a GoPro. And now on the screen, they have these jumps. And I'm going to just hit the down arrow. So this one right here is down individual stitches. And this one is jumps. And those are, watch this green crosshair. It's going to jump down to each start point that I set. And one more. And that's where I want it to start. So I'm going to touch auto and touch auto again. And there it is right there. And it's ready to go. Okay. So why don't we back up and take a peek at what all is going on here. Okay. So I'm ready to go. And this thing thinks it's ready to go. Now, one of the things I like to do, because you never know what can happen, okay? One of the things I like to do is I'm going to take the head of the machine and I'm going to go to, let's see. Is this the right start? Yeah, it is. I'm going to go to the lowest point of the pattern. I'm going to bring it all the way down and look at it. And I'm not hitting anything, and that's good, okay? And then I'm going to take it up to the highest part of the pattern. And I'm not hitting anything, and that's good. So I feel pretty confident. I'm not going to whack into anything, okay? So you just, these are little safety. You learn how to do all this. You will do, you'll whack it in and you'll be like, this machine can take it. You won't break it, I promise. So you can also do a trace and just make sure that nothing is going to smack into anything. But I just did that manually. So let's go ahead and get started. I have got my end of my thread down here. I use Isacord in the machine. It works fine. This machine loves a good strong thread. You can use whatever you like. Let me put my, pardon my reach. I'm going to put my grips back on. Okay. And over here, put these on. Yeah, I had some bamboo kind of batting and it's really shifty. I just wasn't used to how that was going to play out. So I went ahead and basted everything down, and I even still have some wrinkles that I'm probably going to have to play with. So now I want to go to quilt. And when I went to quilt, my run button became active. And I think I'm ready to go. I hope it doesn't, you know, let's see. I want to make sure that where did I tell it to start? Let's see. I think it's right here. Also, take a look in here. Remember I told you about that area, that pink box? See how that pink box is all wacky? Don't worry about that. Again, that's a visual for you, and I don't need it, so I can go into the area tab if it bothers me, and I can hit clear, and it goes away. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Pro Stitcher, and it is showing. I was looking for my little crosshair. It's showing my crosshair. Whoop, sorry. You see it? It's way over there. See that? So I'm going to go into New Start End again, and let me hit jump one more time. There we go. There. That's because I jumped out and it went back. All right. So quilt and run. And it says make sure that your needle is up, which it is. Okay. And let's go ahead and go. I'm going to hit proceed. And there we go. It took its little first stitch. And I'm going to tell it resume. We are on the idle cruise. Let me make sure I'm in the right place here. I think so. Perfect. That's wonderful. I love it. All right. So one of the things a lot of people ask about is, what about maintenance? Okay. What if I need help? That's a thing. What about education? And the great thing about Sewing Machines Plus is they want to make sure that you are absolutely happy with this machine. And this can be scary, especially if you're somewhere where there's not a dealer or there's not a technician, or maybe you just don't know what to do. Well, if you call in a maintenance ticket or a trouble ticket, Sewing Machines Plus will Zoom call with you. The technician will call you on the phone, try to walk you through it. If that doesn't work, they'll Zoom call with you or do one of these live type things. They'll send you a link and you guys can work on it together. If that doesn't work, then they will reach out to a local technician and they will pay to have the technician come to your house and fix your machine for you. And if all else fails, they will pay to ship it back. So you're going to get 100% support from Sewing Machines Plus for your long arm if you get it from them. They are the number one long arm sales company in the country. And you are going to, would love to have the automation, but it's expensive. It is, but again, it pays for itself it can pay for itself. But that's a nice thing too about this machine. You don't have to have the automation. You can just, from the front, you can do free motion or ruler work, or you can put a pantograph on the back of the machine and stand in the back, because this King Quilter 2, this package that I have has the handlebars on the back. You can see it. Okay. So you can stand on the back and it has a laser back there, and it's just going to go and do its thing on the laser, and you're going to be stitching. So this, I absolutely love it. And I love the way I can push it up against the wall, since I only work from the front. So I don't need a whole bunch of space to walk around this thing. So I hope I can ask and see if I can answer. Oh, it's all done. Okay. Now I should be able to do the second row without any problems. I should be able to. So I'm going to put on my little Sew Tights. I love this little thing. I always wear it right here. And this is where I keep my little snips. That's just the way I like mine. Some people like to put them on the machine, and some people like to, wear them. I prefer to wear mine, so I always know where it is. Okay. Now I can just tell the machine to go ahead and, a little tip too, put a little trash can at each end or you'll have thread everywhere. But I can put this here, and now I can see on the screen where it was. Let me go to the top part of the next row, which is right there on the screen. And the bottom part of the next row is right here. I'm not hitting anything. So I can go ahead and stitch this second row. I'm going to move it down just because it's quicker to do it that way. Let's see. So, but I'm going to undo this. I'll just make that go away. I'm just going to hit resume. Whoop, let me get you up here. Where are we at on time? We're almost done. So I'm going to hit resume and watch. It's moving itself. It knows exactly where to go. Okay. And it took that little stitch and it's done. I'm going to hit resume and it's ready to go again. So you see how it takes that little couple of little stitches before it does the point? Beautiful stitching. Let me let you see how pretty this is. Hold on a second here. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where is it? There it is. I've got two different colors of thread in there too. Red on top and green on the back. And the tension is just gorgeous. There's the green thread on the back. Just beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, you guys. So I'm going to hand this back over to Blaine. I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much for letting me come on, Blaine. I have just had so much fun, and I hope everybody got a lot out of it.
Well, Becky, great job. I love that quilt that you're doing there too with the two color threads.
I can't hear you. Hold on a minute. Let me pause this. I'm going to be quiet there. So
I was just telling them how quiet that machine is.
You're kind of frozen on my computer, Blaine, so I'm going to just hit refresh.
Oh.
I can hear you laughing.
All right. Well, thanks, Becky. We'll talk
right.
to you a little bit later, okay? All righty. Well, Becky couldn't hear me. I was trying to make a joke about she couldn't hear me because of the machine. Anyway, guys, this is Becky's so great, and we love having her on. And that quilt she was making was awesome. So, again, this is the King Quilter Elite. Now, we have two models of the King Quilter 18-inch. We have an Elite model, and we have a standard model. Now, the Elite model, it has handlebars on the front that adjust. It has handlebars on the back of the machine, so you can do pentagrams, and it has that laser pointer. So basically, all you have to do is lay that pentagram down, laser pointer. From the back, you just trace it, and it actually will quilt that on your quilt. So it's very awesome to do. Great machine. We're going to give you your choice of either a 10-foot or a 12-foot frame with this. And again, $62.99. I dare y'all to compare. Nothing out there compares to this as far as price and the quality you're getting for that price, $62.99. Now, we do have a standard model of this that just has handlebars on the front that don't adjust, and it doesn't have the handlebars on the back. So it is a little cheaper than this one, but it will have the same choice of frame with the 10 or 12 foot. And the great thing about this Elite model too, the front handlebars has a really nice LED light system on it too that really lights up bright and gives you plenty of light. And we're going to talk a little bit about this week too. We've got a 16-inch quilter, and then we have an 18-inch sit-down version that Belle Bruner is going to come and demonstrate. So we're going to talk about the other ones this week too, but right now we're talking about this Elite King Quilter. Again, $62.99. We have some financing available for you. So if you want to get interested, or if you're interested in this and want to get more information, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website looking at it and you want to talk, you have some questions, you can speak to one of the live chat agents there and they can help answer questions. But we've had this machine. We came out with it in September of 2018. So it is well tested. And I tell you what, we have sold, hundreds and hundreds of these things nationwide. And like Becky says, we're going to support you 100% and make sure that you're always up and running. So give them a call right now if you want to get you a King Quilter. All right, we're going to bring Jane back in after her little hour break. So Jane,
after my long nap, Blaine.
What do you think so far? I tell you what, it's noon Pacific time, and so it's been going great, I think.
Well, it's so much fun, and I think that everybody is inspired to create. We're going to shop, and we're inspired to create, and we're inspired by the entire program today of Countdown to Christmas. I know I am, and I think it's 2:00 here in the Midwest, and so a day like today, just you know how I go. I get all excited about things.
Jane, our first education session is here, but before we go, I gotta, there's some Chicago trivia that you may not even know.
Oh my gosh, try me.
Okay. There's a cold drink that was invented in Chicago. Do you know what it is?
Malort.
No.
You don't even know what Malort is. A cold drink that was invented in Chicago. I can only think of
in 1922.
Oh. Siporo. No, what is it?
The milkshake.
Oh, that was invented in Chicago?
1922. An employee from Walgreens named Igor invented it.
No kidding. I didn't know the milkshake. That's why I love them so much.
Me too.
It's in my blood. I'll stop anywhere for a shake.
I sure love them.
Oh,
well, hey,
man.
I'm going to let you get going. I know Reen's ready to go. She's got her first education. We're ready to see these Christmas gifts last minute Christmas gift to make. So take it away, Jane.
I like it. Thanks, Blaine. Who knew a milkshake was invented in Chicago? I'm going to go get one so I can enjoy this education session. Okay, I love it. It is our education session of the day. Reen Wilcoxson is here. Reen just says her love of sewing, crafting, and designing began at an early age. And after seeing an embroidery machine almost 18 years ago, she knew she had to have one. She began creating her own designs soon after. And in the hoop designs are what she focuses on and what she loves to digitize. You can find her fun, unique designs and projects on her website, embroiderygarden.com. You see it right there on the screen. She teaches classes across the country and enjoys meeting everyone and her fellow embroiderers. I don't know how she does it. She's a magician with all of her in the hoop designs, but a big warm welcome to Reen Wilcoxson. Hi, Reen.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you, friend?
I'm doing great. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well. These are last minute Christmas gifts that we're talking about all week in our education session. So I was just talking about getting inspired, and I know what you do is always so inspiring. I'm curious, can you just, I know you're going to show us what we're making, but give us the theme.
Well, it is a quick gift. I thought that anyone could use it, any girl, any age girl, up to, grandma.
Okay.
Anyone can use it. So you want me to go ahead and show it to you?
The finished product, or you want to go started?
No, I'm going to show you the finished product.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what?
So it's actually a little mirror compact. So inside, it's a mirror.
You are too much. This is great.
It really is easy to make. It's quick. And I'm going to show you how to do it today.
I like it, Reen. Okay, so I want to get going because I need to sit down, grab my milkshake, and take some notes because I'm going to be making these as well, along with everybody watching. So, Reen, I'll see you here in about an hour. Have fun and good luck.
Great.
Okay, get creative.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Reen Wilcoxson, owner of Embroidery Garden. And like Jane said, I love in the hoop designs. So when Blaine asked me to be on today with a quick gift idea, I thought about doing my mirror compact. So anyone with a 6x10 hoop can do it. It needs to be made out of something that doesn't fray. So something like cork, which is what I'm going to be using today. You could use marine vinyl. You could use felt that, wouldn't be quite as nice or elegant as cork, but it could certainly be used. We're going to be doing it in two hoopings because we have the outside, which is has to be made first, and then the inside is going to be made, and we're going to add the outside to it and stitch it all together. This is actually a mirror in here, and as you can kind of see, maybe you can't slip it in anywhere. It does not get put into some kind of pocket. It's in there. We are actually going to be stitching with the mirror in our machine. And some of you may be thinking, oh my gosh, how are we going to do that? You're not going to hit the mirror. I have thought this design through. I've stitched a bunch of these, and I have created it so that there's no way that you're going to hit the mirror with the needle or the foot or anything. So I'll look to see if there's any questions before we get started, and then we're going to kind of talk about what we're going to be using to make it. What do you guys think of this project? Oh, I see Bernadette is gasping already. So I'll get started and I'll show you how we're going to do it. And again, 6x10 hoop, anyone can make one. So let's take a look at what we're going to be using to make this. Whoops, I went to the wrong camera. So let me give you a little bit close-up look at it. The set that this is in includes all the letters A through Z. And so you just pick the file that you want, and that's the one that you're going to use. Let's open it up again. It closes with a snap. This is the inside. It's kind of showing the mirrors reflecting up to my camera light and everything. One thing that I thought would be really nice that I did not include in the set is to maybe put like an empowering message here. Maybe you are beautiful, you are amazing. Something like that, I love you. I am going to try and get a quick to stitch design in here. It depends on the time. I have it set up so that I can do it. I'm just going to put like a little flower design here. If I don't have the time, then I'll have to skip over, but I'll definitely tell you when it needs to stitch. So let's kind of talk about what we're going to be using. Well, I'll show you the outside too, just so you know that this is the back. There's nothing on the back side. The monogram is on the front of the mirror. Again, you can put a message in here. These lines here are basically there, 1, to keep the mirror in place, and 2, to help it to close easily. So I just kind of put those there to help it to close a little bit better. There's a really nice satin stitch going around here, and then install a snap. You could install a magnetic closure if you wanted to, but I'm just going to be doing a snap. One thing I will say on the finished designs that are in the set, it's not rounded like this. You see this one is rounded. I ended up at the last minute deciding to make it square. And the reason I did that is because not everyone can trim nicely around a curve. It gets to be a little hard to do. So I thought I wanted to make it a little bit easier on everyone and make it an actual like square coming out here for the snap to go into. So let's take a little bit closer look at it, just so you can see the stitching on it. It is like a chain stitch going around here. And then again, letters A through Z are available. So the things that we need to use to make this, we're going to be using cork, or again, like I said, you could use marine vinyl, felt if you wanted to, really anything that doesn't fray. So I just need 2 pieces of cork, and I'm going to use a piece of foam. This is some Sew Any Shape foam. I know that Sewing Machines Plus sells this. And what this does is it gives the compact a little bit of body, and it kind of gives a little cushion for the mirror too. If you wanted to use batting, you certainly could, but the foam, I think that you'll really like it. It adds a little bit of structure, and again, also helps to kind of protect everything, and it just makes it really nice. You're also going to need a mirror. So this is a round craft mirror. It's 3 inches. You can get these at any of the big box crafts stores. It does need to be 3 inches. You'll see, I'm trying to show you the edge of it so you can kind of judge the thickness. They're not really thick, but they are actual mirrors. I don't want to hold it up. Well, if I hold it this way, I guess the light's not in it, but you can see it is an actual mirror. And we're going to be stitching, just make sure that it is round and that it is 3 inches. I'm also going to be using one of my hoop and press pads. And I'll talk a little bit more about hoop and press pads as we go along and we use this. But hoop and press pads are available at Sewing Machines Plus. They come for all major machine brands and models. They come individually or they come in sets. So we'll talk about these a little bit more. And Susan wants to know the thickness of the foam. I think this is probably maybe about 3 millimeters. It's not real thick. And this foam is designed to be used in machine embroidery. So, it's perfect for this project. So again, I said it has to be done in 2 hoopings because we have to stitch the outside of the case first, and then we stitch the inside, and then we put the outside piece on, and it stitches it all together. So the outside with the monogram has to be stitched first, and we'll be stitching that here in just a moment. I'm going to see if there's any other questions. I see Patty has a hoop and press pad, and she loves it. I see a lot of people have hoop and press pads, and they love them. They are really great for all in the hoop designs, especially whenever you're working on the back side of the hoop. So let's get ready for that first hooping. Move this out of the way. And let me grab a hoop. So I'm using a dime magnetic hoop. This is 6x10. It doesn't have to be a magnetic hoop. I'm just going to be using 2 different hoops to make this process go a little bit quicker. And I happen to have a traditional 6x10 hoop and a dime snap hoop monster 6x10. For the first hooping, you're going to hoop a tearaway stabilizer. This is just sort of a medium weight tearaway. It's just there in the hoop. I have gone ahead and I stitched the first step. I don't know if you can see it really well. All it is a big rectangle. And I stitched it to save a little bit of time, but also I like to stitch the first step of some things when I do a live, because it lets me check my machine to make sure that, you know, everything's good before I actually start. So after you've stitched that placement line, and you know what, if I move my cutting board, maybe you'll see that placement line a little bit better. I don't think so, but I'll go ahead and put that back underneath there. All right, so after the placement is stitched, you're going to take one of the pieces of cork and you're just going to put it in the placement line. Now I am going to tape this down. Now when you're working with cork, one thing you want to do is if you're going to be taping, you're really going to want to make sure that your tape does not mar the cork, meaning that if you tape something down and you pull the tape off, you don't want any of the finish of the cork to come off. So when I'm going to tape this down, after I get it in the placement, I'm really only going to be taping about 1/8 inch of it. Let me grab another piece and get the bottom. And as long as I have the top and the bottom taped, this piece is going to be fine. And Jana is asking if hoop and press pads fit brother hoops. Yes, they do. They fit all the brother hoops all the way up through the luminaire. All right, so the next step is to put the hoop on the machine. Let me wake my machine up, hit go, and what it's going to do is it's going to stitch that that decorative stitch going around the monogram. Is sort of a chain stitch, and it goes back and forth kind of over it several times to make this really stand out. If I go back and show you underneath the camera, see how that chain stitch really stands out there. Let me go ahead and come back to the front while that's stitching. They do fit Baby Lock Bernadette. They work with Janome. They work with Viking Foth. They work with Bernina. Sewing Machines Plus has all of the hoops available. They also, we just came out probably last month maybe with Snap Hoop Monster. Hoop and press pads to fit Snap Hoop Monsters. So while this is stitching, let's take a look at the pads for a Snap Hoop Monster. So let me grab one of my other pads. You'll notice for traditional hoops, the pads have to be thicker. For Snap Hoop Monsters, let me show you the edge, the pads are a lot thinner. And they're a little bit of a different shape to accommodate the shape of a Snap Hoop Monster. Let me get this kind of down here. All of the pads for Snap Hoop Monsters come with what they call stable clips. And what stable clips are is they help you to keep your stabilizer in place as you put that top frame of the Snap Hoop on. You know, if you've ever used Snap Hoop Monsters, when you put your stabilizer down, you know, it's a little slippery. So they came out with these little clips, and you clip the stabilizer to that bottom frame, get everything ready, put your fabric down if you need to, drop that top frame down, then pull these little clips out, and your stabilizer is nice and tight. So that is, those are the Snap Hoop Monsters pads for Snap Hoop Monsters, which also fit any Snap Hoop Monster dime sells. So they sell them for Berninas, they sell them for Janomes, they sell them for Vikings, they sell them for Brother, for Baby Lock. So you can get hoop and press pads now for just about any hoop out there. Let's take a look and see how this is stitching. So now it's just doing like a little, I think it's a bean stitch going around that decorative stitch just to finish just a little bit more. The colors are a little bit washed out under the light. I'm using, it's like a navy kind of, a navy color cork, and this is sort of a gold or a mustard color thread. I'm using Dimes Exquisite thread, and I am using a 7511 needle. The next thing that's going to stitch is the initial, whatever initial you would choose to stitch. Again, it's A through Z. And I see Jill is asking about my shirt. So let's just look at my shirt. It has nothing to do with the Mirror Compact. Let me stand up here. It says sipping on jingle juice. And I did the side bow. It's real big right now, the side bow trend. And I also did one of the bows up here at the neck. I used some heat transfer vinyl on mine, and it's just something fun. It's one of those viral things going around. So, you know, I had to do one for myself too. So this, you know, if you wanted to, you could change colors. You can make the decorative stitching, you know, be a different color than the letter. You could do it any way that you want, because there is a stop between that decorative circle and the letter. So use whatever colors you want. I'm stitching everything in the same color just because you know, it makes it a little bit quicker to go if I don't have to sit there and change threads. That's one good thing about In the Hoop designs. For most In the Hoop designs, you don't have to change thread a lot. You can use one color thread for the whole project, especially for designs like purses, except if you wanted to add, you know, like a design to the front and it had several steps in it, you know, you would change thread then. But just to make a basic purse with no other type of embellishment, you can get away with just one single thread. Linda, no, the bow is not on my website. If you follow me on Facebook, you follow Embroidery Garden on Facebook, you will know, you know, the whole story about the bow is on there. You can just, you'll have to scroll down. One thing I do want to talk about is in February, let's see, the 12th through the 15th, actually, I'm going to be in person at Sewing Machines Plus. I'll be at the San Marcos store. I'll be teaching two-day events. So the first 2 days are sold out. There are a few spots left, Blaine told me, for the second 2 days, which is February 14th and 15th. We're going to do 6 projects. I'll be there to guide you through all 6 of them. And Blaine came up with a really cool idea of stitching on 6 different top-of-the-line machines. So he's going to have 6 different top-of-the-line machines there. Excuse me. And you're going to stitch one project on one. It's going to be team sewing. You're going to move to the next machine, stitch the next project, and then you're going to move again and go to another top-of-the-line machine, so that you are going to get to experience 6 different machines at this event. It's going to be a lot of fun, and you know, I hope to see a lot of you there. So now this first part is done. Take it off the machine. Let me bring it over to the table. Now I'm going to leave this here like this, and we'll take care of it while I get the second part stitching. So the second hooping, I'm going to be doing it. I'm using a traditional hoop. Again, the hoop doesn't matter. It just made it easier for me to be able to do this. And I accidentally tore my stabilizer after I got it in the hoop. But this is water-soluble stabilizer, and it is the fabric type. Not, you don't want to use that plastic film type. Use the fabric type. Get it in the hoop nice and tight. And the first step that you will do, which again, I've already stitched that first step. Probably should have stitched it in a black or something so you could see it better. But I'm going to try and show it to you. So what it did 3 placement lines. It did a big rectangle, a smaller rectangle, and a circle. The circle is where we're going to be putting the mirror in a little bit. So the first thing we're going to do, again, we're going to take our next piece of cork, put it in the placement guide, and I'm going to tape it in place. Top and bottom is good enough. You don't really have to put a lot of tape on this. And we're going to put it on the machine. And what it's going to do is it's going to stitch the inside here. It's going to be going around the mirror. So let me go ahead and get it on the machine and get this going. I got to get the second part of the design brought up. I'm just going and getting it right now. All right, it's ready to go. It's already done that placement. So let me move to the next step. And 1 second. All right. Yeah, it's good. It's doing the that chain stitch again that mimics what is on the front of the mirror case. So let's go back and get this front section out of the hoop. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the tape off. I'm going to use my tape for later. And I can get it all out of the hoop now. We set this aside. All right, and the only thing I got to do with this is just get rid of this tearaway stabilizer. I'm going to just use my scissors and just kind of get it cut a little bit close, and then I'm just going to remove it. Now, when I pull away tearaway stabilizer, I don't just like start ripping it. I do like to kind of keep my thumb down and pull the stabilizer away against my thumb. Remember, this does have a it is a bean stitch, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. So see that bean stitch going along the outside? Even though it's a bean stitch and it's really very sturdy, I still like to kind of hold my thumb against it before I tear it. If that was just a running stitch, you wouldn't want to disturb those stitches by ripping off your stabilizer, really hard. And then that's all we have to do. You don't have to take the stabilizer out of the center here. This is good enough just doing it like this. So you can see this is, when it's all done, this will be the front of the mirror case. And it's still going to stitch. This is going to take a little bit of time to stitch this part. Get an idea of how it's going there. The whole thing, this second hooping takes 13 minutes. That first hooping, depending on the letter, may take 7 or 8 minutes. So I'm going to look to see if there's any questions. All right, let's see. I don't see any questions. But don't forget to get your hoop and press pads. They make wonderful Christmas gifts, and Sewing Machines Plus can get them out pretty quick to you. So go ahead and do that. I'm just going to go ahead and hit the next step. I put stops in between everything so that, you know, make sure nothing happens and stuff. But this next step is stitching. Let's go look at it. It's stitching a zigzag stitch, a small, skinny zigzag, which is going to be a cutting guide for us. Like I said, we're actually going to put this mirror in the hoop. Okay, so now we're going to be ready to do a little bit of trimming. Let's go over to the table here. So at this point, I'm going to trim out the inner part of this circle. I'm going to use these little tiny curved tip scissors. They're from Kai. Sewing Machines Plus sells them. These are the scissors I use for like any applique. So what I want to do is I want to cut only through the cork. I do not want to cut through the stabilizer, and I'm just double checking to make sure I haven't. And then I'm going to cut out this circle, the inner part. All right, everything looks good. So, and look how nice and close I can get with these scissors. See how close I can get to that stitching? And I like to turn my hoop as I cut. It makes it so much easier to turn the hoop instead of, you know, trying to get my arm around it. All right, I got that trimmed out. And we're going to put it back on the machine, and it's going to stitch the satin stitching around that part. And you're going to watch, it's going to go around it a couple of times because it wants to build a nice foundation there. Now at this point too, if you wanted to, you could have put in a matching bobbin. I didn't do that. You can if you want. You really can't see anything, but if you, you know, choose to do it, you can, or you can just, you know, not do it. Anita's asking what scissors I'm using. These are Kai scissors. My big trimming scissors are also Kai. These are the 4-inch curved tip. And I really, really love these. Got a piece of thread on there. But the curved tip, you can get very close to things. And the tips are very sharp. You saw I could just stick the blade right into that cork and easily trim around it. Again, these are 4-inch. They also come in serrated. And I really like the serrated scissors. But to me, it's that curved tip that allows you to be able to trim closely. And I see Renee says Kai scissors are great. Yeah, they certainly are. And Bernadette is asking what machine I'm using. This is the Brother Luminaire 3. Again, any machine with a 6x10 hoop can stitch this. It really doesn't matter as long as you have a 6x10 hoop. And, you know, really, believe it or not, there aren't very many steps left to this design. One thing I do want to say, and I'm going to be transparent with everyone here. Let me come back to the table because I just noticed this. So this piece that I embroidered for the front, you know, earlier I was just cutting, you know, my pieces of cork. And then I just noticed this. I have a cut in my cork. I evidently used this part of this cork for another project, and I didn't notice this piece has a cut in it. So, you know, it's really going to mess up my finished project. But, you know, I did want to tell you that I should have checked my cork a little bit better first before, you know, I cut my 2 pieces for my kit out. But I didn't. But it's still going to be fine. It's still going to work. I'll just keep it for myself. It does have an R on it. So this design set, it's called the Madison Mirror Compact Set. And let's look at it. It's almost done stitching this step. What it's doing is it's putting another little bean stitch around that satin stitch. I just kind of think that really finishes it off nicely. And I got my water here because we're going to have to dissolve this stabilizer here. All right, whoops, let me change the camera view. Okay, so you can see that it has stitched all around really nicely there. I'm going to just get my scissors in here and I'm going to trim out some of this stabilizer here. I'm not cutting into my stitches. I'm just kind of cutting maybe, I don't know, to 1/8 of an inch, maybe a 1/16. I just want to get the majority of this out of here. And then we're going to use some hot water and dissolve the rest of it. And it's going to be important at this point that you get this edge really nice and clean. And don't think, oh, I'll do it when it's all done. No, it really needs to be done now. And I'll tell you why. Let me get my water over here. Hopefully it's still nice and warm. And all I'm going to do is run my finger close to that stitching and dissolve what's left. And you can see, I'll zoom in a moment here as soon as I get this all done. You want to do this now because if you did this after the mirror was put in, you get this little tiny bit of stabilizer wet. What it's going to do is it's going to kind of get, it's going to get on your mirror. It's going to get it kind of gummy. So you want to make sure you have it cleaned up as much as you want it cleaned up at this point before you go on anymore. And it looked like that did a really good job. I'm just making sure that everything is cleaned up. And I'll zoom in a little bit for you. And see how I got everything off of there. I am going to turn it over to the back side. And you know your little tails that are left, you kind of want to clip those off too, because you don't want them to kind of go this way and then you see a little bit of thread sticking up on your mirror. All right, so when you have it nice and clean the way that you want it, what we're going to do is next we're going to put our mirror in. And this is where I'm going to use my hoop and press pad. So I'm placing the hoop upside down over the hoop and press pad. Now I can work on the back side of this hoop and I can press down on my stabilizer and it's not going anywhere. It's not moving. It's not going to put my design off or anything. That's what hoop and press pads, the main purpose of them is for. If you're doing a zipper bag and you're working on the back side of the hoop, when you fold pieces over, you can take your iron and actually iron and press those fabrics down and get a really nice finish on the inside of a bag. I'm using it on this design because I'm going to be on the back side and I'm actually going to be pressing down on this stabilizer. I move the hoop up so you can see the majority of it. What you want to do is you want to make sure your mirror is nice and clean at this point. So I'm just taking my sleeve. I cleaned it earlier, but I just want to make sure everything is off of it. Make sure your mirror is nice and clean. And we're going to go to the back side. I'm just going to set it down right here because I'm going to take a glue stick, just a Kids Elmer's glue stick, and I'm going to put glue on the back side of this mirror. And you'll see why I'm doing this here in just a minute. Just get some glue over there. Now, if you look at the design, and I'm going to zoom in here so you can see this placement line. And move this down. And you see I got a little bit of water on my stabilizer. It's going to be fine, but try to avoid that. I'm kind of working in a tight space here. So you see this placement line. This one right here. The straight stitch going right next to that chain stitch. That's the placement for the mirror. So I'm just lining it up. Very simple to do. Get it lined up. Let me move this up a little bit, and I'm going to zoom out again so you can see this next placement. And I'm talking about this inner rectangle here. Leave your mirror where it is. Don't go shaking things around. Take your foam, and now you're going to place it in that inner placement without moving the mirror, and you're going to push everything down. That hoop and press pad is allowing me to do that. This piece is helping to hold the mirror down in place. And if you want, you can even just sort of let it, kind of lay there a little bit. I am going to turn it over though, just so you can see what the front side looks like. See how nice our mirror is in there? I am going to put it back over here. All right, let me move the camera or the mat up just a bit, and you can see the outer placement line. This is where we're going to take the front piece that we made, and this is important, the orientation of this. One thing I forgot to show you, and I'm going to go back, because I didn't think we had enough time to actually do this, but remember, I had talked about putting a design right here. So after this is done stitching, the satin stitch, before you trimmed it out, you would stitch whatever you wanted to right here on the inside of the mirror case. Then you would trim it out, make sure that you dissolved all of that stabilizer, put your mirror down, put the foam on, and then get ready to put your piece on the back. Now, notice how my hoop is. It's turned over. The part that hooks on the machine is over here on my right-hand side. When you put this piece on, it has to go in this orientation, where the letter is here, the bottom half of the hoop, and it is facing in this direction. If you put it any other way than the direction it is showing right now, your compact will end up being backward. So let me just go ahead and make sure it's lined up. You have a lot of extra material here, so don't get too freaked out about that. Now, when I tape this down, I want to really tape it down, and I did not bring all of my tape over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab it, because you want to make sure that this cork, whoops, I got some right here, that this cork stays on the back side and stays where it needs to stay. So let me just go ahead and put big piece there. I can reuse this cork or reuse this tape, so I don't care if I'm using big pieces of it. I want to make sure that I have these little corners taped down, because sometimes they like to catch on the bed of the machine when you have something placed on the back side of the hoop, like we have. This is on the back side. So I think this is good. Everything is taped down. I'm going to carefully turn it over, and we're going to go put it on the machine, and it's going to stitch the last step. So you can see how easy that was. Now I'm going to give you a little tip here. We're going to do a little trick. This is stitching basically a bean stitch all the way around to finish this off. You know, sometimes when you stitch a running stitch, a bean stitch, something like that, that's shown on the front and back side, you get that little knot. You'll get it on keychains when you're doing that, etc. So we're going to do a little trick. What I forgot to do was, at this point, I do want to put in a bobbin with matching thread, because this is actually going to be showing on the outside and inside of the compact. So let's make sure we do it nicely and have matching thread. Let me grab the hoop and get it back on. So the trick is to hold the tail of the top thread. Use your needle down, needle up, pull that thread, and your bobbin thread will come up. So now here's my top thread, here's my bobbin thread. I'm going to hold both of those in one hand. I'm going to lower the foot, and I'm going to start stitching. I'm still holding those tails. I'm going to let it stitch a couple of, stitches. Then I'm going to stop the machine, grab my scissors, and cut that. And then when it's done stitching, we're going to notice that we don't have a knot on the back side. It's going to be a really nice look. So all that stitching, let's see if anyone else has any other questions. Good tip. I love that tip, because I hate when you get that little knot on the back of, keychains and things that is showing, the front and back side. While it's stitching around here, let's go back and look at the machine, because I want you to notice that, see, it's not hitting the mirror. What's holding the mirror in place, one, is that glue stick, and two is the stitching going around here. It's tight enough on both sides that the mirror isn't going to shift. Okay, it's going to stay in place. And then it's just going to come down here to the bottom of the hoop, stitch, and it's going to stitch the same little square tab so that we know where to put the snaps. So pretty cool, huh? That wasn't scary. It wasn't hard. And I don't know that if I said it earlier, but I'm using, just a 7511 needle. Nothing special. And I don't know if that angle you can see the little bit of, I want to call it loft, that foam is giving this project. Okay. Now what it's going to do is what I added a little placement for the snaps. Now let's talk about this for 1 second. Let me stop the machine and let me grab something to point with. I don't know if you can see, of course, this is raised up a little bit right here because we have foam, we have 2 pieces of cork, we have the mirror in here. Some feet on the machines ride a little bit differently. Let me get this stitch. Now when it moves, notice that it came right across that mirror. Some machines, the foot rides really low. I believe like on a Viking, it rides really low. I don't know about a Bernina if it rides really low on a Bernina. And what I mean is that foot is basically right against whatever you're embroidering. Look at my foot right now. I can stick this underneath here. That's how high my foot basically rides when it's embroidering. And again, I'm using a Brother Luminaire machine. So the design is done. I'm going to take it off the machine. We're going to come back over to the table. We're almost done. You might notice on this hoop I use these T-pins going around. And the reason I did that was just to keep my stabilizer, my water-soluble stabilizer, nice and tight in there. Sometimes, you get like this thin stabilizer, it's kind of slippery. You hoop something and you start stitching and the stabilizer wants to move. It gets pulled down and kind of shifts. So I'll use T-pins on some projects just to hold it in place. So at this point, all we're going to do is trim. Let me grab this right here. I'm going to cut off some of this stuff. It's just, for me right now, it's too much in my way. So basically all I'm doing is getting it out of my way. And I'm going to grab my straight edge and my rotary cutter, and we're going to trim. If you want to come into the side seam and trim this out, feel free to, certainly can. But for today, I'm just going to start trimming. Now, I'm using a ruler that I have 1/8 inch marks on. And I'm going to line up my stitching with the 1/8 of an inch mark. Now, I'm in kind of a tight space right here. So let me go over that again. All right. So you can see it's basically 1/8 of an inch. Let's go here on this side. I like to do the 2 long sides first. It's just easier for me. And I'm going to do this little tab, the end of the little tab. Anything that is nice and straight that I can do with my ruler and rotary, I'm going to do it. Get that tape out of there. And I can't really see. Whoops, I know I moved it. So yeah, take your time because you want everything even all the way around. So these little areas here, I can't use my rotary, so I'm just going to use my scissors. And you're just going to mimic that 1/8 of an inch. And I'm trying to do this a little bit quickly. And then we install the snaps. And I think I have time to install snaps, so we'll go ahead and we'll do that. You would take your time, make sure that, you're cutting nice and straight. And another little tip too is, sometimes cork has little fibers. So what I like to do when the project is all the way done, I take a lighter very, very carefully. And you can just like run the heat and it will take any little fibers sticking out and kind of melt them. All right, so let's go over here. Now these are threads from our snap. So they're going to get trimmed off. And remember when I pulled up that bobbin thread? Look, I have a couple of teeny tiny tails to snip off. And let's kind of zoom in on that. And look, this is where it started and stopped. And I don't have a nasty knot there. All right, so the only thing left to do is to put the snaps in. And let's see. I got time to do that. So, any way that you want to put snaps in is fine. One tip on putting snaps in, what I like to do, I use a punch. You can get these anywhere at, the hardware store, whatever. There is my placement. I'm going to pre-make a hole for my snaps. And this is what really helps to keep them, to get them installed really easily. All right, I got my holes made. You just need a male and a female. Make sure that you are, installing them correctly. Put the cap on the outside. Let me grab one of the other parts. It goes over the prong. There is a prong that is coming through there. Set it down into my snap setter. Give it a little push. And that snap is installed. Quickly do the other one. Whoops, make sure that I'm getting it in right. Don't want to do all this work and then you get your snaps installed wrong. Then notice I had a piece of tape here. Get that off. Got the other part of the snap here. Put it over the prong. Set it down into the snap setter. Make sure everything is lined up. And then just press. Kind of at a bad angle. But it's done. And I'll show you from the other camera to get a good look at it. So you can see the colors look a little bit better. It's still, this is a really pretty navy cork, and this is a really pretty like gold mustard thread in it. So when I open it up, you can see that the mirror is in the correct place. And when you close it, the monogram is the direction it's supposed to be. So that's about the only thing I would double check when you're putting this front piece on. Remember, you put on the back side of the hoop. Check that placement so that you have it on correctly. And then you have your little snap and you're ready to go. And again, remember I told you I had a bad piece of cork that I actually cut previously, and there it is. But it's still a great project, and this demo will get you through it. So are there any questions before we go back to Jane here? I see a lot of people are liking the project.
Reen, that is so flipping cute. And you did it in less than an hour. That's what I'm so impressed with.
And you could even do it less than that, without sitting there talking and, doing a bunch of stuff. So, but it's a cute little project, great stocking stuffer. You can make them, really quick. It would be under an hour definitely to make it.
I mean, you can make a bunch of those. I'm always thinking like, yes, we have the holidays and we want to do gifts right now. Think about people at work, but like even later on in the year, this is something you have in your toolbox and you could be able to do this right away. Girls' weekend, family vacation, you know what I mean? Like just little things every now and again. That's a great gift.
Right. And it's not just holiday. It's for any time, birthdays, whatever, just like you said.
Exactly. Well, that's fabulous. Now, where can people find the pattern for this?
Okay, the pattern is on my website, embroiderygarden.com. It is on sale right now. You can get hoop and press pads at Sewing Machines Plus. You can order them off the website. They carry every single pad available. All those available for all the major models of embroidery machines, for the traditional hoops and for Dimes snap hoop monsters. And you can see how really, important it was for me to use one of the hoop and press pads on this project.
Yeah. You made it not scary. A lot of the times when you do in the hoop designs, I'm like, this is scary, but it's just not scary because you just make it seem so easy. You're a great teacher, Reen.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, a lot of people do get freaked out with that mirror in there. Part of it too is knowing your machine.
Yeah.
And knowing how your machine works.
The mirror can get scary. Let me ask you this. What if somebody needs to just change out the mirror? Just make a new one.
You're going to have to make a new one because again, you saw that the mirror was actually, it was stitched around. There's no way to get it out, so, but these mirrors, these craft mirrors.
Yeah.
They don't tend to break.
Right. They're made, I think they're plasticky, right?
I don't know if they're plastic, but
I know it's plastic, but they're not as, I know what you mean.
Yeah. And plus we put that foam in here.
Yeah.
So, you drop it, it's got some padding to it.
It's so great. I love this design. Everybody run over to smplive.tv and get your batting and all the, give us a supply list that we're buying from SMP.
You can get the sew any shape foam.
Acrylic, Diane. Yes.
Excuse me. And I believe you probably sell cork, some type of cork or some type of non-fraying material that they can be made out of. And of course, grab your hoop and press pads.
That's it. Hoop and press pads.
Wonderful gifts.
Yes. Thank you, Kay. Hoop and press pads. Thank you, Diane. Those are acrylic mirrors we're talking about. Embroiderygarden.com is where the pattern is. Reen, you're amazing. We always love being educated by you, or taught by you, I should say. We love seeing you and hanging out with you. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. And you can get to the scissors, the Kai scissors at Sewing Machines Plus.
I do love my Kai scissors. They're so fabulous. I use them as well. Reen, thank you. Everybody needs to go get making these last minute Christmas gifts.
That's right. You know, quick, easy, fun.
Quick, easy, fun. Embroiderygarden.com. Reen Wilcoxson. Thank you, Reen. Have a great afternoon.
You too, Jane. Thanks.
Wow, that was so amazing and so quick and easy. Now we all have a great idea to make a last minute Christmas gift. That's idea number one. We're going to have education every day for the rest of the week. But what do you say we keep the party started? Blaine, he's off taking a little elfie nap, but we're going to keep partying because I got some real fun friends coming up from Arrow Sewing Cabinets and Chairs. We have our friends Harley and Valerie. So let me tell you a little bit about each of them. Our friend Harley Thomas started his career in quilting and sewing in 2018 at Arrow Furniture. He focuses on the retailer's needs and serving the customer. That is you. He is known for bringing innovative, fun, and time-saving products to the customer. He's known for just being fun and having some fun. And in his personal life, he is known for owning too many tools, which he says that equates to a fabric stash, which we all can understand that. Thanks, Harley. Harley Thomas is the vice president of sales at Arrow Furniture. And his partner in crime is Valerie Tribble. Valerie is the account manager at Arrow Furniture for the West Coast and e-commerce sales. And Valerie works directly with dealers and consumers at quilt shows across the mid and West Coast. And she helps educate dealers and consumers to show them that sewing in comfort can allow you to sew longer. And I've actually sat in one of her chairs at a trade show, and she showed me how that works. I could sew longer. Valerie, in her personal life, grew up on a dairy farm where her hard work ethic was instilled, and that certainly does carry through her career and her current role at Arrow, as well as her career as being a mom to her daughters that are avid crafters and starting to sew. So a big warm welcome to Harley and Valerie.
Hello,
Hi,
Jane.
Jane. How are you? I love the outfits.
Thank you.
The double wave.
I love the bow or the ribbon. The bow. Is it a bow or a flower?
It's supposed to be like a bow, but it's actually this material. I made it. It's just like a little. It's like a
cute
button. Thanks. I'll take it off so you can see it. But it matches the trim right here. So it's just fabric. It's fabric that I turned into a pin. So I guess I could take this off and wear it.
I had a sneak peek because you texted me your outfit this morning.
I thought you were going to wear something. I thought you were going to wear.
I was going to, but I was already gone and I didn't have my Santa. I had an elf suit like that I wore last year.
Yeah.
So,
you know what? I didn't get your message till late, so I do apologize for that. And yeah, honestly, Harley, we were going to leave you out in the cold.
We were.
Well, Blaine and I were each going to wear green tights today.
Ooh.
But I think he backed out, so I didn't wear my green tights today either.
Maybe tomorrow. There's always tomorrow.
There's always tomorrow. Good thing I'll be in Texas.
Yeah.
Maybe can I wear green jeggings tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I want
why
an
not?
all green outfit on you and an all red outfit on Scott.
So who's with you
That
this
would look
next
great.
week or the next few days?
Well, Scott's going to be with me tomorrow, and
Okay.
that will be. It could be mayhem.
It could
Jane,
be. It
tomorrow.
could be. You're gonna have to keep those boys in line.
It'll be
and then
like,
I think you have Jerry on Thursday.
It'll be Jerry and Scott on Thursday. It'll be very well behaved on Thursday.
oh, so you won't even be there on Thursday, Harley.
No, Thursday I have to be absent, Jane. So you're in control.
You know what? Listen, I'll just drive up. I'll drive back and I'll host it and I'll drive back up.
And I'll be back on Friday. So
You'll be back.
to close
I
out the
do have
week.
to say, as we were watching the last education session, which Reen did an amazing job, I see flying through the comments, Arrow Sewing, wow, this is so much fun. I was like, okay, they're in it.
Well, good. We want to have some fun, and we want to tell everybody in S&P Live Nation about sewing cabinets, why they should have one, They should get one now. Black
we have
Friday,
some
Cyber
spectacular
Week,
ones that we're going to show them today.
So we're doing cabinets today.
We're doing cabinets today.
I love the cabinets.
And your favorite cutting table.
The kookaburra?
Yes, absolutely.
I have a space. You know, my craft cellar flooded it, so I had to redo it. So now I literally have this huge open space for the kookaburra.
Well, give me a call. We'll get you. We'll get this taken care of.
I'm done talking. I want to see the cabinets.
I'll believe it when it happens, Jane.
Take it away.
All right. Thanks, Jane.
All right. Well, what do we got here, Harley?
Well, first we're going to talk cabinets.
We are. So
today
what is
we're going to
this?
talk 3 cabinets, aren't we?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Wallaby, kookaburra cutting table,
and Sydney
light. So we've got 3 really exciting cabinets for you today. We also have a special offer on cabinets with a free sewing, sewing lamp.
You know, if Scott was here, he would be saying that this is his lightsaber and he'd be going all over the place with it.
We're a little more calm today.
We're a little bit more calm today.
It's a beautiful daylight
Just
lamp.
wait till tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
It's free, yours with purchase. So we're going to talk about Wallaby today.
Yes.
We'll start with this one. And we're going to talk about the sewing space, why you need one, what you want to do, and what makes a sewing table a sewing table.
I know, Harley, you asked this question yesterday, but how many of you people are sewing at a dining room table, a plastic folding table, and are not in a sewing cabinet and don't have your machine in a set space? If you want to just put yes, if they are at the table.
Yes, if they're at a table.
Yes, if they're at a
yes,
table.
If you're at a table. And, and you can put, yes, it's great if you really love it. And yes, I could do better.
Yes.
Because we all think you can do better.
And it's that time of year to start buying the gifts that you want. So you can buy yourself your own sewing table so you can sit and enjoy your hobby longer.
I find I'm the best Santa to myself.
But I am
and
too.
To the kids.
Yes.
And everyone else in my house. I'm the best Santa.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not wearing red today, but I am a good Santa.
So this cabinet here we have is the Wallaby cabinet. The Wallaby cabinet is more of a basic cabinet that we have out there. It has what we call an A7 opening, which is the lift opening is 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. So 95% of the machines are going to fit in this cabinet. Right here, it has this little platform that you can set a serger on. You can even store a serger down here, as we have already demonstrated. There is a little drawer in here that is a soft closing drawer just to put a few extra little pieces of fabric or, your books in it. It also comes with 33 thread holders there on the right-hand door and a little cubby. This is available in white and teak, and this is part of our Kangaroo line. So our Kangaroo line does have a lifetime warranty on them. They're on heavy-duty locking casters. It's just such an amazing cabinet, and it also has this beautiful quilt leaf on the back.
And
so
the casters roll on all kinds of carpet. They are not
Yes.
little flimsy plastic casters.
Yes.
These are
Yep.
These are serious.
And Harley is actually sitting down right now. So I would like him to demonstrate. I'm going to put this quilt leaf down so I can get
on the rug
over here a little bit more. There we go.
What am I demonstrating?
So I just want you to demonstrate to them how it is supposed to be, where you're sitting there and you have it. Does Ethan have a good view? Oh, we got to turn. Maybe we turn a little bit.
This way.
Yeah. So as you can see, Harley's sitting there. And the nice part about it is this machine right now is in the flatbed position. So this is going to help take that pain and strain off your neck and shoulders. It's going to leave your shoulders nice and loose. And then we have an acrylic insert that is wrapped around the machine right now. So that is going to give you that nice, smooth transition. Your stitches are not going to
eyes, aren't you, Valerie?
pull and drag. Can I blind you?
I'm trying to today.
You always sew with your eyes closed anyway.
I do. That's right. It looks like it anyway.
So it's just really nice to have a cabinet for you to be able to sit at and sew. So it's better than him sitting here. Let me just take this off, this acrylic insert.
Let me get my knees out from under there before you push that down, okay?
If you're sitting at the kitchen table, you have where your machine is sitting up, where you can have it, with your embroidery arm. But most people are sitting there and you can just see, you got to go up and over, and then your fabric's pulling, your shoulders are being strained. So just having a machine in a cabinet where it can sit flush is just ideal. It's amazing.
It's much more comfortable. You can sew comfortably, and you can sew a lot longer and really do what you want to do. You can make your quilt a lot longer. You can sew garments longer. You get to just have a lot more fun. And that's what we're in this for, is to have fun.
Yes. And this cabinet has a hydraulic lift, a 3-position hydraulic lift. So right now it's in the free arm position.
It is what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet. Otherwise, it's just a table.
And then you can push it all the way down into storage. The light is in my way right there. And then it does come with a well cover that goes over the
That
top
was pretty
here.
easy how it went up and down,
I know.
Valerie.
Look at this. I can even watch. Woo.
Wow.
Whoop.
Look at that.
Super easy. And then it comes with a cover. So you can still sit here. You can piece. You can do whatever you want. We've had a few people that buy this as a multi-purpose table, use the quilt leaf as a workstation.
Play Dungeons and Dragons on it.
If that's what you choose to do. And then it, again, comes with this beautiful daylight floor lamp. It is adjustable and however you want to place it.
What if I'm worried about my quilt falling off the back, though, Valerie?
Well, that's why you have this quilt leaf right here.
Oh, then I won't pull. My seams won't pull or anything
Correct,
else.
yep.
That's so great.
So the nice thing with it being on heavy-duty locking casters, you can pull this cabinet away from the wall and put up the quilt leaf if you don't have the space for it all the time.
I've got my
let's show them
serger
how
down here
small-
stored.
Yeah, let's show them how small this gets.
Let's do that.
So it's very compact when it's all closed up. It's 2 feet by 3 feet. And the nice thing too is it does lock. So you don't have to worry about little hands getting in there. The holidays are coming. So you have this sitting in your dining room. You can lock it up. You don't have to worry about your guests getting in and touching your sewing machine.
We put it away in
30 seconds.
or less.
Yeah.
And it takes just about that amount of time to get it back out. So when it's time to sew, you don't have to go to the closet, reach up, get your sewing machine, find a place to plug it in, get an extension cord, get your project boxes out. I'm tired already just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Put it all on the table, get it up. Well, clear the table off, clean the table so you don't get sticky things on your fabric. Lay it all out.
And it's super easy. And again, just it's a great cabinet. And this one is available in white and teak.
So in the white, so this is a wood grain teak color. The white, which is back here, also has a wood grain texture to it, which is kind of nice. It's got a little waffle to it, so your fabric flows.
And
nice
this light
smoothly
is
on it.
adjustable. Did I shut it off all the way? Nope.
You did not, but it is
There we go.
adjustable. It's like
There we
a
go.
gooseneck.
All right.
So white and teak,
White and teak.
and we ship virtually next day. You
Yes.
order it from SMP, it's out the door.
Yep. And you will have it by, depending on where you live, it ships out of our place within 48 hours.
That's right.
So
It's out the door.
out the door.
FedEx is going crazy. They keep
All
dropping
right.
trucks here. So
You want to talk about the next cabinet?
let's talk about the next
I'm going to
cabinet.
move this
Why
light
not?
so we don't trip over the
I'm going to push this
extension
just
cord.
to the side.
Perfect.
How's that? We'll just
Now
swap
we're going to
spots.
move out one of my favorite cabinets. And
And
this is the
Jane's.
one that Jane needs and wants and should have.
Well, she had, and then
Yeah,
she
had.
flooded, and then
So this is our kookaburra cutting table. So it has two sides to it. So on the one side, it's got 4 drawers that are full view, soft closing. Huh, look at that. That is amazing. And they're great for storage. So you've got 4 of these. I'm going to move this. It on the other side,
flipping it
you're
around.
going to do the do-si-do.
Sure.
And this
It's
one
like
is on
I'm at-
heavy-duty
it's
locking
almost like I'm
casters
at
as
a-
well.
At a hoedown.
Yeah. And then it's got 3 adjustable shelves here. So you can store a serger in here. You can put a quilt. You can put your patterns. You can put extra fabric. You can place it however you want. Some people I've heard just only leave the top shelf in and then you stand up bolts of fabric in the others in the bottom part. But the nice thing about it, it is very small and compact when it's closed down. It is 20 by 40. And when you want to open it up is 70 by 40. And the nice thing is it's got these 2 gate legs that come out and they've got a nice inset there for you just to grab. So even if you have little short arms, you can still get in and you can still open it up.
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Your
arms.
little T-Rex arms. Yep.
It's kind of like if you're out eating and someone doesn't want to pick up the check and they have little short arms and they fail to grab the check. Is that what you're talking about?
First, you got to bring your wallet with you.
First, you have to bring your wallet, she says. I think that's a shot at somebody she knows.
And then
It's not
it
me
comes,
this time.
it comes with this cutting mat here. The nice thing I love about this cutting mat, it is also 70 by 40, so covers your whole work surface.
It's really big.
It is really big, but you know what? It also has these rounded corners on them.
It does, so it's not going to snag your fabric. It's not going to snag
And
you on the side
these-
when you walk
yes,
by. And get
your
too
hips
close,
will not get
right?
bruised as badly. And unlike the one we showed you yesterday, if you were watching,
Ooh, it's like me.
This one is a self-healing cutting mat.
Which I'm glad I'm self-healing the way you treat me on the show sometimes.
Well,
right, everyone out in S&P Nation?
No, you're
Good
mean
thing
to
I'm
me.
self-healing.
You're mean to me.
No.
So with this self-healing cutting mat, what you want to do
Ethan's
is you want to
dying,
just
by the
stay
way,
away.
behind the board here, just so everybody knows. He's laughing a lot.
You want to just keep moving down your squares. You don't always want to keep cutting in the exact same spot. And the other thing is you're going to want to wipe off of your cutting mat with a microfiber cloth or something, just to bring up all those extra fibers so that the material can heal back up again. This is 36 inches high. It is a kangaroo product, so it has a lifetime warranty. And it is available in what colors, Harley?
3 colors.
Very
love
good.
how it's trivia time with you every time working with you. First, you're like, what cabinet is it? Thinking I'm not going to know what the cabinet is. You know, it's quiz time. Every time she's quizzing
I'm
me.
just trying to keep him on his toes.
Does the mat fit a Millie?
We
This
do have
mat does
this
not,
one.
but Millie does have
Millie
its
has
own
a
mat.
cutting mat.
Yes.
You get him, Valerie. Lady Fair. See, I love you, Lady Fair.
Oh
See?
boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
But this is just an absolute amazing cutting table, a must-have. You can close it down to 20 by 40, push it out. You can put up one side. We do have a cutting mat that would actually fit this. This is a 40 by 46 opening right here. So if you wanted to get a smaller mat, we do have a mat that would fit that opening. And that one is self-healing as well.
It is. It is. And we have Jerry in the building, but Jerry did not come and jump on this one today.
He did not. No.
I'm a little worried about him jumping. You know, he retires this month. He retires.
Yeah. So
The
on
president
Thursday, everybody,
of Arrow.
please make sure you wish Jerry the best of luck and happy retirement. Well deserved.
Yes.
Well
yes.
deserved.
After many years.
So, yes.
Are we talking about this?
Yeah.
We are.
You moved it.
Well, you put the mat. You would have put the mat on top of it.
So what is this?
This is the Ironmatic. It is a steaming ironing mat.
So it is a pressing mat and mitt set that you will get with the purchase of this cabinet, as well as the cutting mat to go with it too.
Why is it so special, Valerie?
So this is an amazing pressing mat here. You have a mitt that has like a little finger hole right there that you can just easily put your finger through. You can sit and steam, or you can just press right on your hand for those smaller pieces. This is nice because you can steam right on the top of your cabinet, right on top of your cutting mat, and it is not going to go through. You could easily steam right on this mitt. It is not going to go through to your hand and burn it.
And we've done it. We've steamed
So
fabric on here, and we're like, it's going to burn our hand, and it doesn't.
Yes, if you have ever gone to a quilt show or anything like that, stop by the Ironmatic booth. They're absolutely amazing. But you get this pad here free, which is, it fits perfect right on the end right here. So you can sit and you can press and you can
cut.
Cut, yes.
You can cut.
You can
and
cut.
then normally you know what? You would do some spraying. You would do some spraying.
Yes.
You would press it.
And this would
then
flatten
you would
out.
Cut it. And then you would sew it. Then you would press it again.
And it does fold up and you can tie it. So it's great to take on trips with you so that you can put it just right in your
Make it all
suitcase.
pretty again.
Yep. I'll fix it later.
I know.
But I'm just going to throw this right in
We'll
the
fix
drawer.
everything. That's a great idea.
We'll just throw that.
So
Kookaburra cutting table.
it is a
70 by 40,
it's awesome.
36 inches high, white teak or gray, lifetime warranty, easy to put together. I just got one of these at my house. I also just got a dingo too that I'm in the midst of putting together.
You got one of these at your house?
Yeah, I do. But the kids took it
Put
over.
all this stuff.
My kids took it over as their craft table, and so now I bought them a dingo.
They're
so
like
that
the luckiest kids. Do they put like volcanoes on here that erupt or something?
no, just baby dolls, and they play house on it.
Ooh,
Yeah. So
I would've
all their American Girl dolls.
cars on this or something. Well, this is one of the greatest cutting tables there is. So,
Yes.
all right,
All right, I'm
is-
going to move this if you can.
and it does move even with the sides up. It moves very nicely. These are magnetic, so they stay together when you want them to stay together. I'm caught on something underneath here. What did I catch on?
What did you catch on?
I don't know.
Nothing. You just didn't push it all the way in.
There we go.
You got to push it in.
I do have to push it in, don't I? Is that what I wasn't doing?
All right.
I did it halfway again. Oh,
So-
wait, the other cabinet's not over there. It's over here.
The other cabinet is right over there.
I was going the wrong way. It's almost like I'd get lost.
All right. So
This is a big cabinet.
This is a big cabinet.
It's a very large cabinet.
She is very large.
Here, what
Oops.
chair do I want to put with this cabinet?
I got to move it this way. Is that good,
I
Ethan?
think I'm going to put,
Okay.
let's see. Oh, I'm going to put this chair with the cabinet. The cabinet needs a chair.
I'm going to just move this out of the way. Doo-doo-doo. There we go.
Okay.
What cabinet do we have here?
I'm going to call this one the Sydney Light.
This is our Sydney Light. So this one will accommodate all the machines that are currently out on the market, including those lovely new Brother, Baby Lock, Berninas. All of those will work in this Sydney Light. So
the big machines.
It is actually an inspiration from our #1 selling cabinet, our Kangaroo and Joey. We just took our Kangaroo and Joey and made it into one cabinet. So it has the 3 drawers here on the left-hand side. It's got a sliding drawer in at the bottom. So if you want to put your books in there, again, all self-closing. It's got a removable thread rack that you can take out and place wherever you would like in your sewing space.
It is a big thread rack.
It's heavy too. I'm going to drop it.
Size.
And then it's got another drawer here up on top. All 3 of these drawers do lock.
Soft closing.
I'm going to move that back. Comes with this drawer cover here. So you can just put this over the top. If my aim is good.
This is the hard part, doing that.
I know. I don't have good aim.
Doing that live is hard.
So you've got that little drawer cover right there. And then Harley, if you can put up the leaf there on the right-hand side. So you've got that leaf. It does come with this pressing mat. So you will still have a pressing mat that you can leave right here on the left. If you want to put it on the right, you can do that. And then it has this well cover right here. So you can still sit here and work and keep your space clean and tidy. I'm going to move the lamp back up because you know what they get with this
It comes with a lamp.
It comes with a lamp. All right.
Good looking lamp.
So this one is set up right now with a hydraulic lift. So this has a very heavy machine on it. As you can see, the lift does all the work for you. So this is our Sydney Light. It is available in white, teak, or gray.
And the heavier the machine, it might be a lift assist, but this machine is not light and it came up all on its own. So it's really nice that way.
And also too has a nice leaf that comes up on the back here. It does have 2 support legs in the back, so it will hold the weight of your quilt or your project. You can even put another sewing machine back here. And then it's also nice too because if you have one of the new machines out there that have the ginormous embroidery arms, it can sit back here and you'll have plenty of space and it fits on here. Now, the nice thing is with this cabinet as well, as you can see right now, we just have the 2 shelves in there. Those shelves are removable and you can take those out and you can store your embroidery attachment right in there. That's so nice and convenient to be able to have that sit right there. You don't have to worry about putting it up in your closet, tipping it over, kicking it. You know, the dog or something does something to it. And so you can just store your embroidery arm right in there.
And this cabinet, heavy duty casters.
Yes, lifetime warranty
on it.
Available in all 3 colors, are white, teak, or gray. I didn't want to ask you again.
No, I appreciate that, Valerie. No more tests this late in the day.
No more tests. I am done with tests for today.
Nice. But with all the warranty and the customer service, easy assembly with it.
Yes.
Customer service, the manual to put it together is really nice. Machines, you don't worry about the fit of the machine. The machines fit in here.
No, all machines fit in here. It's a 30.5 by 14.5 inch opening.
Depth fits perfectly for all of them. You know, it's a huge improvement over sewing at your dining room table.
Yeah, and look at that amount of space that you have right there. And you're able just to, sit and have all of this real estate on the left-hand side for your project to sit. You can rest your arm right here on this side. And it's just great for sewing.
And, you pair it together with with a comfy Aero chair.
Absolutely.
Whether it's the So Now, So Wow chair.
Oh, our number one seller.
Which is so pretty by itself. You know, look how that just goes with that.
Yeah.
Or you might want a solid color chair.
You may.
I don't know. You might want Duchess Blue.
Yeah.
See, you're not going to get me today on that one, Valerie.
You know.
Those people that watched yesterday know what I'm talking about.
So it doesn't matter. I mean, however you want to position that or have that set up for yourself. But I mean, having a cabinet where you can sit and you can sew, you can have a dedicated space. You have that nice flatbed sewing. It's going to help with your posture. It's going to help with that strain. You're going to be able to sit and sew longer.
You can sew in comfort so you can sew longer, Valerie. That's the name of the game. You want to be comfortable and sew longer. And if you do that, you're going to say, that Valerie really taught me everything I need to know about a sewing cabinet.
Yeah.
And Harley and Ethan, they were just there as those two guys. It's kind of like what they say about Kyle and Roger. They say, you know, Blaine did all the hard work.
I think Jane does all the hard work.
Everyone knows that. You don't have to say that. We just talk about Blaine. But with that, we should probably get Jane back to tell everyone how they can get their own Aero kangaroo. We all talked all kangaroo today.
All kangaroo today.
How they can get their own kangaroo cabinets. We started out with the Wallaby. Then we went to the
free light.
With the
free
Wallaby
light. With the free light.
We went to the Kookaburra cutting table.
With the free cutting table and the free Ironmatic pressing mat and mitt.
The cutting mat.
Cutting mat.
Not the free cutting table, free cutting mat.
Cutting, yes.
Yes.
Wow. Not enough coffee today.
And then the Sydney light.
With the free lamp.
That's right.
Oh my goodness gracious. You got, let's just start backwards because you got me when you pulled the leaf out on the back. I threw my arms in the air. I walked away. I was like, can that be true? The merger of the kangaroo and the Joey turns into that beautiful.
And it's kind of like the kiwi too, because it comes with that pressing mat that we have on the kiwi that we showed you yesterday.
Yeah.
And that kiwi would be a great companion to put right off to the side there and have even more thread storage.
Yeah. That's cool. And then I think the Kookaburra would be a nice companion as well. You just set that, you know, right behind the chair so you can get up and do your cutting.
Yeah.
I'm already planning. Like I just wanted the Kookaburra.
I'll text you the measurement so we can get your room set up.
Listen, I've like so many notes. I have to tell you this. So the Wallaby, Janet Lee has 2 of them.
Wow.
Yeah. Betty has one of the Kookaburra cutting tables. She loves it. And then when you got me with the back leaf lifting up and I walked away, I don't see who has the Sydney light because I was blown away. I mean, it's just amazing.
It's a new cabinet. So
It's a new cabinet.
It's a new cabinet.
It's very, very cool. I'm just trying to see. And all the shelves are adjustable. I saw that fly by a couple of times. And
on the
on this one, on Sydney.
Yes, yes. And those are actually removable. And then also there's 2 little hooks up in there. So if you have extra hoops, you can hang those right on there as well.
Wow. I mean, this is amazing.
We thought of everything.
Yeah,
we want
Jane at 2.
everybody to be sitting there and sewing until their hearts are content.
I get you. This is like a private demo for me. By the way, all of our friends that are watching and hanging with us, when I see these 2 at the shows, they do this exact spiel with all the cabinets. And I like lay on it and I sit in the chairs and I'm like, this is amazing.
She does lay on them. It is pretty funny.
I mean, I've seen you lay on them before to just show how large the cutting area is. By the way, 70 by 40 is great space.
Kookaburra. Wait,
Yes.
where is it? Where'd it
Yeah.
go?
Yep,
It's so small it hid. Oh, it's
70
over
by
there.
40. Yeah. And then when you close it down is 20 by 40.
Yeah. And then you can go half size. So you got 40 by 46.
Yes.
Correct.
And then the mat D for the dingo fits perfectly on that edge.
You got options. You got options.
You have options.
You got options. Valerie, safe travels to you on your trip
Thank you.
to Texas. You'll be there tomorrow. So that's
I will
great.
be there tomorrow through Sunday.
We will see Jerry Thursday and wish him a happy retirement. But tomorrow we get Harley and Scott.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Scott, I'm fine with. It's this guy.
You know, 4 days of me. 4 days.
We like it. It's fine.
I know. What's not to
But we
like?
like you, Harley. It's okay. I mean, we don't know about Valerie, but we like Valerie. We don't know if she likes you. It's all good. I think everyone needs to be separated, and I think we all need to know how much these things cost so we can get them home.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Jane.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
Jane.
Thank you guys. I'll see you
Bye.
tomorrow.
Merry
Have a great
Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. All right, everybody. Let's get your hands on some of these Aero cabinets because you know how amazing they are. And Valerie and Harley did a great job of demoing and really explaining what they are. So let's start with the Wallaby. And with the Wallaby, you're going to see that come up right here. It comes in white and teak. It's got those really heavy duty locking casters. You can see at the bottom there. It's part of the Kangaroo line. You're getting the free light that goes along with it. So you'll see it right there. That's a great value of over $300. The Wallaby 2 cabinet, your Christmas pricing, $1,699, $1,699. There is a call-in special, and it is available in white. Please call 800-401-8151 if this is the cabinet for you today. Now we're going to move on to the Kookaburra, I think. And the Kookaburra, there you go. That's my favorite. Kookaburra cutting table. Betty, she has one. I'm going to call her. 4 drawers on one side, 3 adjustable shelves on the other. It's 36 inches high. When it's closed, it's 20 inches by 40 inches. It's wide open. It's 70 by 40 inches. We just talked about that with the gang there. It's got that cutting mat that covers the entire work surface. It is a self-healing cutting mat, and it is available in 3 colors. White, teak, and gray on the screen right there. You got it white, teak, and gray. You'll see it right there. Great cutting table. And then we've got the Sydney cabinet with the hydraulic lift. This is a new cabinet. They're combining 2 of the faves, the Kangaroo and the Joey, to bring you the Sydney. It accommodates all of the machines out there on the market. It comes with that free lamp. You'll see that right there for the $310 value. It's got the drawer cover, the hydraulic lift. It's got 3 colors, white, teak, and gray. And then, the back, the leaf on the back. You got me there. And the adjustable shelves. Look at the Christmas pricing, $24.99, but there is a call-in special, 800-401-8151. I am wiped out from these cabinets. Aero Cabinets does it to me every single time, Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane.
Blaine, I love those cabinets.
Hey, you know what? It's always fun to be with Harley and Valerie at Aero. So, and speaking of those 2, they're going to be with me at Road to California.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be we're going to have a big Sewing Machines Plus booth out there. Actually a city block. We've got a huge area.
Wow.
And we're going to have Aero Cabinets booth there, and Harley and Valerie both are going to be there and help us run it. And so we're super excited. So if y'all want to come by and see them in person, if you're out Road to California, stop by the booth and say hi.
I think I might do it. Why not? I just wrote down the dates.
All right. Well, good. January 21st through the 25th.
I could get out of snowy Chicago and come to It is a Road to California, you said, right?
Yeah, it's up in Ontario, California, just up, just kind of east of the LA area. So
great.
All right. Well, we're going to continue on, Jane. We'll bring you back here in about 30 minutes. And we are going to go and talk to So Steady. And we have Stacy Louie. And Stacy is the marketing manager and product manager, as well as one of the owners of So Steady and Westerly Designs. She has become an expert in all things So Steady for the last 10 years and Westerly Design the last 5 years. She coordinates over 20 educators worldwide on sharing Westerly Designs with the world. And we have worked with them very closely for a lot of years. We always love Stacy. So welcome to Countdown to Christmas, Stacy Louie.
Hi, I'm Stacy with So Steady, and I'm so excited to be part of Sewing Machines Plus's Countdown for Christmas. We have some amazing educators lined up for you this week to share some of our best-selling accessories that are on super deal for all of you for the holidays. So our So Steady tables, our ruler accessories, our embroidery designs, our table accessories. You're going to have so much fun learning about these and having some fun little demos along the way as well. So I'm going to let Kate Quinn kick it off today. She is one of our top educators, and she's going to tell you all about some of her favorite accessories. And it's going to be more of that all week with a lot of education along the way as well. So let me go ahead and let Kate take it over. Thanks, everyone.
Hey everybody, it's Kate Quinn. Welcome. I want to share a bunch of So Steady's amazing holiday specials with you. So they've got so many different options for you. Now through December 7th, they're going to be offering all their holiday specials and deals. And what I've done is I'm going to highlight a couple of my favorites, things that I really love and that are fun and important to me. And I hope you'll find value in those as well. So why don't you come along with me and I'll share those right now. So the first amazing special that I want to share is the So Steady Wish Table. So the Wish Table is that table that we've designed so that it suits all quilters' wishes. It has all these unique features that make it really great. So the first piece that comes with the Wish Table, besides the table, is going to be our quilt suspension system. So with it, you're going to get two of the arms. It's got the coil and it's got a clamp arm that you can either put on your So Steady table or you can put it on a regular table as long as the clamp can seat properly. And you just close it and you'll just screw that down to tighten it. I recommend that you leave this part of the coil. Go ahead and leave it like this. Don't try to stretch it out and elongate it. This is actually very strong with the coil and flexible. And then you'll just wrap the dowel around the quilt and clamp it. And what that allows is then the quilt can move with you, but some of the weight is taken off. So you're going to get two of these suspension arms with the Wish Table Special. So the other piece that you get with it is you get our fabulous circle sewing tool. So I'm not going to demonstrate that today because Donnell has so many amazing videos using this tool. But basically it is one of our mats like this. And you can do amazing circles with it, or you can put the alignment on the right side of the needle and use it as a straight edge guide. So that's why it's called the Circles and Straights tool. And that's included with this Wish Table 2.0. So that feature is available for both. Okay, so I'm going to set that down. Here's just a quick visual sample of what you can do with that amazing circle sewing tool. So many beautiful stitches on our machines that we don't always use. And here you can use all of your decorative stitches and any of your specialty threads as well to make a really pretty surface design on this. Whether it's a quilt block where you actually have batting, or you could do it as 2D and create your own fabric. So that circle sewing and straights tool is included with our So Steady Wish package. That's the next gen Wish Table. So let me set this down. So I'm just going to lift this up really quickly and I'll show you that when you buy one of our tables, you get a seamless cutout. All of the tables are custom cut, so they're going to fit whatever table that you need for your machine. And so this right here has an adjustable leg. I can go ahead and raise or lower it. So if your table maybe is not perfectly straight, it has maybe a bow or a dip or it's not level, the legs will allow you to perfectly adjust so that the table sits flat and smooth regardless of what your table situation is underneath. So let me show you the other piece. One of the things that's part of the special that's going to be available for our holiday special is you get the bag. So that's the 26 by 26 travel bag. You can definitely put your Wish Table in there. It's got a little divider so you can put the drawer in there as well. And the other thing I'd love to carry in that bag is if you have a 26 by 8 ruler, one that you might use for quilting where you're cutting across yardage, I love to put that in the table bag because then the table is sturdy and it protects that ruler from damage. So that's what they've added. You also are going to get that travel bag with the holiday special. So let me just talk about one or two more things that are important about the Wish Table. One of the other Wish features is that on the Wish Table, every one of the corners has a beveling right here. That means it's not a flat chop cut, that it's actually polished right here to be very smooth. And those are on each of the edges of the table. So that means when the quilt is moving up and down over the bevel, it's not going to cup or catch on the edge of the table. So that gives you a lot of freedom to move around and make the quilt come with you. So let me show you my last best tool that's part of the wish table. Let me see if I can even get it out here. So I've got mine. Mine's already got like a million things in it, but this is the drawer that's included with the wish table. So if you want to be able to store all your goodies in there and make sure you can find them really quickly and really easily, this is a very important piece of our wish table. So the drawer is only available, this blue drawer, it's only available on our wish tables. So really great, an awesome tool to have. And then I just want to mention that our wish table is 22.5 inches by 25.5. That's the standard wish table. And then if you want the really big wish table, it's 24 by 32. And that one is called the giant wish table. So it has all the same features, but it's quite a bit bigger and it'll have more legs to support as well. So, all right, so let's move on. I'll show you something new. One of our buy one, get something special. I've already got my grid glider on here because I adore it. And I recommend that if you get any of our tables, any, not just the wish table, but any of our tables, that you should get a glider. So the green glider is 12 by 20. It has a lot of space in here. So it's good if you have a machine that has a larger throat. You can see that right here, this would be your 0 and the numbers will count from each side. So you have a centering ruler with this on here. And the measurements here are 1/4 inch on each side for easy patchworking. And then it also has the 3/8 and the 5/8 measure. Plus you've got your different angles here if you're doing half square triangles, something like that. So very, very easy to use this tool. I'm gonna just bring you in a little closer. Note that this is a wide cutout right here. So if I want to use this for patchwork or for sewing, the feed dogs are exposed. It's very easy to do that. And then if I want to just use it for free motion for ruler work, how this is set up, then of course I just lower the feed dogs. I don't have to take this on or off. Now, the special with the grid glider is that you're going to get this amazing table polish kit that's part of our Sew Steady product line. I always recommend the polish kit to anybody that is getting either a glider or a table or both. So let's just real quick, I'll show you the polish kit. We'll do a quick demo. You're gonna get a little bottle, right? Shake it up really good, right? So I'll shake it up off camera so it'll make you dizzy, but right, you wanna shake it because it might settle a little bit and it's a thick paste. So let me show you what it looks like. Woohoo! You only need about a dime. So actually I have some in my cap, so I'll just wipe that out. Okay, just get that out of there. And that's definitely enough to do the whole thing. So let me close this bottle so it's not making a mess and going everywhere. And I'm going to just spread out a little bit so you could see more of the table, right? You'll see me polishing the whole thing. This can also be polished, right? When you get your glider, it'll be pre-polished, but just put your table polish on both, right? And just rub it in little circles. You're basically buffing it on there like that, just in little circles. Okay, this is acrylic safe polish and it's safe for all of our sewing projects as well. As long as I apply it properly and I buff it off properly, then I shouldn't have any problem. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and make sure that it's all polished up. Get back there too. Why is that important? What that allows is then the quilt is going to move very easily. So the polish, the glider, and our suspension system back here that is included right now with our wish table. You can also add it onto any table, the 2-piece set for $10. That's another one of our holiday specials. So these are part of the system that will make the quilt so much lighter. And so then when I'm trying to move around and I'm trying to get the quilt to go with me, especially with rulers on it, this is a great way for it to do that. So let me just grab a piece of fabric real quickly. So here's just a fat quarter, right? And I could just show you, like, if I just move it like that, whee, it's like ice skating, right? This makes it so smooth so that the fabric can just glide along right there. I'll just shoot it off of there, right? Okay, perfect. So you can see how this really makes a difference. I recommend the polish kit. And I recommend that you use it about every 6 weeks or so, depending on how often that you're sewing. If I take my hand and I kind of rub it on here like this, and my hand goes like stick, 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 that's when I know it's time for me to add some new polish and get that cleaned up. Okay, so let's put that aside. I think that is such a great value. You definitely need that. That polish lasts a long time, but definitely want to keep up and have that available whenever you need it. All right, let's share a couple of our other favorite holiday specials that we're having. So one of the ones that I absolutely love, and I use it so often myself, is the So Steady cell phone little hammock here. So I love this one. Ruler on, right? Just keep calm, it's okay. So this one will hold your phone. And of course you can use it this way, or you can use it this way. And one of the things that it has is you can change the ankle. So whatever is for your viewing comfort, it's really easy to adjust. What I like about what they're doing with the holiday special is if you buy one, you get a second one. So it's one of their BOGO deals. And I love that. Then I can have one for myself and I can have one as a stocking stuffer for a friend. So this is a really great option for people. It's a nice little gift giving. And they're very, very useful. They have different options. The ones that I have here at the house, this one says, if life gives you scraps, make a quilt. So I'll see if you can see it a little closer right there. And then the other one that I have is quilt until you wilt. And then I know there's a few other options. These are just the ones I happen to have on hand. So definitely check out and see which one is best for you. Okay, let's share some other fun things. I have my ruler rack back here and it is crazy full. So let me see if I can bring it into up here so you can look at it without me dropping everything. All right, here we go. Check this out. Isn't that great? So mine was a gift from So Steady. That's why it's got this little thank you on there. You will have a bar, but it may not have thank you on there. But this is the one that has 14 slots. And you'll notice that I put some of my long arm thickness rulers as well as some of my high shank because I wanted to show you that the slots are quite wide. And look at how much I can fit on there. Sometimes if they're like this and you stack them in this way, you can even get 2 in one slot. So you could actually have quite a few. And what I do is whichever rulers that I'm using for the project, I leave them in the rack until the project is done. And then once I'm finished, then I put them away. So that's kind of how I use this as an organizational tool. And of course, I always have a straight edge available. I almost always have a curve. So I've got 2 of my favorite curves that are in here. I've got the mini multi-arc and I've got the mini oval arc, right? I like those 2. So I always have some different curves readily available. Now, as I said, this one is the 14. So 14 slots in here. And this is also another one of our buy one, get one. So you can get a ruler rack for yourself, and then you can get a second one free and share that with a friend for their stocking stuffer or their special gift. So let me just show you real quick the difference in size. This one is the 10 slot, and you can see it has obviously 10 slots, but it is a little narrower this direction as well. It'll still hold quite a bit, but it's just not as long. So this one is 10 slots. And then the 14 has a lot more room. So there you can just compare those. And of course, this is the 14 right here. You can see how much can fit in there. So there's just the 2 options for you, and those are on our special buy one, get one. All right, so let's check out some of our other items that we have real quick. So we have shared with our wish table that you're going to get the travel bag, but we have a special with our Elevate bag, which is the 20 by 26 inch bag. It's the bag that fits the large table. And that one, if you buy the table bag, you are going to get one of our So Steady design pads, right? So this is a really, really big pad here with all of the markings, and you can use, you know, pen or pencil, you can use your pin, you can do any of your crosshair markings and stuff like that. And you can play right on here with your stitching line discs and build your designs, and then you can see if they fit. So for example, if I had an 8-inch square, I could just go ahead and mark that. I could put my pin in the center and mark my crosshair lines with the crosshair, and I can completely design my ruler pattern for that block and make sure that I like it, make sure that it fits the way that I want, figure out how pieces of the designs will connect. And because this has a really big workspace, it does give you a lot of room to make those design choices and practice before you put them on your quilt. So if you purchase the Elevate bag, this design pad is going to be included as a value added for that bag. Okay, so let's scoot over. We already talked about this circles and straights tool, and we talked about how there's a lot of great demos for that. Donnell is one of our amazing educators who's done so many different things with this type of tool. But one of the pieces of this tool that I feel like doesn't get enough love and that I wanted to show a little bit about is if we're trying to use this on the straight, right? It's called the circles and straights tool. Well, what does the straights part do? Right? The circle part is going to make this fabulous circle sewing just using any of the stitches on your machine and your appropriate foot. If you have a regular foot, the general purpose foot, or a monogram foot, which allows these decorative stitches to feed because they have a lot of stitching that builds up. So if we use the monogram foot that comes with your machine that has a little bit more openness under the foot, it allows these type of designs to feed really, really smoothly. But if we want to use this tool for the straight, then what does that mean? So the circles and straights tool is 2 pieces. You get this mat and you get this bracket system. And the bracket is how it makes the circles, right? You pin your fabric right there, and then you're going to line up the marked line with the pin onto the circle alignments. Okay, I'll just show you real quick. We've got all these different circles. But on this side, we've got some straight edges, right? And we've got some marking lines that we can use to align. So if we line this up, so it's aligned with the needle this way and this way, then we can use these marked lines right here, and we can use that as a bump guide. We can even use it on our existing grid glider if you wanted to see how it worked. So you would just take this edge, and mine is already lined up on the needle this way and lined up on the needle this way. And if I wanted to align this, say at the 1/4 inch right there, I could go ahead and just position that there. All right, so before we get started, I'm just gonna put a little piece of sacrifice fabric under there and just let it sew a little bit. That way we can make sure that everything's good as we're putting these under there. So these are tricky to get to feed that little tip. So we were just mentioning how the circles and straights tool can be used in 2 different ways. So I've taken the bracket from my circles and straights, and I'm actually using it here on my grid glider, but of course, I can just use it right here on the circles and straights mat, right? I could line that up so that the needles align both ways, and there's my 1/4 inch measure right there. Since I already have the grid glider on, I'm just gonna go ahead and use it like that. But the reason that we're sharing that is if you were to purchase a grid glider for the holiday special, you're going to get this So Steady stiletto to use as well. So I thought this would be a great way to show you how these can work together. I'm going to put the hover feature up on my machine so I can get my little tip right under there and get it lined up. Use my stiletto, okay? All right, let's put a few more pieces under there. Here's a couple more. So just lining it up on the 1/4 inch, I'm going to feed it so it's right under the foot right there. And we'll just do 1 or 2 more. It's got a little loose thread there. So these are little cut-offs that I have from another project that I'm working on. We have to get them in there far enough so that the feed dog can grab them. And what, see, we could just do a million of them, right? And with that stiletto, I can make sure I get the tip under there nice and easy, right? I can just use that and kind of feed it under there so that it'll definitely be nice and smooth. And then I've got a really easy edge guide to be able to use with my circles and straights tool. Let's cut this real quick. I'll cut some of these off. And then I'll just cut these real quick and I'll show you how great they look. Nice, perfect 1/4 inch. I could even take my spacing gauge out, right? And I could measure that. So this is definitely useful if you're using your needle in the center position and you just want to use this as the guide. If your machine moves your needle over, then you need to account for that. So like if, for example, if this moves the needle over to a 1/4 inch, then you're going to put this at a 1/2 of an inch, right? You would move it over. So always do a little test to make sure that this is matching your setup. But right now my needle's in the center, and with this guide using that 1/4 inch, I'm able to sew a beautiful, perfect 1/4 inch just with that. So this is the Circles and Straights tool, and I'm using it on my grid glider, which I encourage you to get. But of course it works just as well. The fabric of the grid gliders is the same as the Circles and Straights mat. And you can see we've got a lot of great markings. So this just gives you an additional option. One of the ways that I like to use this is I like a 3/8 inch binding. So I love to be able to set this and run my quilt right along that 3/8 inch mark right there to keep my binding really even. So if you purchase that, your added value is going to be your Sew Steady Stiletto with your Universal Circles and Straights tool. So that's another one of our holiday specials. So the last bit of our tools that I want to share is I'm going to cover up this 72 because I want you to see that what you're going to get is you're going to get the 36 dot stable tape. I don't have that. I only have the 72. But if you purchase our ruler work accessory kit, you're going to get 32 stable tape dots included as a value. And I think these are a good matchup because these are ruler tools. We've shared so many fabulous tools and different things that you can get with our holiday special. And I'm just going to bring us back to our fabulous wish table, which has our drawer. You can see I'm even using mine right now. I got my little scrappy stuff to sew over there. And we've shown you all kinds of things to do with our Circles and Straights tool, which of course comes with our wish table. So I'll just put that up there. And then my special purchase is I encourage you to purchase the grid glider because you're also going to get the polish kit with that. And I think all of this goes really well as an added value if you purchase your wish table. You're going to get the travel bag in the back there. That's big enough to fit your wish table. And the wish table comes in those 2 sizes, the regular wish and the giant wish. Please check out our brochure for lots of other great specials that we have. All of those are going to be available through December 7th. Make sure
Wow, thank you so much today. Blaine, I'm going to let you take it away and tell them all about how to buy it. Sorry, we had to speed through a little bit of Kate's favorites. She was doing some demonstrating on that last tool, but we were on a timeline because you got so much to see today. So more coming tomorrow for all of you. We're excited to share what's next in our holiday deals, and we're hoping you'll take advantage of this, but we'll let Blaine take it away and tell you all about it. Thanks, everyone. Have a Merry Christmas. We hope you enjoyed our little holiday display here. We're definitely getting excited.
Well, hey, thanks, Stacy, and thanks, Kate. Just for y'all to know, too, Kate Quinn will be she's going to be with us at Road to California this well, because we're going to have the Serendipity booth there at the Sewing Machines Plus. I guess you call it the SMP Nation block party we're going to have. But I just want to tell y'all, all the products you saw with Sew Steady on today's show and all this week are going to be 20% off. So if you want to get any of the Sew Steady products, you can go to our website. It's 20% off, or you can give us a call at 800-401-8151. And we have that 20% off that we'll be able to use for all those products you saw on the show this week. And any products that you don't see on the show, they're 20% off. So all the products, give us a call or get on the website and place your order. And anyway, I hope we can get you taken care of. All right, let's bring Jane back in. There she is.
I'm right here. Sorry.
Well, hey,
I am so good, Blaine.
We need to get an excuse or something for you to come out and join the block party at the Road to California show.
Yeah. Do we need an excuse? I'll just come.
We're going to have a huge block party out there with all the different booths that we have, and all the people you've been seeing on our shows are going to be there in person. So it'd be a great time for y'all to come and meet all.
I would love that.
It'd be awesome.
It's in my calendar.
It'd be a bigger reason to come, right?
That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I know we're winding down the day.
Yeah.
We're going to let you get going to the next presenter, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Sounds great. Okay. Thanks, Blaine. Okay, everybody. Wow. I can't believe Countdown to Christmas is on its way to the very end. Oh, thank you. We love Blaine, but let's move on. Melody Cloud from CutterPillar is joining us next. Melody joined the CutterPillar team in 2017. She manages the Utah office, and she joins the craft enthusiasts and shop owners at all the trade shows across the country. Now, Melody and I both agree that CutterPillar started when they started in 2012, and the changes and advancements they made for all of us with sewing and crafting are enormous. And she's going to show us all the things that CutterPillar has to offer all of us sewists. So please welcome to the show, Melody Cloud.
Hello. Hi, Jane. How are you today?
I'm good, Melody. How are you?
Good. I love how festive you look today.
Well, we tried. It's day one of Countdown.
Because we're counting down to Christmas, right? Yes.
Yeah, it's so much fun. I love your enthusiasm and energy. So I'm going to let you take it away and give me your full half hour.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll see you in a little bit.
Sounds good.
Hello, everybody. We're so glad to be here today. My name is Melody, as Jane mentioned. I've been with CutterPillar about 7 years now. CutterPillar started, like she said, back in 2012, 2011, and we started making paper crafting products. And the biggest thing that they did with the paper crafting products was they have this LED light bar on their cutting tools, our paper cutters. And that sort of morphed us into making some workstations with light, because all of us need light. And we started getting into the quilting products, and we've just kind of exploded from there. And we're very excited about it. We're very excited to be here with you guys today. I hope you've had an amazing time on the SMP Countdown to Christmas. We caught a little bit of it, and it looks like you guys have been having so much fun. So we're very excited for you guys to see what we've got here today. I am going to show you that available for you guys. I believe all of the products are available. If you've already got some of them, I think you can get the rest of them or little bits of them, but we're having a special bundle today that we are calling the all-in bundle, because we believe at CutterPillar here, you either go big or you go home, and we all want to outfit our entire craft space with all of the coolest stuff. And I don't know if you're like me, but one of my favorite things to do is invite over to my craft space and show them all the cool things that I have and tell them about them. Maybe he can get it later but I like to have it first. So we can do that. So we're going to talk about all of our craft stuff here today. It's called the all-in bundle. So I'm going to go through all of the products. And if you guys have any questions at all, please throw them in the chat and we'll do the best to answer those as we come along. And let us know if you already have them and how much you love our stuff. We're very excited. So I'm going to start with the products. I'm going to kind of go from one of our smallest to our biggest stuff, so we can see all of the products that are included in this all-in bundle. So the first product that I want to show you, I'm going to take off of the sewing machine here. This is called our Flex Sewing Machine Light. So this is our cool little light here. It's a bendable neck, so you can kind of point it wherever you need it to go. It is rechargeable, which is really great. So there's a little port here in the top that you can plug that into any USB-C. It comes with a USB-C cord. You can plug it into any outlet and you can charge that up. And then it has adjustable light settings. I'm going to turn those on here so you can kind of see there's a low, there's a medium, and there's a high. So what you can do with this is you can point it wherever you need extra light, which is so great. It comes with this little cradle that we call it. Picture those little pagers we all used to carry back in high school and junior high. And that's kind of what this is. The pager holder, or the cradle as we call it, has a little bit of Velcro on the back, and that you can stick right over here onto your sewing machine. So if you stick that piece right onto your sewing machine, then you can slide your flex light into the spot here, and you can point it wherever you need the extra light. I tend to point it right when I'm threading the needle because my eyes are challenging these days, and so I can never see when I'm threading the needle. So I like to point it right there, and I can see exactly where I'm threading it. But you can point it in front of your foot, behind your foot, wherever you need the extra. If you need it on your guide, if you need it anywhere on your machine, you can point that wherever it goes. And that is included in our all-in bundle today. It's also flat on the bottom, so you can set it on a table and you can kind of point that up that way as well. I read the Lego catalogs with my grandson using this because, again, the eye's not so good. I can set it on the table and I can see the instructions. I can see what's in the book. I can see all the things I'm looking for Christmas, and I can use it that way. So this is a great little light that is included in the all-in bundle today. It's super awesome. So that's the flex light. The next item that I'm going to show you that's included in the bundle is going a little bit bigger is our clamp light. So I know we've seen some clamps before that clamps onto rulers, right? This is a great tool that keeps your fingers out of the way, that keeps you from having to, cut your finger while you're sewing, while you're cutting. That's never good. We don't like to bleed. So this little clamp is really great for that. So it'll stick onto any smooth ruler. Just make sure it's super smooth on the top, and it will stick right on there. This little lever that will open up, that will do your sticking. So when you stick that on, that will hold onto your ruler. So you can really use your arm muscles to hold the ruler and hold onto it this way instead of using your fingers, because that's a hard. But the cool thing about this is this also has a light. So this has 2 different light levels. So you can point that wherever it is that you need the extra. So this is really fantastic to be able to see your cut lines, to flood the area with light and see what you're doing. But really, it's a safety thing. So you can pick it up and you can move it around. You can hold on to it with your arm muscles instead of your fingers. The fingers are really good as well. So this is really cool. This is our LED clamp light. And this is also included in the all-in bundle today. Now, the next thing that we have included in this is, I'm going to skip a little bit to one of our light boards that's included in this. So we make these unbelievable LED light boards, and we have 2 of them actually included in the all-in bundle. This is our newest one. This is our Glow Mini. So this one is built a little bit differently than some of our other light boards, if you guys have seen any of those before. It's built with a plastic casing all the way around, kind of like an iPad. So it's nice and safe, and it's really durable. It's made out of a really great ABS plastic for that. And then the lights are adjustable. So you can change that intensity of your light depending on what it is that you're working on. The little mini here has 4 levels of light, so you can change that. Now, one of the first things that you think of to use when you're using these light boards is to do your tracing for your applique projects. And that is what I use it for a lot as well. So you set your little pattern right on top of here, and then you can do your tracing right on top of that. And the thing that's really cool about it is this is on the brightest setting, and it's kind of hard to see because you can see the secondary pattern that's behind this one. So it's hard to be able to tell exactly where you're trying to trace. So when you can dim that down and you can use the lower light settings, you can still see your tracing, and you can do it right on top of here. Now, how many of us have tried to stick these onto our sliding glass doors or our windows or the front of our microwave with the light on, or on top of the coffee table with a flashlight underneath and those kinds of things. It's really hard to do your tracing that way, but it's really great to be able to do it right on top of the acrylic on the light board. So you can do your tracing right on here. The other thing that's really cool about our LED light boards is they all come with this translucent self-healing cutting mat. The cutting mats have a textured surface on the back so they don't slip around when you're using them. So you can set them right on top of here and you can cut right on top of this. So when you're doing your little foundation paper piecing or you're doing your tiny little things and you just need to cut something really quick, you can do that all right on top of this little mini. It's durable enough to set in your lap to do that. And then you can cut right on top of here. Now, if we're doing anything, I dropped my piece, but if you're doing your little hexies, you can set that on top of here. And then when you're using your fabric, you can kind of see exactly where that pattern will land on top of there. So you know which way the flowers are going. You can center up where you want that to be. You can make sure it's going the direction you want it to go. And then you can do it on top of the cutting mat as well. And when you do that, then you can use your rotary cutter and you can cut around. You can have that centered exactly where you want it to go before you sew things together. It's really great to be able to line things up and to see better what you're doing. And then when you're doing your actual cutting, even if you can't see through your fabric, it's really great because when you've got the lines that are lit up, when you've got the grid lines lit up and you're putting your ruler on top, because you can see through there, you can see your lines. You can see if you're off your lines by the tiniest little bit. So I like to make sure that I square all my pieces up right on top of the light. I used to think that I sewed everything crooked because every time I would sew things, I would kind of end up with a line that ended up this way, but I found out I was cutting everything just a little bit crooked because I wasn't seeing as well as I'd like to. So now I square everything up on top of the light. So I make sure it's exactly where it is, exactly where I want it to be before I start sewing things together. So the Glow Mini is included in our all-in bundle that we're talking about today. There's one other feature of the Glow Mini that's special, that's different from all of the rest of our light boards, is inside here, there are 4 metal plates that are built in. And the cool thing about the metal plates is you can use the magnets, which are included in this bundle, to hold your projects down. So these magnets are strong enough to go through the board, the mat, and your project and hold everything in place. So how often are we working on our projects and we get called away for some reason? The phone rings, the phone will ring, the kids need to be picked up from school, something like that happens, and you have to leave, and then you come back and you have to reset everything. You don't have to do that this way because everything will stay on it with these little magnets. So you're able to hold everything right in place, which is so fantastic. Now, I will say that this is the only light board that we have that has those metal plates already built in, but we do have a fix for anyone who already has a light board or wants to turn their light boards into the same thing. The other item that comes in our all-in bundle are these little metal plates. So they come in a set of 6. So you get 6 of them in there, and they are self-adhesive. You just peel the back off of that, and then they're sticky, and then you can stick them on the back of the light, any of the light boards, and you can turn them into magnetic light boards as well. So it's really great to be able to do that. You can also stick it on your cutting mats, you can stick it on other things, and then you can have magnets that'll help hold your projects in place. I always slip my stuff around, so it's really great to be able to do that. So this is our Glow Mini, and these are our magnets and our magnetic plates. These are all included in the all-in bundle as well. So the other item that I want to show you that's included in this bundle is our swivel rotating cutting mat. So this is super, super cool. So this is our swivel right here. It's a rotating cutting mat. It is translucent, so you can use it on top of a light, and that light will shine through so that you're able to see what you're working on a little bit better. But the cool thing about this is not just that part, although that part is really cool. It turns on a ball bearing. So the bearings are pretty smooth. It's a nice smooth spin when you're rotating it. But it also has these little stoppers so that after you're rotating it, when you put pressure on it to do your cutting, it will not continue to spin. I've had dozens of rotating cutting mats over the years, and they all do great with some feature, but either they don't spin very well or they spin while you're cutting, and so they spin too much, and that makes it a challenge. So it's really nice to have the nice spin, but then the stopper so that it won't continue to spin. Now, the super thick cutting mat that comes with it is also reversible and replaceable. It's really, really thick. I think it's 6 millimeters, which is a great cutting mat. You can cut on both sides of it. So you can do your squares on the one side. And then if you're cutting with templates or things like that, you can flip it over if you don't need the grid to measure. But this will measure your squares up to 10 inches super easily. And you can do your cutting right on top of here. And then if you need to flip it over, you can. And then when you're having your holiday parties, if you need to serve your charcuterie on top of here, you can do that on this, and you can spin it around on top of your buffet table as well. Not that I've done that before, but I might have done that before. And then you can cut right on top. So that is our swivel rotating cutting mat, and that is also included in the all-in bundle. Now, the other item, I think someone mentioned that the mini light board might be too small for what they tend to do. I think I saw that in the comments, and I want to tell you thank you for that, because the other item that is included in our all-in bundle is our Glow Ultra, which is our biggest one. So this is also included. This is 19 by 26 in size. So this is a gigantic cutting surface. The lighted area is 17 by 24. So this also has 4 different light levels. So you can adjust that depending on what space you need as well. But it's big enough to put a fat quarter on. It's big enough if you're a paper crafter that you can put two 12 by 12 layouts on here, and you can work on that all at the same time. You can use the light the same as you do with the mini. You can use it to line up your cut lines so you make sure that you're square. You can use it with your templates and things like that, so you can center things how you want that to be. But this is a phenomenal one. I have this on my table now in my craft room. It's always here. The other big thing that I use this for, I use it for all kinds of stuff, because as I mention this all the time, because that's what I love about the products is my eyes are getting bad. Even if you have really great light in your crafting room, you are always causing shadows on your projects. And it's hard to get around the shadows when you're trying to see what you're doing. But when you have the light coming from below, all of those shadows go away, and you can light your whole project area up so you can see exactly what it is you're trying to do. Again, the cutting mat comes with it. The cutting mat fills up the whole area, so you can cut a full 26-inch length on this one, 19 by 26. Even if the lighted area is 17 by 24, you can overcut that. And again, that cutting mat is textured on the back, so it doesn't slide around when you're using it. So you do not have to worry about it slipping around. So you can cut right on top of here. It's phenomenal. It's the best thing to do to square all of your pieces up. Now, the next item that's included in the all-in bundle is our awesome tempered glass mat. So this is the tempered glass mat. This is a really great general crafting mat. It's durable. It's treated glass. It's kind of like a glass stovetop. So it's really hard. It's really great for paints and inks and glues and things like that. Any kind of messy crafts that you do right on top of here. If the glue dries, if the paint gets stuck on there, you can use a razor blade and you can scrape it off, and it's not going to hurt the glass. The other thing that it will do is it will take the heat of an iron. And I know everybody's like, no way, that can't do that, but it can. So you can set this right on top of your light. It's made to fit in half of the lighted area of the Ultra. So you can have 2 different surfaces to work on. So you can work on your tracing on the one side, or you can put the cutting mat on and you can do your cutting on one side, and then you can move your piece right over, and you can layer your applique pieces, and you can iron right on top of the glass. So you can use the grid lines to make sure that you're square how you want it to be. You can use the light to shine through so you can see exactly what you're doing. And you can iron your applique pieces right on top of the glass. You can also iron your seams. You can iron your hems. You can do all that stuff right on the glass. And you can use the light to help you see what you're doing and get a little more accurate. And you can get stuff done a little bit quicker and faster, so you can make more projects. That's what I kind of like to say. I get to buy more projects because I finish my projects faster when I use the light stuff. So that tempered glass is included in here. And like I said, it's meant to go in half of the lighted area of the Ultra board. And you can use it while the cutting mat is on. So you can have both surfaces. You can do your cutting and your ironing all in one place. You don't have to pick your pieces up and move it to your ironing board and flub it around and have to start over again. You can do it all in the one area, which is so nice to have everything all compact in one space. So that tempered glass is also included in the all-in bundle. Now, the next product that I want to show you guys is one of our newest ones. And this is also included in the all-in bundle. Like I said, you guys, this bundle is meant for you to deck your craft room out. You will have all of the tools that you might need to do all of your projects whenever you might need it. And the thing that I love about it is you can give the link to your kids. You can give the link to your husband. You can send it right to them, and you can say, hey, you don't have to go shopping this year. Take this, buy it, everything that you need. I thought about sending this to my husband and saying, just break the package up, give it to each of the kids to give me for Christmas, right? Like you can have the husband give you the glow, and you can have the kids give you the smaller things, or the grandkids, all in one bundle. It's so great that it's all included together. But the other item that we have is our flip and fold cutting mat. Now this is our newest mat, and this is so very, very cool. This is made out of a new material. It's called TPE. It's non-toxic. The way a lot of the cutting mats are made with PVC, not super environmentally friendly when you do the laser cutting to cut them to size, but the TPE does not you. It doesn't have the fumes or anything like that. With the TPE, we decided to do a test because it is a new material. And how many of you guys have ever left your cutting mat in your car overnight or when you're traveling and it gets hot and hot and hot, hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter, and then it warps your cutting mats? We did a little test this summer here in Utah, and this is what happened to the cutting mats. And it's a dry heat here. It's not even as hot as it gets in some parts of the country. It gets hotter in Southern California. It gets hotter in Arizona and New Mexico and Texas. But in Utah, we left these cutting mats sitting out in the car to see just how durable they are. We also left our flip and fold out, and nothing happened to this. So they're super great if you need to travel with them. It's all in one thing. So the reason you want to travel with this, or the reason you want this in your craft room, is because it's basically 4 cutting mats in one. So you can start right on the size here. This is your 11 by 17 cutting mat. So you can cut on this space right here. So you can do all of your little stuff on here, foundation paper piecing, little squares, little hexes. You can do all that right on here. But if you need a little bit more space, all you do is you flip it open. And then you have a 17 by 22 space. And you can cut right on top of this size. Then if you need a little more space, you can flip it over and you can open it again. Now you have 17 by 48 space. So you can do your strips on here. You can do your bigger pieces on here. I like to tell the story about when I needed to cut a little area rug down to size to cover up some tile in my house. I set this on the floor and I was able to cut right along it and have it exactly the size I needed it while I was redoing that spot. Then I didn't have to tear the tile out. I just covered it up. There's little puzzle pieces. You just want to make sure those are snapped together. And if those are snapped together, then it's a nice smooth surface. And you can do your cutting right on top of this. This is also great to take to retreats or classes or to your guild. You can sit next to your friend and you can share the cutting mat because it will be enough space for both of you. But then if you need a little more space, if you're cutting a little bit bigger pieces, it will flip open one more time. So now it is 36 by 48. So my craft room, I don't know about you guys, my craft room is full of stuff. I'm always working on tons of projects. I have to take it to the dining room table to do my bigger cutting. I can take this to the dining room table. I can cut in there, but then I can put it away because when you're finished with it, you fold it right back up. And this is how it stores. So it can store on a shelf just like this. You do not have to lean it against a wall and get that curl in the bottom of it that you can never seem to ever get straight again. You can travel with it. All of those events that you go to, all of the expos, all of the guilds, all of the classes and things like that, take this one with you because you have all those sizes to use. I also was making Halloween costume for my grandson and I had to cut out the pieces. I set this on the living room carpet and I was able to cut the pieces out on top of this so that I wasn't cutting up the carpet, which I tended to do all the time when the big pattern pieces are out. So you can do all that stuff right on top of here. Now, let's say we get your all-in bundle. Let's say we have all of these wonderful things. Now, where do you put it all? If we're lucky, we have space in our craft rooms, but if we don't, we took care of that problem for you. We included the storage tote for everything. So this storage tote is big enough that will hold all of these pieces. So it is big enough to put your Glow Ultra in. It is double padded, so you've got padding on both sides of it. It's got reinforced corners. So it's also got these little rubber feet. So if you do need to store it on its side, it's a little bit more stable when you've got your stuff inside here. You can store it on its side if you can't leave it out flat, and that's just fine. It also has a little pocket in the front. That's the full length of the entire bag. So you can store your projects and your patterns. You can put your swivel in here. You can put your tempered glass mat in here. You can put your flip and fold in here. You can put all that stuff right in here. And then it also has a little front pocket here. And that has, you can put your power cords and everything right inside here and you can hang on to it that way. It comes with the briefcase handles attached and it also has a shoulder strap. And it has an extra little tab. So if you are traveling with all of your stuff, you can slide this on your suitcase or your rolly cart if you need to travel. But the other thing that you can do with this is when you are traveling on your shoulder, and it's a little bit heavy because you've got all of your fun CutterPillar stuff in there, you can hold onto the little tab here to kind of take some of that weight off of your shoulder. It's a great bag. I actually have several bags at my house. I store lots of different things in these. So it's really durable. You can store all of your stuff in it. So it's so fantastic. So fantastic. So when you guys are doing your crafting, this whole bundle will take care of all of your crafting needs. We made sure that there was somewhere you can store everything in the bag that's included with it, which is so great. You get your flip and fold cutting mat where you've got 5 cutting mat sizes all in one. You never need to look for another size again because you have all of it right inside here. Make sure that when you're using your flip and fold, you make sure you have your little puzzle pieces snapped together. You can cut right across the seams. You can cut right across the little folds. You don't have to worry about that. Make sure those puzzle pieces are snapped together and then you're solid. So that is your flip and fold. That's included in this all-in bundle. Then you have your Glow Ultra, which is the biggest and brightest one. This is where you can do your bigger piece cutting. You can square your pieces up right on top of here. It has 4 levels of light, so you can see exactly what you're doing. Even if you can't see through every piece of fabric, because you're not going to see through every piece of fabric. But even if you can't, because that light will shine through your ruler, you can make sure that you're lined up exactly where you want to be before you do your cutting, because you can see those grid lines on both. Square everything up right on top of here. You can also move the cutting mat off and you can trace your bigger pieces right on top of this. You can also do all kinds of other crafts. You can paint, you can stamp, you can weed vinyl, you can diamond art. My husband does paint by numbers on it. The kids can play with them. All of those kinds of things. They're acrylic and they're super durable. You can do everything on this. It's so fantastic. I just saw Lisa's comment. I think it was Lisa. Thank you for saying that. You can travel with these for real. We take them on the airplane all the time. I don't stick them in the overhead, just so you know. You mentioned sticking them in the overhead. If I have the Glow Ultra on a plane with me, I just ask them to stick it in the closet and we slide it in the closet. But you can take the Glow Mini on an airplane and you can keep it in your purse because it is so tiny and super lightweight. And then you can plug it into the little TV charging port and you can light it up and you can work on your projects on the plane with your Mini, which is so, so fun to do. So that's included as well. Your Glow Mini, your swivel is included. Your rotating cutting mat is included. So you can square everything up on top of here. You don't have to reach around because that will spin for you. Your tempered glass mat is included. That tempered glass mat, great general crafting mat, but you can also iron on that. So you can put that on top of your Glow and you can iron your applique pieces and your seams and your hems and everything like that right on top of there. Then you have your clamp light that will suction onto your rulers or your glass mat, and you can hold on to everything. And that lights up as well because we want everything to be lit. And then our flex sewing machine light is included. That you can point wherever you need that extra light. Then you've got the magnets that are included that you can use on your Glow Mini, or you also get a set of magnetic plates, 6 of those. So you can stick those on the back of any of the light boards or your mats and make sure turn those into magnets as well. You can stick it on your cutting mat too. If I'm doing a big project, I'll stick it on the flip and fold. I just want to actually stick it to the back because you can just set it on there and you can stick the magnet on there and then you can hold your projects down on top of that. Fun, fun, fun stuff. This is the Go Big or Go Home bundle from CutterPillar that we're doing here for SMP this week for the countdown to Christmas. We're super excited for it. Jane, are you there or is Blaine there for us? We wanted to let these people and let all of our friends here know how to get our stuff.
I am right here. I am
Hello.
right here. I am so excited to be here. I love all Go Big or Go Home.
Go Big or Go Home.
We're in love with this bundle, Melody. We're in love with the bundle. We have a couple of minutes. So let's just do a quick blast through all the items in the bundle. So because when it pops on the screen and we're showing you the how much it costs and where you get it, let's just there it is. But blow through the items on there.
Look at that. It's so what a deal you guys have. Oh my gosh, amazing. What a deal you guys have. So
it's a great deal, but give us the listing. Give us a laundry list of what's in it.
Here we go. On the top left, those are all the different sizes that the flip and fold cutting mat folds out to. So you've got your flip and fold cutting mat. Below that, you have your Glow Ultra, which is the 19 by 26 light board with cutting mat and the storage bag. You've got to the right of that, you've got your Glow Mini, which is our smallest lightweight one. Then you've got the magnets and the plates, so you can make everything magnetized. You've got the tempered glass mat so that you can iron on top of your light. Your flex sewing machine light that you can point that head wherever you need the extra light. You've got your swivel rotating mat, cutting mat, which is translucent, so you can put it on top of the Glow if you want to, or you can use it on the tabletop. And that cutting mat is also reversible and replaceable. And then you've got your LED clamp light up there on the top, so you can clamp it to your rulers and you can turn that light on and you can see better what you're doing.
So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items in this. I mean, I can't even count that high because you know what? I love the swivel mat. If you guys want to put me back on the screen really quick with Melody, and then I can say hello and goodbye to her really quick.
Yeah.
Melody.
Yes, there's actually 9 items because that that tote bag that holds everything, I think, is hiding behind that board a little bit. But there are 9 different items in this bundle. Yep.
If you guys want to just put me on really quick with Melody, there you go. Thank you. Okay, Melody. I thank you for breezing through those really quick with the screen up. I thought we were just going to go through them, but amazing job. This is our Go Big or Go Home bundle from our friends at CutterPillar. Melody Cloud, you're amazing. Love the demo. I love the lights. I love the swivel. It's just really the innovations that you all have come up with for us crafters is in Sewist and Quilters is really fantastic. So thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you. This is the best time to get it. Like that price you guys are doing is phenomenal. This is amazing. This is so great.
It really is.
Thank you for having us today.
Absolutely. We'll see you tomorrow. So thank you so much, Melody. Have a great night. All right, everybody, let's put that screen back up and tell you how to get it. There you go. This is the Go Big or Go Home bundle from our friends at CutterPillar. Thank you. It's an all-in package. Go big, go home. Look at that price. You're getting these 9 items, $769.99. But oh wait, call in for the special. You can do that right now. 800-401-8151. You got the flip and fold, the Glow Ultra with the bag, the Glow Mini, the magnets and plates, the tempered glass mat, the light, the swivel mat, and the LED clamp light. I'm not even sure if I got them all in, but look at that bundle. Wow. Oh, wow. Great price. $769.99. Call in special on this one, 800-401-8151. Blaine, my mind, every single time I come to you, I say my mind is blown by the price and what's in the bundle. And I'm literally not kidding because it's so much fun to see what they just keep unpacking for all of us.
Well, you know, it's crazy, Jane. You know, when we had, I think it was back in SewFest in September, we had CutterPillar on for the very first time.
Was that the first time?
It was a huge hit.
Yeah.
And I cannot tell you how many of those Go Big or Go Home packages we sold. They flew off the shelf. And so we're beefed up. We're ready to go for Christmas this year because we figured it was going to be big again. So everybody needs to get on there, get their orders in so they can get them all processed and get them shipped. And Jane, I just went and pulled up the cameras at the warehouse. I was showing Kyle.
Oh my gosh.
I showed him my phone. I said, look at the outside right now. Now we had a post office truck sitting there. It wasn't FedEx. Their post office was sitting there getting the small packages. But there's a mountain of products sitting out there, probably 10 feet high and 50 or 60 feet long of products sitting out there waiting on the FedEx truck to pull up today to load up. So it's going big over there today.
Are we going to be able to see it?
I don't think I can. I don't know if I can pull it. We might be able to show it.
Maybe after the segment, the guys can see if they can pull it up.
I'll have to see if I can do it. Either pull my phone up or let him. I can send it to maybe a video or a screenshot or something of it. But yeah, it was pretty impressive.
I know we're all curious, and I'm sure it was pretty impressive. So I'm sure they can. If you send them a screenshot, they can throw that up after our next segment.
All right. Well, I know we're going to let you go 30 minutes. I'll bring you back, but we're going to go all the way to Juki right now, and we've got Kelly Latre coming back in. Now, Kelly, she's the National Education Manager and Trainer for Juki America. She has been on our show many times. She is basically a jack of all trades. She can do it all. We've had her doing quilting, embroidery. She uses the printer, the Rico printer. She has done it all for us. But she's here right now. We're going to talk. We got a special on the 2010. And I think she's going to use a TL18 or 15, TL15 to demo it. But it's the same machine as the 2010, and that's what we got the special on, and which is a straight stitch monster. And it is a great machine. So y'all welcome to the show, Kelly Latre.
Hey, Blaine, it's great to be back for Christmas Countdown.
Well, I was read. You had red on yesterday for Cyber Monday. I just thought, you're going to be in the Christmas spirit all week. I was expecting some kind of Christmas outfit. I really was.
I was looking for my hat earlier today, but maybe tomorrow.
All right, because I know you always kind of dress with the theme. So, All right, so we'll be looking for it tomorrow. But hey, we're going to let you take off. I know there's a lot to cover. You got 30 minutes to do it. I'll see you back here, and we'll tell them how they can get that 2010.
Sounds good. Thank you, Blaine. Hey, everybody. It's great to be back for Christmas Countdown. And today we're focusing on the TL15. We're going to delve into the world of TL so you understand the differences in the machine. There's a few models in our line. Yesterday we spoke about the 2000. Today we're going to delve into the TL15. And it's the same as the 2010. It's an updated version. And I'm going to go through the accessories with you. One thing I'm going to tell you straight up is that all the TLs are built the same. Metal in the inside, metal on the outside. This is considered a semi-professional model machine. So if you're considering commercial, a Juki commercial machine, and whether to go from home to industrial, you may want to try our semi-professional machines, the TLs, because they are workhorses. I love them for bag making. I love them for quilting. Frankly, I love them to hem my jeans because I know they'll go through the layers without any doohickeys or anything helping me. So let's take a closer look at the TL15. It is a fantastic machine because I have a stitch length that goes up to 6 millimeters, a nice long basting stitch. I have a button for needle up down, and that is really great for pivoting and other things that we'll talk about in a minute. You have a cutter here, and then the reverse buttons so you can secure those stitches. You also have the lever for dropping the feed dogs. So I can drop the feed dogs on any TL and do freeform quilting. And I got to take a class at Paducah a few years ago and tried that. And don't look too close. I'm still practicing, but it's fun. You get such a good stitch quality on the TLs. So on the top here, and this is from our industrial heritage, this is a pre-tension. This is a tension that the thread goes through prior to hitting the main tension. And what that does for you is it takes out any kinks, any curling, especially when you're using those invisible threads that, you know, go all curly. This is like your little thread governor up here before the main tension. So that is a real plus on this machine. I also have a needle threader. And I have a pressure adjustment. I can change the pressure for different textures, different thicknesses, what have you. So that's a real plus. Also, if you look at this beautiful big wide table, that comes with the machine as well. And these legs are adjustable. So when you get your TL home, the first thing you're going to do is just balance this table so that you are very comfortable sewing. And excuse my back, I'm going to come around here so I can show you that there's access to that bobbin case right here. So you don't have to take off that wide table to gain access to the machine. Okay, I'm going to go over the accessories a little bit, and then we're going to do a little sewing. So what does the TL15 come with? It comes with bobbins, it comes with needles, because I'm going to show these. You get back up a little bit. First of all, I want to point out the walking foot comes with it. And not only the walking foot, but the guide for the walking foot. And what this does is it gives you alignment if you're doing channel quilting. So you can put your lines at an inch, inch and a half, whatever you want. It also comes with 2 quilting feet, the open toe quilting foot and the 1/4 inch. So this is great for echo quilting when you want to repeat something. Because this is a 1/4 inch thick, you could just use that foot. It also comes with the zipper foot that's totally adjustable, so it works well. Of course, you get oils, screwdriver, needles, but this little thing is very important. So we're going to talk about this in a minute. This is a spool holder. Now notice on this machine, I have a cone holder. On here, I don't. So I can use any type of cones on this machine. And if I need to secure a spool of thread, I can with this. Okay. This is something that quilters will love. So first of all, let's do some stitching, because one of the beautiful things about all the TLs is they go 1,500 stitches per minute. That's right, 1,500. This machine, the TL15, has a speed control, okay? So when I'm doing free motion quilting or free form quilting, I like to put my speed on about half so I can get, I feel like I'm doing the hula, so I can get a really good rhythm down and get really consistent stitches. So this is a nice feature. So I'm going to start sewing, and know that because it's an electronic foot control, I can still control the speed. Now this is at full throttle. Okay, so I'm going to stop and I'm going to take it all the way up. That, my friends, is 1,500 stitches per minute, and it's great. So I'm going to cut the thread, and let's take a look at this. Today I used white, so you can see how fabulous, and you probably can. I know it's hard to see at home, but the stitch is always perfect on a TL. If it's not, you may want to get out that lint brush and clean the machine, give it some oil, change the needle. Those are the types of things you want to do to keep that TL running smooth, okay? So a lot of people think, yesterday I had cotton, so I brought out the big guns today. I got some denim here. And let's see how we're going. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's do 8. We can do that. Okay, so I'm got to go grab my stiletto. Okay, so I'm running this through. It's easier when I'm sitting in front of the machine, I'll be honest. Okay, nice. We got a really nice looking stitch. Take a look at that. Absolutely beautiful. So what is the key to a TL? A TL15 can take you from silk to denim, sailcloth, all those outdoor fabrics. I love to work on vinyl. And I made this on the TL15. I'm making Christmas gifts. And what I love about the Jukis is that I'm confident when I'm sewing leather, when I'm sewing vinyl. I made this one. It's a little leather tote bag. This is actually deer leather. So it's a softer leather. But boy, did it go through this machine well. So I wanted to talk about this piece because this is a lifesaver if you piece on a TL. What this does is it goes under the foot pedal like this so that I can cancel out the thread cutting if I so choose. Let me get some fabric under here. And when I'm sewing, normally, I can cut the thread with the ankle of that foot pedal. If I put this underneath it, it cancels out that action. So now I cannot cut the thread. Let me tell you, when I'm piecing long strips, I don't want the cutter to go off right in the middle. So that is a really nice thing you get with the TL15 that will stop that action. And the other little thing I like to tell quilters about the TL, because I get this question a lot at shows, is how do you get that little, if you use the thread cutter, sometimes you get a little thread in the front. People tend to call it a bird's nest. What you want to do for that is use the needle up down. You can bring up that bobbin thread. So if you don't want that look, then you can start clean. And you don't get that little bird's nest underneath. So it's just food for thought. That needle up, down, bring up that thread. If you're serious about that type of, quilting, you don't want that. So that is the TL15. And one thing I want to talk about is accessories, because the TL has a lot of accessories. If you're looking for a heavy duty straight stitch machine, now's the time. Blaine is going to have some excellent deals on any TL you buy. but this one is a great one. And I want to talk first about this foot. This is a smooth foot, and it's essential when you're sewing on vinyl and leathers so that you get a really nice stitch and it's not sticking to the foot. Another thing most people don't know about the TLs is you can actually do buttonholes on a TL. There's a buttonholer made for this machine that does several sizes of buttonholes that is absolutely beautiful. So if you love your TL and want to expand into some other things, check out that buttonholer. It is fantastic. It makes, tailor professional buttonholes every time. Very nice stuff. So what other things? Let's do threading. That's always an important thing. So I like to raise, let's cut that thread real quick. Bing. All right. I like to raise my presser foot when I'm threading because if you can see that action, it's opening the tension. So when the tension's open, the thread glides really smooth. So I'm going to start up at the top and I'm going to place the thread in the first hole. And for regular projects, I'm going to go through the first and the third hole from the top. Okay. If I were using an invisible thread, I would actually go through all three and do it like this from the top. Anything fine or just a little that needs more control, take all three. Okay. There we go. We got it. But for today's purposes, I'm going to go through the first one and the third one. Just like that. Okay. Then I'm going to go through the pre-tension and then through the tension, up through these thread guides. And the take-up lever is an important one. You know it's a mess if you don't get it through that take-up lever. And then down through the thread guides. Looks good. So I have a thread guide right above the needle. And let's talk about this fabulous needle threader. When I'm at a show, please come over and say, teach me how to use that needle threader, because once you learn it, you'll never go back. It's really essential on this machine. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower the presser foot now because I have it threaded. And I'm going to push this guy all the way down. I'm putting it on the left-hand side and then going through the right-hand side. Now, what tends to happen here is people pull the thread right now. Let it go because it's going to thread it right through the hole of the needle. Isn't that great? So another tip I'll give you TL owners, if yours doesn't work, you want to call Sewing Machines Plus and order this part. It's an inexpensive part. And one thing I cannot do is fix my machine, but I can put on this piece. You just pull it on, pull it off, very easy to replace. So if your needle threader is broken and you're out there, call Sewing Machines Plus, order a threader for this. It's worth it. I've replaced my own and happy to do it again if I needed it. Once only, but that's a good thing. Maintenance. Maintenance is very important on sewing machines. So what you'll want to do with this machine is you'll want to delint and you want to oil the shuttle area about every 8 to 10 hours of constant sewing. Most of us don't time ourselves, but what I like to do if it's getting a little noisy or generally you can see when it's getting linty, a good thing to do is change that needle, delint the machine, and if needed, oil the machine, okay? And you can generally tell if it's getting noisier. That tends to say, hey, feed me some oil. There's oil spots up here that you can follow and oil this machine. And I'm going to show you another thing about maintenance that I love about this machine. Okay, just let that fall. If I picked up the machine, knew it was going to fall. Okay, there is a trap door under the machine. Why is there a little trap door? So you can go under there, delint the machine, get all the fuzz out. If there's too much oil, it all goes to the bottom so you can get it out there. About once a year, I do a thorough cleaning of the machine, go through it and make sure I've got all the lint out. I have all the metal to metal moving parts oiled, and I'm ready to go again for another year. So generally speaking, when you're doing maintenance, a thorough cleaning about once a year, if you're a heavy sewer, is a good idea, or taking them in. But this one, you can maintain yourself at home. So let's talk about that bobbin. You know there's the magic door for the bobbin. I'm going to show you how this is threaded. Excuse my back. So there is a lever in there that keeps that bobbin in. So I'm just going to put the metal bobbin in, okay? And I'm going to keep this lever open. And I'm going to move that bobbin case until it clicks into place. Just kind of rotate it a little bit. You can feel it go in. So once I have that set, you know, I don't have to pull the threads up on this machine to get a stitch. I can just start sewing. And there is a thread guide over here on the left-hand side, or I'm sorry, a thread cutter. So let's start sewing to make sure we got it threaded right. What a beautiful stitch. So I'm going to cut this. Oh, I've got my stopper on and it's working. So I can cut this, but let me show you what you want to do if you're quilting and you don't want, this came out clean. You want your ends to become clean, but if you want to, you can use that needle up down just to bring both threads up and go. And I think we're set. There we go. So whether you're a bag maker, a crafter, a quilter, a garment sewer, the TLs are an essential piece in your sewing room. Honestly, this is the one I sew on the most because it's heavy duty, it's fast, and I've really expanded. I was a garment sewer, and now I'm getting more into bags and quilting, just from the littlest bags to really intense bags, because I'm confident on my Juki machine. I know that it's going to take the heavy duty stuff, okay? So the other thing that I didn't point out is it also comes with a knee lever. So those of you who love a knee lever, what this does is it raises and lowers the presser foot. So you don't have to. And you put it in here, okay? And you can raise that and lower that. And I like that when I'm doing a lot of pivoting. It's just a really nice thing to have both hands on your fabric so that you can pivot the way you want to. Okay, so let's take that out of there. And another thing about accessories, the TL, you can get so many cool accessories. There is a mounting piece here that you can put on binding attachments and seam guides, things like that. So the TLs are well equipped. They're strong. They do a great straight stitch. So whatever TL fits you best, Blaine is going to give you a great price and back you up on anything you need. So with that said, I'm just looking bobbin winding. Let's go there. So what you do to wind a bobbin is you're going to bring it to the back. It's pretty traditional. I'm just going to take it over here and come around this metal piece. Okay. And then I like to, there is a metal piece. The one thing you always want to do when you buy a TL is buy the TL bobbins, buy extras when you purchase the machine, because that little metal piece on that bobbin goes over the little metal piece on the bobbin piece. And then I'm just going to wrap it around, and then I'm going to cross my thread. Why I do that is so that it comes off the bobbin clean, so to speak. You don't get any jamming. It just comes off clean. So I'm going to cross this, and then I'm going to check my placement of my bobbin. There we go. And then I'm going to push the lever and then just start. And it will stop when your bobbin is full. So it's a very easy machine to use. In fact, if you're a YouTube sewer like me, that means I go to YouTube to learn. There's many on sewing shows because this is the #1 pick for bag makers. So if you've been waiting to buy that TL, now's the time to give it some serious thought. And I know the folks at Sewing Machines Plus are going to give you, ask them to show you that needle threader, but when you pick it up, you'll be so happy because you have great support with Sewing Machines Plus. And I'm going to hand it back to Blaine for some amazing pricing.
Well, hey, Kelly, I'm going to try to live up to that and give everybody some great pricing on all the TL series, but especially that 2010. I tell you what, great machines and great job. I know we're going to see you later on in the week as well, but let me tell them how they can get it. And I think we'll see you again tomorrow, right?
You'll be seeing Alba, but I'll be back and be as festive as possible.
Alba. Okay. Alba's tomorrow, but I know you're back in their week. So, all right. Okay. We'll see you then, Kelly. Thank you.
See you then. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. All the TL series are great, but we're, she was showing the TL15. We've got deals on that, but hey, we're talking about the 2010 today. Same machine. Look at that right there. We have got an incredible price on it. It's $999. We have a call-in special, so get on that phone and call us. If you've been looking for a great straight stitch machine by Juki, Juki is known in the industrial world, and the residential machines make up just a very small percentage. So they take all that technology and put it right in all the machines they sell. So you're getting a lot of technology from the industrial side in this residential machine for $999. But we do have that call-in special. So get on that phone right now. Call us 800-401-8151. We're going to ship this nationwide right to your doorstep, absolutely free. And we do offer some financing on this model too. If you happen to need it, give us a call. Or if you're on the website, speak to one of the live chat agents as well. They can help you out and take your orders there. So get on that phone. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. And let's bring Jane back in. Is Jane around? Jane, you have to yell at her real loud so she'll run. Yeah, so let's go ahead. I've got the security footage of our warehouse outside. I want everybody to look at it. Okay, so that is looking east. Our website, if this is east to west, so we're looking east side of the east side of our warehouse. Now show the other one, it's looking west. So you can look how big the pile is. And I just took this screenshot and sent it to Andrew. This is the trucks have just left for the first load, and they're coming back. So they're waiting on FedEx right now to come with the trailers, pick it up. So guys, thank y'all so much for all your orders. It has been a super, super busy day in the warehouse over there today. And the order processing are absolutely covered up. All the salespeople are covered up. So please be patient. And but thank y'all for all your orders. We sure do appreciate it. And let's bring Jane back in. I think she's there now.
I am. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were calling for me. I was finding something to get the headache off of my head from my hat. No, I was booking my trips to Road to California.
There we go. We'll find something for you to do, Jane.
I can work in the back. That would be great. Like, I don't know. We'll figure something out.
Well, I tell you, did you get to just see the pictures of our?
I did. I came in right in the middle of that. That's crazy. Come on.
That's a screenshot from our security cameras on the back of our warehouse. I mean, it's just insane, all the product piled up. And you can see, if you look at the other direction, see the green little pallet jack?
I see it,
so look at the other direction. You can see that same pallet jack. And so you'll see kind of where it's at in the mix.
Wow.
And then we have our electric pallet jack, the one you ride on at the very end. So yeah, the parking lot's pretty hefty. And a while ago when I looked, the post office was there, and they were loading up all the small packages that go in the post office. But all the stuff you see right there, that's for the FedEx trailers. They're waiting on.
That's so much stuff.
I know. It's been
you don't have anything left. We have 4 more days or 3 more days.
I was looking on the cameras, and I looked at the warehouse guys, and they're running around like a bunch of ants in there. They were going so fast trying to get things done. So
Wow, that's amazing. Like, that's so cool.
It is.
I don't know that there's anything left. So, you let us know at the end of the day.
Well, we've got plenty of product, and we've got product coming in every day too. So that's kind of, we only have 2 receiving guys that receive all the products, and they are just covered up as well. They've been working nonstop, and they work the weekend trying to get everything received so we can turn right back around and sell it and send it out. So
I said we're going to beat that $11 billion they crushed up on whatever Cyber Monday a couple of years ago. By the way, your workers are probably in the back, like singing, walking along and singing to like all the Christmas songs and then dancing and like
I
dancing.
thought I heard them saying hi ho, hi ho.
Oh, Blaine, that's
all right.
great.
No more singing for me. Okay.
I think you did a nice job.
Well, Jane, I got to put another little plug. We got about 3 minutes for our next presentation, but
okay.
I just want to tell everybody about our event that we have happening in February. And this event is a one-of-a-kind event, Jane, and it's incredible. It's called Stitch and Switch event.
Oh.
And it's going to be held in our San Marcos retail store. We have a huge classroom there. And we sold out. I don't know if it's sold out yet. Both or just one? Okay, the first event it's February 12th and 13th. It's sold out. But we did a second event because it sold out, and it's the 13th and 14th. I mean, the 14th and 15th. And so it's basically what it is. Reen Wilcoxson is coming out leading the charge. We're doing 6 projects in the 2 days. And also, we're going to have the top of the line machines from Brother, Baby Lock, Janome, Viking, Pfaff, and who am I missing? Viking, Pfaff, Janome, Bernina. There we go.
Do you say Brother?
Bernina.
Brother?
So we're going to have their top of the line machine there. We're also bringing in a national educator from each one of those brands to man their station to help people with those machines. And everybody, you'll be team sewing 2 people per machine, and you're all going to get to go and rotate around the machines, and you'll get to make a project on each one. And it is going to be incredible. It's like test driving all the nicest cars.
So fun.
And what the challenge is, Jane, anybody out there that wants to come to this event, they fly in. If they fly into the event and they end up purchasing a top-of-the-line machine from us, we'll ship it to their doorstep, and I'm going to pay for their flight.
What? That's so cool. I love that idea too.
No first class.
What? No lay flat seats, Blaine? Come on.
No first class, but I'll pay for their flight. How's that?
Extra leg room?
No extra leg room.
Okay.
You got to be back in the back with the economy people.
But you got a big machine on the way. I think that's great. And I love the idea, because if you're thinking about it, you don't pull the plug to this week and you go to this event, because thankfully you added a second one. You really get to test drive it, and that's nice.
Well, see, the thing about these machines, we can't sell any of these machines online. These are machines that you can only buy in the retail stores.
Oh.
So this will give a chance, even if you don't have a dealer close to you, you can come out, take the class, purchase the machine here, and then we can just ship it to you. So that's the great thing about it. So it's all the top-of-the-line machines that you can only buy in brick-and-mortar stores. You can't buy them online. And so Brother, Baby Lock, and Bernina are releasing brand new machines, and we haven't even got them yet. So they're on their way now. Just got notification day that Brother and Baby Locks are shipping out, and we'll get those, but we'll have them all here for February. And it's going to be a great event. We're looking forward to it. And
I like that you added the second weekend.
Oh, yeah, we had to, because it was such a popular event. Everybody's wanting to come. So we do have some seats available. Not many. They're going fast. So if you want to come, make sure you go sign up. And they can go to at the top of our website, Jane. It's where it says event and classes. They can just click that, and you'll see the square little tab for the event. They can click it there and then go sign up.
Plenty of seats on the airplane too. Kim Wolf said, "Hey, can I fly first class and you just pay for economy?"
Kim Wolf lives here in San Marcos.
It was a
Kim, you get up here. You don't need to fly.
It was a different Kim Wolf, or she was just giving everybody ideas.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Well, hey, I'm going to duck out of here. I know you got a presentation coming up next, and then I'll see you in 30 minutes.
Okay. Thanks, Blaine. Okay, everybody. She is a regular on all of the SMP shows, certainly on Cyber Monday, Countdown to Christmas, all of the shows that they have here at SMP. You've seen her all the time. She comes all the time. Aubrey Hartman. She's an area sales manager with Butler Robotics. There's a long history with thread, fabric, and a sewing needle. She's been sewing since she was 5 years old. There's Aubrey right there when she took a kids quilting class. And then she learned about quilt making when she took a job at a local quilt shop. And she quickly found herself a new hobby. And now she's learning all about long arm quilting and long arm automation with her job at Butler Robotics. And she's loving every minute of it. Your hands together. A big welcome to Aubrey Hartman. Aubrey, you're loving it, aren't you?
I am loving it, Jane. Thank you so much. Hi, SMP Nation.
It's great to see you. Like you're always on the shows, and then I couldn't think of all the shows that you're on. So you're on Quilt Fest, you're on
Sew Fest.
Yeah, Sew Fest. Yeah, exactly. All of those shows. But it's always good to see you, and I always love watching what you're working on. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Thank you, Jane. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome back to Countdown to Christmas today. Now, yesterday, you guys saw me do a demonstration with our cute little red box. This is the Butler Essential, and this was for home sewing machine automation for your stitch regulated home sewing machine. So if you need that and want that, this is available all this week with special pricing. And I am working on finishing up that little project that you guys saw yesterday, so you can see that little table topper quilt all finished. So hopefully I'll have that done by tomorrow. I got to get the binding on it still. But today and the rest of this week, I'm going to be working on my beautiful King Quilter 216, which is one of Sewing Machine Plus's long arms, and we are using our Butler robotics system. Now, the one you're going to see on here with this big, beautiful display screen here is the professional version, but we actually have 3 different versions, so you have something to choose from depending on what your quilting needs are with automation. So Blaine will have 3 different long arm automation types available. We've got our basic version of the Butler, and that is going to come with an 8-inch display screen, 160 built-in patterns, and everything you need built into the system so that you can do edge-to-edge quilting, block quilting, and all of your basic editing features. If you want a little bit more than that, then you'll go up to the Deluxe Butler. You'll get a little bit larger of a screen. That's going to give you a 10-inch display screen to work with. You're going to get more patterns already loaded on there with 260, and you're going to get a few more spoiler features on that one, like a record feature and channel locks and point-to-point and lots of fun things to play with. So if you like a little bit more custom work, that might be the one for you. And then we go up to the professional model, which is the one that I have because I like to have all of the bells and whistles. So this is our professional. It comes with a 12-inch full color touchscreen display. They are all full color touchscreens. So just because the size is different doesn't mean that you lose out on any of those features. They are beautiful full color touchscreens. This is the 12-inch one. It comes with over 500 preloaded patterns on it and every bell and whistle that we could put on there for you. So you do get different features like being able to modify your layout areas, save your layout areas, save your designs that you have changed and edited for your quilt so that you can bring them back up and use them throughout the whole quilt. You have point-to-point channel locks, and you've got your straight, diagonal, all of your different channel locks. I use my channel locks a lot. You guys, you probably have seen me do that before. Every editing feature that we could put on here, you've got on your professional model. So you've got your 3 different models. It's your choice of what you want. And remember that the Butler robotics system is a universal system. So it doesn't matter what kind of long arm you have, whether it's something you've had for a while, something you've recently bought, or something that you're shopping for this week during Countdown to Christmas, a Butler robotics system will go on there and automate for you. And if you're like me, I'm not very good at free motion quilting. So I love my automation. So I get a beautifully quilted quilt after I work so hard on my piecing. My free motion isn't great. So I love that robotics doing all that hard work for me. So I'm going to go ahead and get started because I have put together a fun little holiday quilt top. I've got some jolly Santas on here. I've got stars that we're going to fill in as we go through the rest of the week. So we're going to start with our border up here today. And though my border is all our jolly Santas in green, I'm actually going to start by quilting a design as a cornerstone. And then I'll fill in the rest with more of an edge-to-edge design. So we're going to go through some of the basic features on how to add patterns, pattern layout spaces, loading in a design, multiplying the design with repeats, so you guys can see really how the system works. And then as we go through the rest of the week, I might be adding a few more little fun things in here as we go. I did purchase a few patterns off of a website earlier in the week because there are over 500 patterns loaded on this model. There were a few specific things I wanted for this quilt. And the nice thing about the Butler robotic system is that you get all of these patterns loaded for you on your system when you purchase it, but you also have the ability to import designs that you want that you purchase off a website, because sometimes you're doing an extra special quilt and you have a specific pattern in mind that you like to put on it. So we take formats QLI, DXF, and QCC. So you've got the ability to purchase and put what you'd like on the system. So you may see some things that are on the system already and some things that I purchased as I'm quilting along throughout the rest of the week. Now I'm going to bring you guys a little bit closer here so you can see that on my display right now, I've got a very large box that's an orange dotted line. This is my quilt area, which is essentially the space within my table. So that's kind of my safe area where my robotic system is telling me, hey, you're going to want to stay within this space while you're laying out your design. What I'm going to do is mark an area for my cornerstones over here by creating a square. And to do that, I need to be in layout, which is highlighted here on the left-hand side of my display. And I want to create a new layout area. So I'm going to hit the plus sign over here on the right-hand side of my display. When I do that, my Butler Robotics is giving me directions here on the bottom of the screen. It says set the first point in your pattern box. And if you can see all the way over here, I've got a little plus sign. And that's how I'm going to add my pattern box or the little cornerstone area that I want to add a pattern to. Now, when I do this, I always start in the top left-hand corner and go around my block in kind of a counterclockwise motion. So I'm going to start in the top left. I'm going to hover my needle over that top left corner just so that I know I'm in the area that I want to be. And I'm going to hit the plus sign at the bottom corner of my screen. I'm then going to bring my machine towards me to come to that bottom left corner of my area, because once I hit that plus sign, I get a new direction on my display and it says set the next point in the pattern box. So I'm just going to slide the machine down to where I want to set the next point of my cornerstone square and hit my plus sign again. I'm going to slide over to the right to where I want to set the third point of my square and hit my plus sign again. And then I'm going to slide back away from me to the top right-hand corner of where I want to set that point. And instead of hitting the plus sign this time, I'm going to hit the check mark at the bottom of my screen because I'm finished setting all 4 points of my square. And now that I've done that, I'm going to bring this over to you guys. You can see that I have an orange dotted square on my screen, and this is representing my cornerstone block. So now we're ready to fill it in with a pattern. I'm up to the next tab, which is patterns. And when I do that, I've already been looking in there today. You can see the whole library of patterns that are available to you in your Butler robotics system. Since it's a touch screen, you can touch on it and scroll through everything. We have a slider bar over here. And my favorite thing to do, if I know what I'm looking for, we can actually open up this little bar here and you can type in a word of what you're looking for. and I'm looking for a snowflake that I purchased and loaded on my system. I found the perfect thing that I wanted for my cornerstone. So I typed in the word snow, and I'm going to hit my check mark. And now up on the display, every design within my system that has the word snow in it is going to come up. And the snowflake that I purchased is called Stellar Snowflake. So that's right here. I'm going to touch it to highlight it, and it turns orange. Once it's highlighted, I can hit the check mark that's over here on the right-hand side of my display to load it into my quilting area. When I hit my check mark, I've now got my Stellar Snowflake on my display screen, and my orange layout box is over here. But you can see that my layout box is very small in comparison to my Stellar Snowflake. So now we have to work with our editing features to get my snowflake inside my box. When I loaded that pattern, I automatically went from patterns here on the left-hand side of my display to my editing feature, which is right above it. So now I've got all of my editing features available here on the right-hand side of my display. And what we need to do to get our snowflake to fit in our cornerstone block is to work with our scale feature. And this is probably my most used feature because I'm constantly working with different blocks and triangles and rectangles and taking designs and custom fitting them into each individual piece. I'd like to do a lot of custom work. I do plenty of edge to edge, don't get me wrong, but I do a lot of custom work. So I'm always laying out squares, rectangles, triangles, and taking individual pieces and scaling the designs in each block one by one. It's tedious sometimes when I overdo myself, but I really like to do this. And on the professional system and the deluxe system, we have an auto scale feature, which makes this very easy to do. I'm going to show you where that is now. So our scale feature is over here. It's the fourth icon down, and it looks like a little square with arrows coming out the side. And when that's highlighted, we get every feature that we can use within our scale feature. And right here is my good friend, auto scale. And when I touch that, my snowflake is automatically scaled to size to fit within the box that I created for our cornerstone. It's that easy to get a design to fit within the space you want. I just love how simple it is to do that. And from here, I'm ready to stitch out. So I'm going to go from edit here on the left-hand side of my display up to my home button. And your home button is where you stitch out your designs. So we'll highlight that. And my design looks nice. Everything fits within my space. And over here, I've got a little button highlighted. This is my needle button, and this button needs to be highlighted in order for you to stitch out. If it's not highlighted, it's just going to trace around your quilt top. It's not actually going to do any stitching. So it's highlighted here, so I know I'm going to stitch out when I get going. And I'm going to hit my little green button up here. And when I do that, we're going to start to get a series of instructions. And that's what I love about the Butler robotic system. It always gives you instructions on what you need to do. And it's really important at this stage when you're starting to stitch out to just follow what the directions tell you to do, because this is where you get your tie-offs, where it's telling you to pull up the bobbin thread, when it's telling you to start your stitching on your machine. So you take everything step by step with the directions, and it's kind of foolproof. And I love that it works that way because I'm not a super techie person. So I love that this system is telling me exactly what I need to do in what order. So let's hit our green button. And the instructions say the machine will move to the start of the pattern block, and the pattern's going to start, and we need to verify that our needle is in the up position. So I'm going to double check and my needle is not down. We don't want our needle to be in our fabric because the robotic system is going to start and the motors is going to move our carriage with our machine on it all the way to the start point, and we risk tearing our fabric. I'm going to give it a little help before I hit anything and just move closer to the end over here where my pattern's going to start to save us some time so it doesn't have to slide itself all the way over here. And I'm going to just turn the camera a little so you can see. And I'm going to hit my check mark. It's going to take a minute and think. And now I'm moving to the start point in my pattern. I'm going to grab my tail thread here, and it's telling me to do a single stitch with my quilting machine. So I'm going to use my needle up down button and take that stitch. I'll hit my check mark here. And now I'm being told to pull the bobbin thread up and press OK. When I get to this stage, the motors are released so I can push my machine around a little bit so I can access that little bobbin thread. And now I've got both tails in my hand and I can hit the check mark. My machine's now going to be recentered over my start point because the robotic system is going to move it in place. I'm now going to cycle my needle to lock my stitches. I take 3 stitches to lock this in place, but if you're one of those people who likes 4 stitches, do 4 stitches. And if you're a quilter who loves to knot and bury your threads yourself, then you just need to leave nice long tails and skip this stitch by hitting the check mark. My final instruction before it starts stitching is telling me to turn the stitching on my long arm, and then my machine's going to start moving and stitching out. So I'm going to hit the start on my handlebars so that my stitching is engaged, and I'm going to hit the check mark on my display, and off we go. And I'm going to try to cut my thread tails without getting in the way of my stitching. So this is just going to take a quick minute to run. I did turn the lights off on my King Quilter too because I didn't want any glare here so that you didn't see that. But this has great lights here so that you can see where you're stitching, where you're pulling up your needle thread. So it's nice to have that. This is a wonderful little machine. I know that Becky Thompson did the King Quilter 18 earlier today. And this is the 16, so throat space is a little bit smaller on this one, but I do love it. And it stitches out pretty quick. We do have a speed control on the display, so if you need it to stitch out a little bit faster, if you're confident with your design that it's not too wavy or curvy or anything, you can speed it up. But because this snowflake has a lot of points in it, I want to take it nice and slow and steady to give everything the opportunity to perfectly stitch for me. We are done with our snowflake already. My instructions are telling me to turn the stitching off on my long arm, so I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to hit the check mark on my display. And now we're being told to cycle our needle again. So I'm going to go ahead and cycle my needle 3 times and hit the check mark on my display again. And now I am released so that I can go ahead and pull my bobbin thread up. And now I have 1 cornerstone of my quilt already done. But now I need to do the other cornerstone of my quilt, and I can very easily do that by using another button on my display. I don't have to resize my design or rescale it. I can go back to my layout button, and we've got, let me get this in screen for you. I don't know if you can see it very clearly, but we have this cute little wrench here. Looks like a crescent wrench. If you touch that, that is your modify button, and it's going to allow you to modify the location of your last quilt block to a new quilt location. So it says set the first point in your pattern block. I'm going to back the camera up just a little bit and see if I can get you guys to see where I'm moving to. I am going to hit the other corner of my quilt over here. So I'm going to do the same thing I did before. I'm going to hit my cornerstone. I'm going to try not to get in front of the camera. I'm going to set my 4 points. So it says set the first point. I'm at the top left. I'm going to go down to the bottom left corner of my cornerstone area, hit my plus sign, move over to the bottom right area, hit my plus sign, move up to my top right, and here's where I hit that check mark on my display. And now that I've done that, let me get you in here a little bit closer. And you can see that it has taken my design that was really big last time that we had to fit into our smaller box, and it's already put it in there at the size that we had last time. And it looks pretty good here. It might need a little bit of changing because I can see this point over here is just slightly touching the line. So from here, I'll go to edit. I'll go to my scale feature like we went before, and I'm just going to touch that auto scale button one time so that it perfectly goes in there for me and just nudges over a little bit so it fits my brand new layout area. I love how simple it is to take a design from one area and move it to another area. If you have a quilt that has multiple blocks in it and you want to use the same design over and over again when they're the exact same block, this is your best way of doing it. I love having some of these spoiler features. Now, we're not going to go ahead and stitch this out because you've already seen it stitch out once. We're going to go ahead and do one more layout area. We're going to go ahead and lay out everything in between because we're going to fill in this as our border. I'm going to go back to my layout on my left-hand side of my display. I'm going to hit my plus sign here to add a new layout, and I'm going to set the points of my pattern box. But I'm not going to do 4 points this time. I'm only going to do 2. I'm going to come to the top left corner of where I want to start my border design, and I'm going to hit my plus sign. And now I'm going to slide all the way across my quilt, and I'm going to come to the bottom right corner of where I want my pattern to end, and I'm going to hit my check mark. And in just setting 2 points, I've set a complete rectangle that we can fill in, and it's representing my whole top border. Let's get you guys a little bit closer so you can see. We're going to pick out a new pattern. I'm going to go into my patterns, and I'm going to hit filter again so that we can see everything here. But I did load some other patterns that I want to go in here, and they're under one of our tags. I loaded something called a Douglas pine because I thought these were just the cutest little trees. And my Douglas pine design is here. So I'm going to touch it and highlight it. I'll hit my check mark, and I've got one repeat of the design, but I'm going to need to fill in a little bit more space. When we added our pattern, we moved from patterns to edit, just like we did before. But this time we're going to go to repeat first, which is up here at the top right. And we're going to add a few more horizontal repeats to fill in. I'm going to go ahead and fill in, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if 5 is going to look the way I want when I play with this a little bit more. I'm going to then go to scale, and I'm going to hit my lock here. This is my proportion lock. I'm going to use this because I want my trees to keep their original design composure, both height and width-wise. If I didn't put this lock on, I might end up with either some really tall, skinny trees or some short, stumpy trees. And I want them to stay what they look like. So we're going to use our proportion lock. And then I'm going to hit my auto scale and see what happens. So they look really nice, but I'm missing some here. So we're going to have to add a few more repeats, but I think this is going to look good. So we can always go back and forth between our editing features. You don't have to go one at a time. You can always go back. So I'm going to go back to repeats. Oops. And I'm going to add some more. So there I went up to 8, but you can see they're hanging outside of my box. So it's time to move them. We have a move feature here underneath our repeats. And I can just nudge them over little by little. Or I can hit my button that wants it to move all the way inside our pattern box. And I think these little trees look awful cute where they are. So I think this is going to make a really wonderful border. So we're going to get ready to stitch that out next. From here, now that my trees are all ready to go, we'll go to our home and get started from here. So
hey, Aubrey.
Oh, I think we have a question.
How do you determine how fast you set the Butler speed to?
Oh, so we have a question. Someone wants to know how fast we determine what we set our Butler speed to. So I usually have my Butler speed set at factory setting, which is 30. And if I want to go a little bit faster, what will determine that is If my pattern is a little bit more open, less complicated, it does not have a lot of curves or points, it is not very dense, then I'll feel comfortable going faster. If my pattern is very dense, if it has a lot of curves, a lot of points, it's very complicated. Let's say maybe it's stitching out a nice little cute animal and it's got stripes in it and it's stitching out its little feet. I might want to slow it down to give everything time to stitch out properly and not run too fast, so everything goes at a nice pace and motion. I never want my machine to be running too fast where my stitch regulation gets off or anything. So denser, more complicated designs, I stay slower. And then more open and flowy designs, I feel more comfortable going faster. It also determines how thick your batting is, what kind of thread you're using, the machine that you have. Some machines like to go a little bit faster. Some machines like to go a little bit slower. There are a whole lot of different factors in that, but the pattern that you're using is definitely your biggest factor. Do we have any other questions, Lindsay? Or are we ready to go back to Santa Blaine and Miss Jane and find out how you can get a Butler system yourself?
Can you just show them on the screen where the button is to change the speed?
Oh, they want to see the speed button?
Yes, please.
Okay. So once you, I'm going to hit pause real quick. So once you are in stitch out mode, your speed buttons appear over here. I'm set at a speed of 30 right now, but I can speed it up with an up button. So that went up to 50, or I can use my down button and I can go down to 20 or even 10 if I like. Is that helpful?
Thank you. Cover questions. You're good.
All right. Well, I guess we will go back so that y'all can find out how to get a Butler of your own.
That's right, Aubrey. Let's tell everybody how to get a Butler of their own. Great demonstration as always. I'll tell you, people were saying, I can listen to Aubrey talk all day long. So great job on the demonstration, but let's get to it, Aubrey. We'll see you tomorrow. And I want to tell everybody how to get their hands on a Butler Robotics. Thanks, Aubrey.
Bye, Jane.
Bye. I had to give her a last word, right? At least you could say goodbye. Okay. Aubrey Hartman is amazing from Butler Robotics. So don't forget, there's different versions here that you can get. So let's tell everybody how they can do it. Thank you so much. There you go. All of the Butler Robotics. You see it right there. You're getting all of the different variations. You got to call in for more information. 800-401-8151. And you see the Christmas pricing there varies depending on the size that you're going to get, and exactly what Aubrey demonstrated or talked about early on in her session. And Blaine, I know that you had a really great pricing on one. Was that just yesterday for Cyber Monday?
Hey, Jane. No, it was, we have it on the screen now. It starts at $1,600. So what we did is the
that
essentials.
Was the lower price.
Yes, the essentials. We lowered it down to $1,600 or $1,699. And what that's for, that is the one that actually, if you have a home machine that you want to put robotics on it, you have to add stitch regulation, and you have to put it on one of the frames that'll accept a residential machine, like the Cutie Breeze or the Hoop Zone frame, all those type of things. It'll fit on those, and that makes it your home machine a robotic machine. So it's a very inexpensive way to have robotics on a residential machine.
And so many people are like, oh, I wish I could have robotics. Well, now you can.
Yeah, you can.
I like it.
Very inexpensively, by the way.
Right, exactly. But call for more.
Yep. Just call them. Anybody's got any questions about the Butler Robotics, since we have 4 different models, they can go through all the different levels of what's with each one. It's feature differences and preload designs. So the full version has a ton of designs in there. I forgot how many, but it's more designs you probably ever use, and already built in. So it really makes it nice. So yeah, just give them a call. They all know the robotics extremely well because we sell so many quilting machines. We sell a ton of the robotic systems as well.
And again, the price varies depending on the model that you get, and the base price with the essentials is around $16.99.
Yeah,
and I'm
that's the one
answering
we
that.
got
Yeah.
we lowered the price on all of them, and that one we really lowered the price on. So you can start at $16.99 and then work your way up on the other ones.
And I think it's great too, because that if you know, a lot of folks are, I need a sugar daddy to buy me robotics. I need this, I need that. Here's the deal. Give a call, get the information, and maybe the essentials is something you can use. You'll find out. And if not, then you can maybe work with one of the other models. So I think that's a great option.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, you know, and currently out there, if you just have, you know, if you got a really nice residential machine, you want to get into quilting, we can show you how to put robotics on it, how to put it on a frame, do it all. And if you already have a long arm quilting machine and you're thinking about robotics, give us a call, because we can get you into one of these Butler systems very inexpensively. I mean, you know, compared to Pro Stitcher and some of the other ones on the market, we can get you into to a very entry level one that'll do a lot of things, and you won't have to invest a ton of money to do it.
That's great, Blaine. Now, I cannot believe it. We have one more session left for today.
This is it. This is it for the day.
And you left a great one for the end.
I know. I'll bring you back in 30 minutes, Jane. We'll close this thing out. But
Sounds
hey,
good.
next up, we're going to talk all about Durkee Hoops. And we have Dawn Chase coming in, and she's going to do a demonstration. Now, if y'all don't know Dawn has been on our, you know, she's been on our shows many times, along with the owner of Durkee Hoops, Brent Taylor. And, you know, Dawn is an accomplished sewist with over 40 years experience under her belt. And in 2007, she started an embroidery business selling embroidery and applique items at our local area. Followed up shortly, she opened her own online store, creating personalized applique and shirts. She merged her love of embroidery and quilting 10 years ago by starting Creative Applique. Since then, she's created over 6,000 designs, including applique designs, embroidery fonts, and designs in the hoop projects. And we're so happy to have Dawn here with us today. So y'all, big SMP welcome to Dawn Chase.
Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Dawn, good to see you. How are you?
Great to see you too. I'm doing well. I feel a bit underdressed though.
I know. Where's your Christmas stuff?
I know. I feel like I should have more on.
6,000 designs. You have to have a Christmas design in there.
Probably about 1 or 2 or 300, maybe.
Yeah. So there's no excuse. You got an embroidery machine behind you. You should have had a cool outfit.
I know. You're right. Well, I do. Yeah. I have a lot of them, just not here.
Just busting your chops, Dawn. Hey, we're super happy you're here, and I'm going to let you get going because I know you got a brand new product we're going to talk about, and we'll be back in about 30 minutes. Tell them how to get it.
All right. Sounds great. Thank you so much. Well, hello, everyone at SMP Nation. I'm sure it's been a very exciting and informative day today, and I'm so glad that you stuck around to the very end to be informed and to have me present to you the world premiere. We did a world premiere earlier this year of a new Durkee frame, and again today we have a world premiere frame for you here. So I'm super excited to get into it and show you what it is and show you all about it. So let me introduce to you the new Durkee name frame for multi-needle machines. This frame will allow you to stitch on name tape in both 1/4 inch and 1 inch, along with nylon webbing, shoelaces, ribbons, dog collars, and so much more. But we will get into that in a little bit. First, I want to tell you all about the specifics of this frame. It's designed to work with most all major brands of multi-needle embroidery machine. It attaches directly to the arms of your multi-needle machine, just like any other frame or hoop does for your multi-needle machine. So let me get into the specifics about this frame. It is made entirely of metal. You will receive 2 sets of clamps. The ones I have on here right now have some metal teeth on them. You will also receive an additional set of metal clamps. And I'll talk a little bit in a minute about why do we need 2 sets of clamps. But just to be aware, there are 2 sets. So the clamps with the metal teeth feature 2 different size spacing between the guides. So the space between this tooth here and the center tooth is 1.25 inches. This will accommodate the 1.1 1/4, 1.25 inch name tape. The space between the middle tooth and the lower tooth here is 1 inch. So this will accommodate the 1 inch name tape. Now the clamps without the guides will allow you to stitch on multiple different widths of items, like a bridal sash, 3-inch grosgrain ribbon, fabric for a purse strap, just to name a few. Both sets of clamps have alignment marks on them to allow for precise placement. So I'm not sure if you can see, there are guides here that show you exactly where your item is placed. And this will help you when you have something in the frame and be able to line it up on the left and the right side together. So both sets of clamps have those alignment guides. There are also notches cut out in the center, the middle center here, and the sides to help you and allow you to get precise placement. So let me get that a little bit closer, and hopefully you can see that little notch cut out there, and then as well on both the horizontal bars and the vertical bars. So when you're using the clamps without the teeth, it will be able to show you exactly where precisely you have your item centered. So the sewing field of this frame is approximately 6 inches high by 7 inches wide. So that's a nice space to be able to use if you're doing something other than name tape or webbing. So let me show you how this works with the teeth. So you're going to loosen all the screws. You don't need to take them off. You don't need to remove them. You just need to loosen them a little bit. And then I'm going to take the clamp and I'm going to swing it up and over this bar in towards the center. So I lift it up and in towards the center. So you can see, just like the one that's on here, there's a circle here which leaves it on and doesn't swing. And then the part that is closest to you will swing in towards the center. So I lift up on the clamp and I swing it in towards the center. Now I'm going to take a 1-inch name tape. I'm going to do a demonstration with that for right now. So I'm going to take the name tape and I'm going to put it between the part that has the arms on it to attach to your machine. So I'm going to go underneath this one. I'm going to go over the outer part of the frame, and I'm going to go underneath this one that is closest to the center. So I'm just going to slide it under there, just like that. And I'm going to repeat the same thing on the other side. But one thing I like to do before I get all the way over there is I like to move this back on here so I can see where I'm feeding it, okay, to give me a little bit of a guideline. Now again, go underneath the part that is closest to the center, come through that space, over on top of the outer part, and then underneath the part for the arm. Okay, and so now I'm going to get the clamps And I'm going to bring them back on and tighten them down. So I like to tighten one side down all the way so I get it nice and secure. And then I pull from the other end here to get it nice and tight. And so now I get the clamp, and I like to push the clamp towards the outside. So I know those teeth are sitting directly up against the frame, so I don't get any movement on it. Okay, and then again, tighten down this one. And I like to give it one last tug to make sure I have it nice and secure in there, and that's not going to go anywhere. So some of you may be wondering, why do I not have any stabilizer on here? Well, with the name tape, it's very secure. It's like canvas. It's several layers. There's a thick, almost thick duck cloth with like a stabilizer inside of it. So it's almost like a jean jacket or some heavy canvas. So it doesn't really need any stabilizer. The same thing with some nylon webbing, and trying to think of what else, a karate belt as well. Something like that that has a lot of structure, a lot of density, isn't going to need the stabilizer. But one of the other reasons you won't need the stabilizer is because this is trapped and secured between the bottom of the frame here and the clamp by tightening down the screws. Okay, and so now that I have my name tape on here securely, we're ready to go to the machine. So here at my machine, I'm going to load the frame. I already loaded the design onto the machine. So one thing to be aware of is, if you can see, the center guides are here. So the name tape is not in the center of the frame for either the 1 inch or the 1.25 inch up here. So you will need to move your frame in order to get it centered. So I have my design loaded to the machine, and so now I'm going to do some movements to get it to move. So here are a few pointers on how to get it precisely in the center where you want it. So some of you may have cameras on your machine. That's an excellent way to do it. Another way to do it is you can drop your presser foot down and see if that's in the center. So I can see I'm a little too far forward, and that went too far back. So I have a laser light that also helps me know where it is. The other thing you can do as well, you can print out a template of your design and stick it on here to see where it is. The other option I like to do as well is to do a trim. So the needle is going to go down into the presser, the throat plate here. It's going to trim and tie off, and that way I can look to see where my needle is going into the center of the design. So that looks pretty good and looks pretty centered to me. So the next thing I'm going to do is I am going to trace the design before I stitch it out. So as with all third-party aftermarket frames, you're going to want to make sure that you trace the design first to make sure your the stitching will stay within the sides of the frame and that your presser foot or needle are not going to hit the frame. So the next thing I will do now is I will do a quick trace. So I can drop my needle, my presser foot down just halfway to see. And I like to do that because it helps me to visualize a little bit better exactly where the design is going to stitch. And now I'm going to move it just a smidge more. And again, I'm going to do one more trace real quick just to make sure. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. So I am ready to stitch. So we are going to press start and take it away. If anybody has any questions for me while we watch this stitch quickly, I'm happy to answer anything. So these frames are amazing. You can also do some end-to-end stitching, and I will show you what I did in a little bit. Yes, it is a 15 needle machine. It's an SWF. No stabilizer, correct. Because of the thickness and the density of the canvas and the name tape, it doesn't need any stabilizer. If you're doing something that's a little bit more fragile or a little bit not as dense as the name tape, you would want to use some stabilizer. And I can talk about that in a minute. So Teresa, the narrowest ribbon you can embroider on is however small the design is that you have. I have stitched on, I'll show you in a minute, I have sewn on shoelaces, and those were pretty thin. They about a ½ inch they are, I think. Let me see. Actually, they're like 0.6 inches, 0.6. So it's not even, it's less than 3/4 of an inch wide that you can use to stitch on the shoelaces that I did. And after we finish stitching this out quickly, I'm going to show you how I'm going to advance it. And it's going to be super fast, super simple, very easy. And you're going to be able to continue stitching on the name tape. And because this frame is all made out of metal, it's very stable. It's very strong, but it's very, very lightweight. That is the thing that's amazing about it, is it's so lightweight, even though it's all metal. Yes, Karen, it is perfect for lanyards as well. If any of you are not familiar with Durkee Hoops, I encourage you to check out the full selection that Blaine has on the website, because it's amazing, all the different frames that they have, and their quality is just incredible. All right, we are just about done here. And then I'm going to bring you back to the table. All right. And if you're wondering why I did not cut off a piece of the name tape, is because precisely because I wanted to show you how you can have a huge roll like this and not need to cut it and not have any waste, because there's this part over here that extends, that if you were to cut it off every time, that there might be some excess that you don't want to waste. And so one of the things you can do is, if you're doing tons of name tapes for service members or anybody, police officers. So I loosened the screws closest to me, and I loosened the top ones just a little bit to give a little bit of movement of the clamps. And I'm just pulling it from the other side. And just that fast, just that easy, I have advanced the name tape, tighten down the screws again, make sure the clamps are all the way to the side, pull it from either end to get it nice and taut, and you're ready to go. That fast. So you don't even need to take it off, cut it off, feed it all the way through again, loosen all of this clamps and all of that. You don't even need to do that. You can just simply advance it. So now I'm going to show you how I use the other clamps. So honestly, this one didn't need to come off. This one will, because of the hole. So this one will need to come off. This one doesn't necessarily need to come off. All right. And these thumb screws make it so easy to loosen. I'm going to take this off. I'm going to show you something else here real quick when we have a few more minutes. So I did want to show you something like a luggage strap here. So this, because of the connector here, the buckle, it's not going to be able to, some of them may not be able to fit through here, through this space. So you would simply just rest it on top, and then when you take the clamp, you can line it up where you want. I like to line the top of my thing, the item I'm stitching on, with the groove here on the frame, and then that way I know I have it. But as I mentioned, you also have these alignment guides here to help you with it as well. So that quickly, I'm able to get this luggage strap on here, tightened down, secure, ready to go to stitch a name or a design, something like that, on the luggage strap. So that's how the clamps work without the teeth and the clamps with the teeth. So now that we've seen both of them, let me show you quickly some project ideas. So as I mentioned before, we have the 1-inch name tape and then the 1 1/4 inch name tape. So these are the two that work inside with the parts, the clamps with the teeth. So we have name tape, all right? How about some nylon webbing for key fobs? Super fast, super simple, super easy. Again, you can do it, feed it through exactly like I did with the name tape. What about some belts? Stitch on the back of a belt. This is doesn't need any stabilizer as well. Very strong, very secure. Pet collars. Personalized pet collars. So again, these some of these buckles may not fit through the 2 bars on the side, so you just lay it on top and tighten down the clamps. Let's see what else we have here. Cheer ribbon, cheer bows. So this, I think, is 2.5 inches, but 3 inches is a very popular width for cheer bows to embroider for a team with their little logo or symbol and the name of all of the girls. Let's see. We have, what about sashes for bridal showers, graduation, sorority and Greek life, anything that sash works beautiful. In the with the clamps without the guides. This is the shoelace I did. So it is possible to do even shoelaces. So one of the things I want to mention about the shoelaces and also the sash, because these are more on the fragile side, the satin of the sash and the stretchiness of the shoelaces, one thing you can do is you can take some sticky stabilizer and put it on the back. So if you're worried, if you cannot get past not using stabilizer, you are welcome to use some sticky stabilizer, just like this. And it doesn't even need to go the whole part of the frame because, you only need the center part here. And then you can press down on the item. And that way you can use some stabilizer if it makes you feel more secure or the item needs a little bit extra support. The other type of stabilizer you can use is, this is sticky tearaway, but sticky wash away is great as well, because then that way none of the stabilizer will be there in the end. And then I have 2 more ideas to show you. How about some beautiful end-to-end embroidery to make a purse strap? So I took a piece of fabric and put it in with the clamps without the teeth. And so this is 0.75 inch wide here. And so it was a 3-inch piece of fabric that I put in there. And again, just advanced it just like I showed you with the name tape. And that way I got this beautiful personalized purse strap. Another thing that is amazing that I did is I created a personalized dog leash, end-to-end stitching, took the design, kept advancing it, and now there's a personalized dog leash for my grand dog. So many options, so many things you can do with this frame. I absolutely love it. My wheels are turning on all the things I can do with it, all the things I can make with it, and I'm having so much fun with it. So I know Santa Blaine and Miss Jane Claus also have some beautiful deals for you to be able to save on this new frame. And I'm so excited about it because it's the world premiere and I couldn't wait to tell you all about it.
Well, thanks, Dawn. We sure do appreciate you and Durkee being part of our Countdown to Christmas show, and hope you have great holidays, and I'm going to tell everybody how they can get it.
Excellent. Thanks for having me, and happy holidays, everyone.
All right. See you, Dawn. All right, everybody. This is the Durkee. Now, this, is a very unique thing. And if you remember back in the day when they used to put the name on military uniforms and things like that, and police uniforms, they did that. They printed it on there, and it would fade after time. Now, this is a way you can do that and embroidery it. It looks so much better. And also, you could do, there's so many things that you can use this for. But this is the Durkee Easy Name Frame for multi-needle easy frames. And so it is great. If you've already got those blue adapter arms, that's the great thing. This will fit those blue adapter arms for your multi-needle if you've already got the easy frame set up. Does not come with the adapter arms. You have to have those. But this is $265 We do have a call-in special on it. So get on the phone right now and give them a call, or get on the website and speak to one of the live chat agents, and let them know that you're interested in this, and they can tell you, make sure it fits your adapter arm and what you have. But you can purchase the adapter arm if you don't have one yet. You can purchase the adapter arm separately to go on your multi-needle, and then this frame will fit, or the hoop will fit right on it. So again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. All right, let's bring Jane back in.
Here we go, Blaine.
Jane, we hit our 8-hour mark, and so now we just got kicked off Facebook because they don't let you go past 8 hours. So.
No kidding. We got kicked off. I love getting kicked off and kicked out of places.
Yeah, but we're still rocking it on YouTube, and so hopefully the people on Facebook will make their way over to YouTube and finish the show. But hey, great day today.
So
great job for you. You did a fantastic job helping me host this. And, all the presenters were awesome. And then, Reen knocked it out of the park with her educational session. So we hope everybody loved what they saw today.
Yeah.
And we'll remind everybody, our call center stays open until 6 p.m. Pacific time. So again, that's 8 p.m. Central. You can still call and make an order tonight. You can, the live chat people on the website will be on there as well. So you can go and make orders with them and ask them questions. But make sure you get your orders in. They're working hard. I just got off the phone with our warehouse manager, and they're working overtime, and everybody, all hands are on deck out there trying to get everything done. So just make sure you get your order in so we can make sure we get it processed and shipped in time for you to get it for Christmas.
Yeah, that's right. You got plenty of time. If you're still deciding right now, you still have a couple of hours to actually hit the button.
Yeah. Well, Jane, I think we're going to do one giveaway at the end of the show today. We're going to give 2 of the P-Touch label makers away. And you don't have to put anything in the chat right now if you don't want to. You can just put, hey, if you want to. But you don't have to put anything in chat. If you chatted anytime during the day today, it's going to enter you in this. So, Andrew, you got that wheel ready?
Sure do.
All right, Andrew, spin that wheel.
It's a heavy wheel because a lot of conversation's been happening on it today.
It has.
I know it.
Lots of people entered. They've been watching today.
And we love seeing all the names spin by.
Who are you?
Tell me, who are you?
That's a pretty good one. So who are you, the winner? Got a little cat for their emoji. Watch today from YouTube. So Jane, tell them how to claim that prize.
Who are you? Please go to smplive.tv. Scroll to the bottom of the page. You'll see right there. It says, hey, did you win a prize? You're going to say, yeah, I did. Go in there and fill out all the information. Tell us where you live, where we're sending this to you, and that you won the P-Touch. And Blaine and the guys that are working OT will get that to you ASAP. You got 30 days to redeem your prize.
You're correct. So, Andrew, spin that wheel again. We'll get us a second prize winner.
One more time. I wonder what this name will be. Like, I am.
There is no telling.
There is no telling. Oh,
Rhonda in Iowa.
who are you? It's Rhonda in Iowa.
Hey, wonder where Rhonda's at.
She's in Iowa.
There we go. Watching
Rhonda's actually in Ohio. Sorry.
Yeah. So anyway, watching today she's watching from YouTube. So Jane, tell her how to claim that P-Touch.
Rhonda in Iowa, instead of leaving Iowa, just go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page, fill out all the information. You'll see it right there. It says, did you win a prize? And that's where you will put in all the information about yourself so we can get you that P-Touch out to you right away. Congratulations. And don't forget, you have 30 days. Anybody that won today, 30 days to redeem your prize.
You know what that means?
30. I thought you were like, I don't know what I thought you were doing. You're like, A-OK. A little sign language.
You know what, Jane? We're going to be here first thing in the morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central. And we're going to go on air and we'll talk about some stuff. We'll talk about some dates. And we'll get her going tomorrow. We're going to have a fun day. Got a lot more products to show. And, it's kind of crazy. Tomorrow is already Wednesday. So it's day 2 of Countdown to Christmas. It's kind of throwing me off because we did day 1 with Cyber Monday.
Right.
And we're only having 4 days of Countdown to Christmas this year instead of 5. So, but yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday, day 2. And we got a lot to show you. And
I can't wait.
So we hope Huh?
I said I can't wait. It's going to be a great day.
I know. I can't wait either. Hope that everybody will show up tomorrow and come on and watch the show. We got a great show lined up for you
I'll
again.
be there.
And I hope that everybody has a great rest of your night, and we'll see y'all early in the morning. Jane?
Bye, everybody. Blaine,
see you early in the
you.
morning.
See you
All
tomorrow.
right.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.